Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You got that shot.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are you? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give it the little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, listen. Hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
Right.
Hey, hey, they're the Sweenies. They love swinging around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Hey, hey, it's Brenda. She is driving around. What's that big lump doing through the sunroof? Oh, it's Dennis Sweeney. He's got flags around. Dennis and Brenda driving around. Hey, hey, they're the Sweenies. They love swinging around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, who they bound to meet. Oh, look, it's Dean and Scott. They both look so smart. Hey, Scott, how are you? Dean and Scott down the beach as well. Dean and Scott having fun as well. It's not just Dane and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scott. Dane and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies. Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies. Scott's got a sock in his, well, we are all men. We all love tits and claws. Oh boy. Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex. It's a little bit bushy inside of this place. We men, we are an absolute disgrace. We need to trim it, we need to trim it, we need to trim it now. We need to trim our bushes now. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Ho ho! How are we, people? Hope you're all well out there. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. Nicola, hello to you, Madonna. Dropping by to hit the like. There you go, Madonna. Thank you very much. Tudley Pip, how are you? Long time no see, Tuds. Hope you're well, my darling. Robin G. Chasing all the man. How are you doing, Robin? Thank you for the message this morning as well, Robin. Disney Queen. Carol's Queen. Hello, Carol. You're Disney Queen. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Oh, here she is. Amy, how was your operation? I hope it's well, and I hope you've not reduced them. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. There you go. Greg, how are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Dennis, the big man himself, the king of Canton. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Nice to see you as always, my friend. Much love to Brenda as always. Dana Leonard on his way to work listening. Hey, Dana, how you doing, fella? Thanks for the weekend as well. I enjoyed it, even if no one else did with the post. I loved it. Sue, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Mark, hello to you, sir. Nice to see you bright and early today. Hippie chick from Indiana. Hello, my darling. I did have a good weekend. Yeah, nice and chilled weekend. Hope you had the same, my darling. Dana, sounds like they're not need to clear lane. No, sounds like people need to get a sense of humor. If they don't see the jokes, I love it. What was that? 4-0 Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, 4-0. What's that for the Packers? 2-2. 2-2. I went from DD to FF. Happy days. Need to make it bigger. Then. Do you know who's got big tits? It's Dina. I didn't realize Dina had such big tits. But yeah, she's massive tits. Sassmas, hello to you, my darling. Let's go. How are we doing, my darling? Jessica Fritz, Logan Carter, how are we? How are we doing, beautiful? Hope you're well, my darling. Bubba and Saucy, what the fuck? Bubba and Saucy, hello, darling. Hello to you, Bubba and Saucy. How are you? Bubba and Saucy, I love that. Bubba and Saucy, I think this is your first time commenting because I've never heard that name before in my life. So I think I would remember that. So Bubba and Saucy, welcome to the channel. I like that name. That's really, really good. That's really, really good. Good morning, afternoon. How are we doing, Donna? Hope you're well, my darling. Nice to see you as always. There you go. Good morning, Lady Di. Hello to you. Hope you're well as well. Yeah, thank you, Dan. No, I wasn't sure what to cover. I was waiting to see if there's any new trials coming out, but there was nothing. So there we go. We're gonna cover this instead. Hello, Toots. How are you, my darling? I hope you're well. Yeah, didn't Green Bay Packers go pack go? They lost on Sunday, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2. Minnesota Vikings on top now. Good morning, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. My grandson's picked the name. There you go. It's a great name. Bubba and Saucy. Happy days. That's a great name, that is. Don't complain. We've got loads of different names here, so don't worry about it. That's actually a funny one. So it fits in. It fits in well and truly. So welcome to you. Where are you from, Bubba and Saucy? I say I've never seen you before. Are you from the States? Are you from the UK? Whereabouts are you from? And hopefully everyone's welcoming you. There you go. I knew the chat would welcome you, Bubba and Saucy. I knew they would. There you go. Thanks, Toots. Right. Here we are. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hey, Mary. Do you know what, Mary? It is going to really be here before we know it. It's scary. It's unbelievable. Already I'm feeling it. I'm like, cheapers. It's just around the corner. It will. People think it's a long time away. It's not. It's not. It's not at all. So, Mary, there we are. I'll be out with you before long. Let me just tell you. So yeah, looking forward to it. Country roads take me home to the place where I belong. Rebecca, West Virginia. Happy mama, take me home. Country roads, happy day. Oh, had a couple of days off and visited a friend down south in North Carolina, just east of the awful flooding. Oh, we're glad you're back safe and sound. We're glad you're safe and sound, my darling. Massachusetts, aka Massacre, by 2 points, both games. It's not the end of the world. Go, oh yeah, you flip like that all the time, don't you? Whichever one's doing the best, that's who you support. It's garbage time though. 2 points. It's garbage time. Minnesota were like, well, we'll just rest our first teamers. Let's give them a chance. Yeah, Green Bay Packers sucked. Absolutely sucked. Even the Bears won. Jeepers. Hey, Christine Fortunato, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you, my darling. Della, how are you feeling today? You were a little under the weather last week. Yeah, I feel okay. I feel okay. I think I don't know what it is. I just feel, how can you describe it? Lack of energy. I think it's a sleep apnea, Dana. I genuinely think it's sleep apnea. On the weekend, I slept in about 12 hours. Like, didn't sleep for 12 hours, but I was in bed for like 12 hours. And I felt okay afterwards. I still sleep in the day, but I think it's the sleep apnea. I definitely think it's that. I got an appointment on the 16th to try and push this even more now, because it's ruining me, because I fall asleep all the time. Unbelievable. But yeah, thanks anyway, Dina, for asking. Hey, Greg, how's it going? It's going well, my friend. Hope you're well as well. Great, thank you. There you go, Rebecca. Toots with a lamb. There you go, Speedo's lamb. Free Karen Reid and free Zachary Anderson. Puffed. See, you can't have it all. You can't have it all. Hamburger, you come in, you dish it, you got to take it. Huh? Hey, don't pick on my beers. No, it's my beers as well. Don't worry. Well, I'm flipping now, because I feel like it's gonna be beers this year. Then, I think I'm gonna go to the Patriots then, because Dennis Sweeney, he's gonna persuade me to go to the Patriots. So, Robin G, hey you. My husband had surgery for sleep apnea a few years ago. There you go. There you go. Explain the trial. I will in a little bit, Amy. I will in a little bit. Like, no one's covering it, I don't think. So that's why I decided to cover it. CPAP will change your life. I hope so, Dana. Jeepers. I hope that's what it is. Do you know what I mean? I've got an appointment with the doctors on the 16th, so we'll see. He probably take some bloods and stuff as well, because I feel shattered all the time. I say is that. It might not be that. I don't know, but I presume it is. He feels like a case of no clue. Hello, dear, but I'm here for the ride. Lady Di's here for any kind of ride. Any kind of ride, and Lady Di's there. Hey, Amy Boston, how you feeling? Oh, yeah, how's the operation, Amy? Was it okay? Bandwagon, Dylan. Bandwagon with the Bears. And then the Patriots. Shut it, David. Shut it. Not this year, Pat, no, but I will be on the Pats. When I got all my Pats gear, Dennis, I'm going to have to support the Pats tonight. No one can say I'm a bandwagon then, Hamburger, because the Patriots suck at the minute. So, you know. Oops, Lady Di. You sound a bit bunged up. Maybe, I don't know. My ears feel a bit red. Oh, also, do you know what's back, people? Do you remember I had that pain? Do you remember I had that pain in my finger? It turned green before. I got the same in another finger now. My next other finger's got it. What, Carol? What's it called? Disney. Right, am I back? Am I back? So I've been soaking it. I'm trying to soak it. In salt and water. But yeah, it's back. It's painful when I touch it, but apart from that, it's okay. You did walk into that one. I felt like I got kicked in the stomach by a horse. I'm feeling better today. Thank you. No worries. I'm glad you're feeling better. As long as your tits are bigger, that's the main thing. There you go. I'm all good, Toots. Thank you for that. Do you chew your nails? Do you know what? I don't. I don't know what's wrong with it. I know what happened on my other finger because it was a bit sticking out, and I did pull it with my teeth. That I know. This one, I don't know what happened to it. So I'm just going to soak it in salt water, and I've still got the cream Caro recommended. So I'm just going through it, the rigmarole. I don't break stuff. Your nieces want to come to Boston to me. There you go. Trying to cross my. I know. Oh, they'd be great. I suppose yeah, it'd be great to see them, but at the same time, it is a bit of a you probably you probably won't like it. You'd be restricted then, won't you? And I'd have to put like the Disney language, and I can't do that. Not all the time. A little bit, but not all the time. And thank you for the video. It was really good. I loved that. Made my day, Carol. You wouldn't know that made my day, my darling. I really loved that video of you. So people know my nieces opened. Who are Carol's children, opened my gift to them. I bought them a couple of hoodies each, just to, family's family, innit? So you got to buy your nieces some stuff. So they opened it on camera and they were excited, and I loved it. Loved it. Stick the little hard part next to the nail. So maybe I did. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Yeah, that's the one, Sasmas. You can hear you. Where's Erin Hack? I know. Luckily, she's with Vices. She's with Vices, thankfully. Ingo, I don't know. I can't see anything. It's on the edge, it is. It's on the edge, on the outside edge. It's not even on the nail. It's just on the edge. I don't know. That's the one. Paranikiu. That's the one. I know I am. Welcome to old age. I know. Well, I was Robin, but yes. That's what she said. You do cream. I am. So I was going to soak it in water. I have my salt water today, but it went cold. So I need to do that again. And then I'll put the cream on afterwards then. So I'll do it. I will do it. Hello, Lisa Reed. Good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well, as always. Carol, Lisa Reed. Sterilize your scissors or clippers too. Maybe wee bacteria in them. Maybe. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. Hello, Toots. That's so cute. Yeah. Oh, also, thankfully, Bill has bought Amy and Di a hoodie each. Di, yours is on the way. Di, yours is still in production, Amy. So, but on the way, everyone should get the t-shirts today, tomorrow. I think. Lisa Reed, yes, you'll have yours tomorrow, I believe. Morning, Lisa. Good morning, Amy. Good morning. I made a quick video this morning. Sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh, yeah. So when we got some hot barristers and stuff like that on there, we'll play that. We'll play that. So yes. So this people ask about this trial. This trial is so 2 phases, right? So this trial is it's all about a little boy, 4 years old, and that's the body dream I have in my sleep. Oh, did you see this then? I mean, this is not my best one, but this is still funny though. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, who they bound to me. Oh, look, it's Dean and Scott. They both look so smart. Hey, Scott, how are you? Dean and Scott down the beach as well. Dean and Scott having fun as well. It's not just Dane and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scott. Oh, Dane and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies. Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies. Scott's got a sock in his well, we are all men. We all love tits and clams. Oh boy. Scott, I just seen it. Sorry, Scott. I had to do it because Dina was here Friday, and Dina, like deceptively, she's got big tits. I didn't know she had big boobies. Do you know what I mean? But deceptively, she's got big ones. So I had to post something about her, and then Scott, I'm sorry, but like I gotta put someone else in there with it. I was like, it's got to be Scott. Oh, it's only I literally did it one take, so it doesn't even make sense. I don't think. I wasn't even going to play it, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, sorry, Scott. Not sorry. You didn't have to do it. No, I didn't have to do it. But my sense of humor means I had to because I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. And you know what, Scott? You can blame the fact that Dina's got big tits because otherwise I would never have done it. So this is Dina's fault. So sorry, Scott. Scott, yeah, fuck, you gotta hate me, Scott, so much. Right. I'm so glad Scott's a good sport about it all. Right, this trial. Anyway, let's get serious for a second. So this trial is in San Antonio. It's in the same building as Judge Boyd. It's in Bay County, 186th District Court. I think like Judge Boyd is in the same building, it's just not with her. So this is a case. It's a case about Brandon Cervera. He's accused of starving his 4-year-old son. The name of the son is Benjamin Cervera, and it started last Tuesday. So he is facing life in prison, basically. His wife went on trial last year. Her name is Miranda Cazares. I think she's the ex-wife now. And she got convicted, and she's currently serving 25 years in prison. So Benjamin, here he is, cutie pie. He was found unresponsive on the August 17th, 2021, after Cazares attempted to take him to hospital. The boy did not survive, and doctors were immediately concerned about his weight. Police were called to investigate, leading to the discovery of the disturbing conditions in the family home. So allegedly, he was starved to death. There's a lot of details in there, but this young boy, let's not forget his name, Benjamin. His name's Benjamin. He was 4 years old. I think 4 or 5. I think he's 4 years old. So Benjamin, this is him. Little cutie he is right there. So inside the residence, officers reported that all the food was locked away and the children's rooms were secured with locks, gates, and surveillance cameras. An autopsy later confirmed that Benjamin died from starvation. Both Cervera and Cazares were arrested and charged with injury to a child. So she was, so during Cazares' trial, which concluded with her being sentenced to 25 years in prison, graphic details of the child's abuse were revealed, including cell phone footage showing Benjamin crying and asking for food, while the defense argued that Benjamin didn't die from starvation and that Brandon Cervera controlled the situation. The jury found her guilty. Now Brandon awaits his own trial, which could further uncover what role he played. Testimony set to begin on Tuesday. I don't know, Scott. I don't think so, but I don't know, Scott, if I'm being honest. So, obviously, I go back to, like Nicholas said at the start, she doesn't do this kind of trials and stuff like that. She got 25 years, yeah, and this guy is facing life as well. I think he's the one accused of doing it. She's like an accomplice. Robin G is how I believe it was framed. So she got 25 years. So that's why. No, I understand, Sasmas. I understand. Look, Sasmas, I'll explain to you why I'm following it, right? I'll explain to you why I'm following it. I did explain this on Friday to a lot of people. I have the same feelings that, I never used to cover children's trials or anything. But if I don't, like, there's no other streamer doing this trial. There's no one else doing it. Like, and this young boy, his legacy, his name, no one remembers him. No one knows anything about him. So, as I didn't do, so I explained before, I didn't do Laurie Vallow. I didn't do her trial because I didn't want to do the children stuff. And then I got messages from people saying that it was selfish of me not to do it, because it's not about my feelings; it's about the platform that I have. So that's why I use my platform to showcase these, because if I don't do it, as I say, no other streamer is doing this trial. And I feel that I'm duty bound to do it because, like, this young man, like, suffered like no one's suffered before, and his story is just going to be hidden. Where I'm looking at this from a celebration of his life to get his story out there about what he suffered, and make sure that his name is not forgotten about. And so that's why I'm covering it. Yeah, do I like covering children's trials? No, but I feel I'm being very selfish if I don't. And it's not about me, it's about the child. It's about his legacy. And about making sure that other people hear his name, and about making sure that other people hear his story and what he went through. So, hiya, trucker. So that's why I'm covering this. And I understand some people might not like that or don't want to watch it. That's your prerogative. I understand. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But that's the reason I will do these trials moving forward. As I say, no one else is covering it. I don't believe anyway. So I feel duty bound. Also, I do feel, it's not about this Brandon character or his mother and stuff like that. It's about this young boy. It's about him and his legacy. So yeah, do I want to see the pictures? Do I want to hear the story? No, because I wish no one would ever kill a child. I wish it would never happen. but sadly it has happened, and that's why I want to celebrate his life and the best we can, get his name out there, let it not be forgotten. Let let's not forget the pain that he endured. So the fact that I have to endure looking at the pictures is nothing compared to what he has been through, or what he went through. Sorry. Um. So yeah, but as I say, I fully appreciate people don't want to watch it. That's no judgments on you people, or anything like that. I get it, and I was in the same boat before. I really was in the same boat before. I never used to show them until people open my eyes. Um, and I'm sure that there'll be times where I will cry, and I will need to get offline, because it's sad. But I always remember it's about this young boy. Fucking hell, it's starting well up already. It's about this young boy. It's not about my feelings or your feelings or anyone else's feelings. It's about his name, his legacy, and let's not forget about Benjamin. He's the proper story here, and let's make sure that if guilty, the scumbag stay in prison forever. So I also understand this is detriment to my channel because a lot of people probably won't watch, and I'm gonna get it. This is a decision I have made that I will always endorse children's legacies. Um, so yeah. Whew, right. Okay. So also just a reminder, I'm gonna have to do this quickly. So days 1, 2, and 3 will be done today. Um, I'm playing at 1.25, and we'll see how it goes. Who got else we got here? Nobody likes children trials. It's sadly a reality. I know. Shit, isn't it? LC, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Sean, how are you? God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. I know. Look how adorable he is. Yes, absolutely adorable. That's a really good point, and actually, I totally agree with you. Thank you. No, it's totally fine. I mean, yeah, but I get it. I get it. Why others think different. I do get it. I do get it. Tough thing to accept that parents would malnourish their child to an extent that the child lost his life. Not the usual case. It's not. It's not. It's very unusual. You're right, Scott. Hello to you, of those who are meant to provide and protect. Don't understand the mentality. I know, Viv. How are you, Viv? Anyway, how are you? Patricia, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. So there's a link to all this in the description box for anybody that comes in. But yeah, that's the synopsis. I know some people will come in late and go, "What's this story about?" I'm not going to stop the trial. I'll just say there's if you guys say there's a link in the description box, look it up, and then So there we go. Right, we'll start the trial here. That's a synopsis of what we're doing and also why I'm covering it. So, and as I say, I don't mind if people can't stomach it, or I get it, but I hopefully you respect my decision and understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. Um, yeah. Right. So here we go. Fuck. Right, here we go, people. Let's get into it. That's the defendant, and he's got two lawyers. The other lawyer's just gone up. Two females. No, you don't. No, don't respect me. The decision, just the decision. Never respect me, Lady Di. Never. Please don't. Please don't change. Just be yourselves. Yeah, Sean Doherty is here. Sean Doherty is here. Half pint. You know Sean, yeah? Right, I can zoom. Ah, thank you, Amy. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that. Was he jail? I think so. Yes, I believe so, Scott. I've not delved into it too much, Scott. If I'm being honest, I just know his wife is in prison right now.
Thank you very much for your patience this morning. There's a couple of things I did want to touch base with you on before we moved on to the bill of indictment. Former juror number 69, Ms. Terry Villaseñor, there have been some issues with another juror, so you are now part of the jury. You are no longer an alternate. I wanted to let you know that. It is my understanding from the deputies that one or two of you may have some back issues, may have some issues sitting for a long period of time. I wanted to tell you, please feel free to do what you need to do in order to make yourself feel comfortable. If that means standing during a portion of the testimony or the trial, please do so. If something happens to where you need to get one of the deputies' attention, just raise your hand and they'll let me know. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the state of Texas for the bill of indictment. Mr. Cervera, if you could please rise along with your attorney.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the May term AD 2022 of the 399th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term to present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A, on or about the 17th day of August 2021, Brandon Cervera, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Benjamin Cervera and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, the defendant failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, and the defendant failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera. Paragraph B, on or about the 17th day of August 2021, Brandon Cervera, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Benjamin Cervera, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had a legal or statutory duty to act and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to provide adequate nutrition for Benjamin Cervera, the defendant failed to provide adequate hydration for Benjamin Cervera, and the defendant failed to seek proper medical care for Benjamin Cervera against the peace and dignity of the state signed for in the grand jury.
Mr. Cervera, to that charge, how do you plead? Thank you very much. You may have a seat. And would the state like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's see you cry for more bread, bro. Cry for more bread, and I'm going to put your fucking ass in squats. Those are the words of this defendant 4 days before his son died of starvation. 4 days before he died of starvation. I want to talk about Benjamin Cervera for a second. He's the defendant's son. His birthday's September 28th of 2016. So at the time of his death, he was just a little shy of a month before his 5th birthday. At the time that he died, this child was 28 pounds. So let's think about what that means. That this child, while this man is telling him, ask for more bread, bro, or I'm going to put your fucking ass in squats, is dying already. And his response is, so what this case starts off with is a good Samaritan, essentially, which is Julia Center. And you're going to hear her testify as to she was in town. She doesn't live in town, but she was in town for one of her son's doctor's appointments. And she gets flagged down by the defendant's girlfriend, who she lived with at the time. And that she sees Benjamin, and he's just wearing a diaper, and his body's already limp. And that when she sees him, he doesn't even click to her that this child is almost 5 years old. Because she has a young child in her car with her at the same time, too. She sees that Miranda is which is the defendant's girlfriend. She's on the phone. She's not on the phone with 911. And that she's actually the first person who calls 911. And at the time, when Miranda puts Benji in the car, she actually touches his chest to make sure that at that point, this child is actually still breathing. So from there, you're going to see the law enforcement investigation. You're going to hear from several law enforcement officers who saw Benji at the hospital. They saw the defendant and his girlfriend at the hospital. And they also went back to the scene, the apartment where this child was starved for the last 10 months. And what you are going to see is a barrier upon barrier upon barrier to prevent this child from getting food. There's not only a gate at the door, but in the kitchen, there are locks on the cabinets where the food is, and there's a lock on the refrigerator. You're going to see evidence that there was actually cameras in the kitchen which captured some of these things. There's actually also a camera in this child's room. It captured his nights where day in and day out, he's begging for food, while Mr. Cervera, the defendant, does absolutely nothing. What you're going to see is also that at some point, the law enforcement gets Miranda Casares, which is, again, the defendant's girlfriend's phone. In that phone, they do an extraction, and we get a lot of evidence on this case. Evidence which I anticipate you'll see. Number one is that video I talked about at the beginning, where Benjamin, looking like what I can't describe other than, to me, is a concentration camp survivor, eating bread and then begging and then complaining about him eating bread. You're also going to see, I anticipate seeing a video of him standing in the apartment, shivering and saying, Dad, Dad, can I have some bread? You're also going to be able to see photographs throughout this period of time where Benjamin, you can see him wasting away day by day. You can see the photo from the beginning to the end, and this child is clearly wasting away. Now, I also anticipate in this trial, you're going to find out that the San Antonio Police Department actually was called to this apartment less than a month before this child died. And to put it frankly, at that time, the San Antonio Police Department, they messed up. And they didn't remove this child from a situation. They're going to explain to you, the officer will explain to you why he missed what he missed, why he missed that this child was going away. You'll see videos of him. When you'll see him when EMS is checking him out, you can see on his back in between his ribs. Finally, I say finally, but additionally, I anticipate you'll hear from some lay witnesses who Benji had, who had control, had taken care of Benji prior to him becoming into the defendant's custody. Those are to include the defendant's own sister, as well as Benji's maternal aunt. And both of them will talk to you about how Benji, he could eat, no problem eating. He had no problem gaining weight. And then lastly, you're going to hear from, I anticipate, two state's experts. The first one is Dr. Kimberly Molina, who is the Bexar County Chief Medical Examiner. And she's going to talk to you about the course and length of her investigation and the steps that she took to get to the right result for what happened, what was the cause of death. Because she's not going to make a rash decision. She's going to look at all of the evidence and give you her ultimate opinion, and that is that Benji was starved to death. She's going to tell you that he had no belly fat. That includes the fat underneath his skin, and that the fat around his internal organs, the mesentery, which should have fat in it, was clear. It was translucent. She's going to provide to you a number of other things that she looked at when ultimately she reached the decision. Most importantly, she's going to talk about the voluminous medical records that she looked at as it relates to Benji, and to show that Benji, for the majority of his life, with the exception of the last 10 months of his life, had no problem gaining weight, that he was following his growth curve, that he was going even into the next growth curve. It's just that last 10 months of his life that he didn't, where he actually fell off the growth curve. You also hear from Dr. James Lucifer, who is just retired, but he was a former director for the Center for Miracles. He is a board-certified child abuse pediatrician. He was actually in the first group of people to ever be board-certified in child abuse pediatrics. He's actually published on starvation. And he did that same review that Dr. Molina did. He looked at all of the medical records. He looked at the autopsy. And what he will tell you is that this child, at the time of his death, was suffering from starvation. The evidence in this case is going to be overwhelmingly clear. It's only going to lead you to one decision. And that decision is that this defendant is guilty of starving his 4-year-old to death. At the end of this trial, the state's going to ask that you find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Rose, would you like to make an opening statement? And yes, Your Honor, if you could just give me a few minutes to set up.
Yes, ma'am.
If it please the court, state, and proceed. All right, well, my name is, as we know, is Jody Sawyers, and I'm here representing Brendan. And what we want to know is what everybody else wants to know is why Benji died. It has not been resolved by what the medical examiner tells you. We absolutely disagree with the state on the cause of death, but what we can tell you is that it absolutely was not starvation, dehydration, or failure to seek medical care. As the state pointed out, this is Benjamin. The evidence is going to show that he died on August 17, 2021. This is the photo of Benjamin 3 hours before he passed. Benjamin is a 4-year-old boy. He was born September 28 of and I apologize, it's wrong on there, September 28, 2016. He was born with Mongolian spots on his back, which looked like bruises, and they covered a substantial part of his back, and he had those since birth. Now, there are going to be pictures that you see in the trial we anticipate you seeing, and I want you to understand that it's not bruising all down his back, because that would be misleading, and you would not want to be misled in that way. But people who don't know that he was born with those would misunderstand. He spent the first 2.5 years of his life with his biological mother, Erica Flores, and during that time, he was born premature. He was told at the hospital that by his mother was told that he would always have issues with failure to thrive and other issues. And the medical records will substantiate that they note on there and they give her these kind of forewarnings. January 2019, and he never got over the 5th percentile in weight at any point during his mother's care. January 2019, Benjamin is going to come live with Brandon. And you are going to see that the medical records will show that within a year of living with Brandon, he has gotten close to the 25th percentile in weight. Miranda joins the picture around February of 2020. Now, they have a child, and we're going to get into the family dynamics that the evidence is going to show, but they have Mariah, January 2021, and that's how you know, like when you backtrack, it's a year before they get together. All right, Benjamin's family. He is a family in a house full of 4 children. He has a big brother named Brandon Jr. that I believe was approximately 9 years old at that time. He also, Benjamin was 4 years old. He had a stepbrother, Leonidas, who was 3. And then he has a half-sister, Mariah, who's 8 months old. So there's 4 kids in the family, and they kind of have a traditional family dynamic. Mariah stays home with the kids, and Brandon goes and works. And so he's gone Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or 8 to 6. But it's Miranda who is doing the heavy lifting at the house. She is taking full care of all these kids. Brandon Jr. starts school August 9th, which is approximately 2 weeks before Benjamin passes. During this time, Miranda is waking up all of the kids every morning and putting them in the car to take Brandon Jr. to school. What you'll hear or see in the evidence, because the officers are going to be observing the unannounced, they're going to make a visit on July 20th, 2021. And when they do appear, the apartment is clean. It is stocked with food. It's decorated in an educational way. It has letters and stuff on the walls, posters of a map.
Oh, happy birthday. I forgot it's your birthday. So Pamela, happy CT. Pamela, happy CT. Pamela, happy CT. Pamela, happy CT. No worries, Lou, that's fine. I explained at the start why I'm covering this and my reasons for covering it and why we're going to cover more children's trials. So, yeah, but I respect the fact you don't want to watch it. That's absolutely fine. I get it as well. Hello, Sarah P, Josie, Sherry, everybody. Hello, everybody. Right, let's get back into it.
Someone who cares, right? The state is going to be required to prove beyond reasonable doubt, not that Benjamin starved to death or was dehydrated or was deprived of proper medical care. We're here to tell you that none of that happened. Now, how do I know that none of that happened? Because the evidence points in that direction. This is not a sensational argument about one misstatement by a parent. It is the overall evidence that will show you. Medical visits alone, from July 20th, the evidence will show, to August 17th, 10 plus medical professionals saw Benjamin. This is not a child that is being hidden. It also doesn't even include all the nurses, but they're mandatory reporters. And if they thought that something was wrong, they definitely would have been in a position to be the people to sound the alarm. Those 10 plus medical professionals are going to be made up of 4 EMS people on July 20th, 21, and 4 police officers. You're going to hear evidence that 3 to 5 doctors see him the very next day between the Pearl ER and we call CHOSA, which is the Children's Hospital of San Antonio, and there's in the Center for Miracles, which Center for Miracles really evaluates cases for child abuse. And this case was looked at extensively on July 21st, 2021 by professionals who are trained, including Dr. Lucifer. On July 26th, he's taken to Little Buddies. And on August 10th, he's taken to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he's weighed in. in each of these instances. Doctors are made aware that there has been an accusation of malnourishment and that Benji has struggled to gain weight. The July 20th, what the state referenced and the evidence is going to show is that there was a report made to, I don't know if it's law enforcement or CPS, by Brandon's relatives. And they claim that Benji, they've seen photos of Benji and he looks malnourished, like he might have lost weight, he's regressed back into diapers. They're going to claim that they saw 2 black eyes, but they're also going to tell you they have no personal knowledge of anything that's going on, but they're going to blame Miranda. They think Miranda's done something to the kid. So police come out, and there's 4 police officers plus 4 EMS, and they're all in the apartment observing the family. And what they do is they interview the parents and they interview the kids, and everybody's cooperative, and nobody is claiming that they're hungry or haven't been fed. You're going to see, like I mentioned earlier, that there's food. Now, also at that time are these locks on the doors of the refrigerator, as the state pointed out, and of cabinets. Interestingly, they're not locked. And the evidence is going to show that while they are there, every single time the officers come, they're not locked. They are put there as people may when you have little babies to keep them out. But Benjamin was able to get in and out of those mechanisms and into the refrigerator. And you're going to see, we anticipate you seeing video surveillance each time he was able to do it, and that there wasn't food being withheld. The next visit was the Pearl ER, and he weighed 14.6 kilograms. Now, the evidence will show that this 1 liter bottle weighs 1 kilogram. And that 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds. This is 2.2 pounds. Evidence will also show that a bottle this size is half a liter, and so it's going to weigh 1.1 pound, right? Now, that same day they go to CHOSA, there's a full medical workup, as I mentioned. We have CT scans, MRIs, labs, all of that. When he is released from CHOSA, he is released with the only thing that is asked is that he do a follow-up with a pediatrician and go see a behavioral specialist because they suspect autism and behavioral issues that are affecting the child. Child Protective Services sees him somewhere around July 21st, right? You know, everyone's involved right up front. Parents are interviewed, children are interviewed. There's no outcries of any inability to get food or any abuse. Because if there were, Child Protective Services, as you will find out, has the ability to remove children. They don't even need to have a hearing. If they think that it is that a child is endangered, they can without a court order. Little Buddies, a week later, he's seen it at Little Buddies. Again, this pediatrician who is going to, you'll see the records from him, he doesn't think that there's any concern with, and he is aware as well of the claims of malnourishment. The ENT of San Antonio will put in his records, well nourished and in no acute distress. This is 7 days before Benji passes. Miranda Casadas is the stepmom in this case. And we believe she came into the picture around February 2020, and she was there through August 17th of 2021. So for a year and a half, you're going to see the medical records are going to show that this child did not have any issues under Miranda's care. Now, when there's going to be the babies born in January 2021, they move in March of 2021. All right, this is now March to August, 5 months before Benji passes. These are life stressors that are going to affect the whole family dynamic. And these additional stressors may have resulted in Miranda having postpartum depression. We'll never know. She wasn't, we didn't look at it that way. CPS didn't evaluate her for that. But it's possible that she had postpartum depression. She's exhausted. She's not getting sleep. The evidence is going to show that she's staying up all night to care for Benji, who is repeatedly crying at night. Now, on August 17th, the night before, you're going to hear, we believe, the evidence is going to show that there is a disagreement between Brandon and Mariah. And Brandon calls Mariah out on having raised her voice at Benji. The evidence is not going to show that Brandon had any awareness that Miranda had done anything to this child other than raise her voice. And that's what he's saying. Why are you raising your voice at him? You don't raise your voice to Leonidas. And he tells her, look, if he didn't want the water, you can hear in the recording, if he didn't want the water, just close the door, come in here, close our door, lay down and go to sleep. He's telling her, go to sleep. She doesn't go to sleep. Next morning, she wakes up at some point, if she does go to sleep, I'm not sure, but she has to have Brandon Jr. at school. So she wakes all the kids up, puts them in the car, takes Brandon Jr., and you're gonna see video recordings of Benji in that car. And he is melting down, and he is crying for breath. And if you take that video in isolation, it might seem pretty horrific. I understand that. But what you're not seeing is what all is happening before it and all the food that this child and water is being provided. We're not going to deny that this child always has suffered or been at risk for a failure to thrive. And when you have life stressors and you have other potential medical issues that have not been ruled out, you are creating potentially this perfect storm where this child passed away, but not because anything that Brandon did or failed to do. He had no awareness that this child was being starved. And as you can see by the very, as that picture showed, this is what he was seeing. Now, there's going to be multiple people that see the child, or excuse me, that are going to be called to testify with their theories of the case. And Dr. Molina, she does the autopsy on August 18th, and she cannot determine a cause of death. She is going to wait until February of 2022 to issue her finding. And she's only going to issue her finding after she speaks to Detective Size. And Detective Size is going to come in there and have cherry-picked the videos that he shows her that starts this whole thing in motion to believe that potentially this child is starved. Now, we anticipate having other experts come and testify to help you understand why we know beyond a reasonable doubt that this kid was not starved and was not dehydrated. And it's going to be in the scientific evidence as well as what you, as people who have seen children and yourself, will observe, and your common sense. The BMI was within normal ranges. And that's why each of those professionals that were looking at him did not sound an alarm of, hey, let's hook him up to an IV right now. Let's make sure he can have nutrients and no one's intentionally depriving this child of nutrients. They did not ask for a nutritionalist to come talk to the kid or be advised by the kid. They did not recommend that he keep a journal or that he be weighed every day. And they did not sound the alarm to a parent that, oh my goodness, maybe I should be concerned because the doctors are telling me this child is at a critical stage. No one says that to him. The weight loss from the time that he is at the last doctor on August 10th to his autopsy weight is 2 pounds. Now, there's going to see big pictures on August 17th of all this fluid that comes out of this child. There is going to be standing urine in his bed. It's a puddle, and it's soaked up by these shirts or clothing that's there. There's going to be a diaper that is on this child, and it is full to the max, as if someone dumped him in water in a pool and it expanded. You know what that's what it looked like. There is going to be a bowel movement that is large and hard. Now, the thing about the evidence is going to show you is that you can't have urine without having consumed hydration. You can't have bowel movements without having consumed food. This is not stuff I'm making it up. This is what the evidence is going to show you. The child is able to walk, which if you're dying of starvation, you cannot walk. You don't have the energy. You cannot physically, with your muscles, they're gone. He's not going to have any ligature marks on him that tends to go along with kids that are kept from food. He's not going to have, and then they're going to, the evidence is going to show you can't starve to death in a day or even hours. And ultimately, you're going to see a photo or photos of what it looks like when a child's body has died of starvation versus what Benjamin looked like. Because without that, we as lay people have no clue. A small child, the evidence will show, does not mean that they are about to die or you should have known they were going to die or that you have done anything wrong to that child. Miranda Cossidis. You know, I can't say a whole lot about her other than I absolutely know that this child did not die of starvation. What I don't know if she did something, though, to Benji that day. And I don't know if it's because she had postpartum depression and she snapped, You're going to hear evidence of her rising frustration with this child, a special needs child. She's sleep deprived and she has 4 other kids in the house. It's possible that she suffocated the child or did something to prevent the child from breathing, and that the medical examiner never considered that and cannot rule it out. Miranda is the last person to see Benjamin alive, and she is the only person that he is with from 6 or so in the morning until he passes. Did he have a medical condition? I don't know. And let me be very clear, I cannot say whether or not she did something to that child, but neither can the medical examiner. And I cannot rule out medical conditions, and you're gonna hear that from the experts. You're gonna hear Dr. Lucifer, and while the state says that he's a state's expert, I believe you're gonna hear, truthfully from him, things that are going to undercut their case. Dr. Eric Christensen, he's a forensic pathologist, and he will be called to explain why he thinks that Dr. Molina may have missed some things. Dr. Gebhard, he's a pediatrician, and he generally testifies for the state. The only time that I believe he's ever testified for the defense is going to be on behalf of Benjamin Cervera. Catherine McKinney, she's a licensed dietitian, licensed nutritionalist, registered dietitian, and then she's certified in diabetes care and education specialist. Dr. Richard Tice is a forensic psychologist, and you may also hear from him. All right, so at the end of this, what I'm gonna also say that even if the evidence is gonna show that Miranda did something, that is not the end of the story. Whether she did something or not, does not mean that Brandon knew anything of what she was doing. We have absolute evidence that the child had hydration and food and nourishment and food with the bowel movement, and that he had seen many, many doctors over the course of his last month. Reasonable discipline, you will hear potentially.
Sawyers, you're 20 minutes.
Thank you. You will hear potentially that he had the child do wall squats. That is not corporal punishment. And we believe that at this time, you will also see evidence that he was there for the child, and that Benjamin, as captured on the videos, on July 20th, 2021, was very attached to his dad, and his dad was very caring back to him. Thank you, and I ask that you return a verdict of not guilty, because I believe that is a true and correct verdict in this case.
Thank you, counsel. State, will you please call your first witness?
State calls Julia Center. Okay. And how old was your son? How old?
Please stand up while you are speaking. Just stop talking. Let me attend to them, and then I'll let you know when it's safe to continue. Thank you very much. Safe.
Good morning, Ms. Center. So I first want to ask, in what county do you live?
Live Oak.
And how many children do you have?
2.
How old?
2 and 4.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to August of 2021. Did you have occasion in August of 2021 to travel to Bexar County?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that travel?
I was taking my son to the doctor.
Okay. And how old was your son at the time that you were taking him to the doctor?
2.
Approximately what part of Bexar County were you traveling in? Like what part of county?
I was going to the Corey area.
Okay.
Everything
From Live Oak.
Yes.
So, did you, on the way to that doctor's appointment, was there anything that had what if anything, drew your attention while you were traveling to the doctor?
There was a lady coming down some stairs from an apartment, carrying a limp child in her arms, waving traffic down, but nobody was stopping.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was driving. I was at the stop sign right on the corner of that apartment complex.
Okay, and where were your children?
My son was in the back seat, and I was pregnant with the other one.
Okay. Do you remember what day this would have been in August of 21?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Who else did you see there? You said you described a woman holding a little child. Was there anyone else present?
And then when I pulled over, there was another child in the back seat of the car,
Okay.
of her car.
So you said that you saw her coming downstairs carrying the child.
Yes.
And you said the child was limp.
Yes.
Did it appear to you that the child was conscious?
No.
You said that she had a car, the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was there in the parking lot of the apartment complex.
Was it near to the stairs?
Yes.
You said that there was a child in the back seat, approximately how old?
An infant. an infant baby.
Okay. What did you observe about the child that you described as limp and unconscious?
He was wearing a very saggy diaper, no other clothing. He was very skinny, and he was at that point when I had pulled over, he was in the front seat of the car, breathing, but not talking, responding, anything. He had mucousy blood coming out of his mouth.
Well, you said that he appeared skinny to you. What about him made him seem skinny?
You could see his bones. He was just very skinny. He had a little bit of bruising on his body.
I want to clarify something. You said that you could see his bones. Do you mean that he had an injury such that bones were visible?
No, I don't. Not from an injury.
But so how were the bones visible?
Skinny.
So he was so skinny that you could see the bones through the skin.
Yes.
It was not that there was a wound that you could actually see a bone.
Correct.
What bones were you able? Do you remember being able to see of the child through the skin?
His ribs and his shoulders.
And that was while he was lying in the front seat?
Yes.
How had he gotten to the front seat?
She was carrying him down the stairs, and by the time I pulled over, that's where she sat him, in the front seat of the car.
Okay. What else did you observe happening on scene while you're coming upon this?
She was carrying him down, and she was on the phone with the other hand.
Okay. You say that she was on the phone. How were you able to overhear any part of her conversation?
I pulled over and I had asked her if she had called 911, and she said no, so I called 911.
Okay. So so that led you to believe that she wasn't on the phone tonight?
Correct.
Were you able to figure out from listening who she was on the phone with?
Yeah, it sounded, she said.
Objection, Your Honor. She has no personal knowledge of who was on the phone.
That's sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
So she represented you that it was not 911?
Correct.
Okay. So you called her?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
That there was a child who was breathing but not responding, and she had asked me to follow her to the hospital at that point, and 911 asked that I stay on the phone with him.
Okay. How long were you on the phone with 911?
I started to follow her to the hospital, and through traffic, we got separated. And then at that point, me and the dispatcher had got off the phone. I was probably on the phone with him less than 10 minutes.
So when was the next, what did you do once you lost her in traffic and you were no longer talking to 911?
I was kind of pulled over and gathered my thoughts. And then later on that afternoon, the dispatcher had called me back and told me that she had made it to the hospital with the child.
Okay. And after that point, did you ever speak to any police officers in association with this case?
No.
Okay. So who was the next person to contact you regarding this case? Mr. Gabriel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had described him as being skinny. Approximately how much did your 2-year-old weigh?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not relevant.
How is that relevant, Mr. Demi?
The judge's deception basis of opinion to establish the physical condition of the child.
And Your Honor, they haven't offered her as an expert, and she has no experience in this.
Judge, she's a mother that gives her experience with young children and what size they are.
You can ask the witness regarding how she came to the conclusion, but asking her specific questions about the state of her child and the health of her child, that in particular will be, the objection will be granted as to that. He's going to ask you another question.
Do you know who Benjamin Cervera is?
No.
The child that you saw, would it surprise you to learn that child was almost 5 years old?
Yes.
Why would that surprise you?
So he was very skinny, very small for his age. He was still wearing a diaper.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, so do you recall the road that you were driving on when you happened to see Clarence Miranda?
No, ma'am, I don't. I'm not very familiar with the area.
Okay. If I showed you a photo of that location, would that help?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm gonna need to ask for exhibit stickers.
Sure.
1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Okay, and can you look at the other photos just to be sure? Okay, and so at this location, well, at this stage, Your Honor, I've moved to admit defendant's exhibit, or the accurate representations of that location, according to your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit defendant's exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
Defendants exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Right, so this is defendant's exhibit 1. Can you see that? All right, and so were you driving where that car is with the lights on? Was this the street you were coming down?
I don't recall which way I was coming from, but it goes maybe that way, maybe.
Ms. Sancho, you can take that microphone and move it to your side. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 3, which, I apologize, is going to be from another angle, a side angle of the building. You weren't on this side of the building.
No,
You
ma'am.
were on the side of the building that has the sunset in the background.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to be fair, this was at 11 or so in the morning.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
wouldn't have had a sunrise or sunset. I apologize, sunrise or sunset.
Correct.
And then this is defendant's exhibit 2. And would you agree with me, this is a further out view
Yes.
of that? All right. So I'm gonna. The stairs look like.
A staircase. I don't recall exactly.
Was it 5 stairs, 10 stairs? Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
And do you remember testifying previously under oath that you saw her holding 2 children in her hands?
No, one child.
You don't recall that?
No, ma'am. The other kid was in the back of the car.
How many children were present at that time?
2.
So there were 3 children there?
No.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 4 through 8. And ask if you recognize that's the area in which you saw Miranda.
I'm pulled in right here.
Okay, and if you'll, I'm going to ask that if you could mark where you pulled in with a J for Julie. And where was, you said that there was a car that you saw that Miranda had a child in.
Yes.
Where you put an M for where the car was located that she was in. All right. And then where is it, if you can, by putting a star, that Miranda was standing when you first saw her, when you first saw her?
What letters did I put?
A
star.
Okay. And at any point, did you see, besides her standing at where the star or the car that's marked with an M, that's her car, did you see her anywhere else?
No.
It was those locations?
Yes.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of your testimony that I just questioned you about?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that defendant's exhibit 5 be admitted.
Judge, we would object to its admission as a general exhibit, but as a demonstrative, we have no objection. Resist the jury's verdict.
May I please see the exhibit? Defense is I'm going to overrule the objection. Defense exhibit 5 is admitted.
I have permission to publish.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 5. And you would agree with me that you claim that your car is parked here where the J is?
Yes.
Now, when you were driving up, did you just drive upon her and stop, or did you drive past her and turn around and come back?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, and then you say that M, is it where, you have an M that's kind of in between two spots. Is it indicating that she was parked in where the silver, it looks like maybe a Toyota, was, or in the empty spot to the left of the M?
I do not recall the exact parking spot.
Okay. But in looking at building number 1 that has a now leasing sign on it, would you agree with me that you put a star to the left of that building and that's where you claim she was standing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you see her for the first time, is she walking this way to
Yes.
the car? All right. And was she waving people down?
Yes.
Okay. And waving people down with a cell phone in her hand and a limp child?
Yes.
So the limp child was with her at that time?
Yes.
Did you make a statement, earlier you stated that the only person you talked to after the 911 person was Mr. Villarreal.
Correct.
Do you recall speaking with Detective Size and giving a statement regarding this?
I do, yes. No, I do.
And would your statement at the time to Detective Size would you remember more at that time or today?
I'm not sure.
Like details of the situation?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you tell Detective Size that there were 3 kids there at the time?
I don't think that I did, no.
So this is the defendant. This is the defendant, and these are the 2 defense attorneys. Just so people know. People are asking who's the defendant. This scumbag. So that's who they are. 4th to 11th. Oh, well, enjoy yourself, Josie. I won't remember by then. I'll be like, where the fuck's Josie?
And did you?
Oh, shit. Wrong
This lady was flagging down people to stop, and she had her limp son in one arm and another baby in another arm, and she was walking down the stairs.
The baby was already in the back seat of the car.
And then, did you also tell him subsequent to that she was walking to her car where one of the kids was already in the car?
Yes.
So were you being accurate at the time when you told Detective Size that there were 2 kids in her arm? Or are you being accurate now when you're saying there's only 1?
I remember 2 kids.
And I understand that. But when you saw her at the time, you claimed that she had 2 kids in her arms.
I remember 2 kids being there.
Would Your Honor, can I approach for a second with counsel?
Well, Mackie and me, you're not going to enjoy this channel, so I think you're probably better off going to another channel to watch it, because you're definitely not going to watch going to enjoy this channel. Unfortunately for you, because do you know what I do? I play fucking titties. I play clams, tits, clams, everything. Look. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. And, sometimes I fancy a bit of cross-dressing. Bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay, bing bong, a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. And sometimes I fancy threes. Sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh, yeah. So I just suggest that you don't. I know it's a serious trial, but at the same time, we can't just fucking change the way we do trials here. It's about bringing some light into people's lives. So we're not going to change that. Fucking hell. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking lighten up a little bit. Fucking hell. Jesus. Can't be tits, will you, Mackie? Fucking hell. Right. Let's go back to it.
With a limp son in one hand and another baby in the other hand.
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Sy that she was flagging down cars
Yes.
and that they wouldn't stop?
Yes.
Did you tell Detective Sy that during all of this she's on the phone?
Yes.
So I'm gonna also approach, if I may, Your Honor, again.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as your Defendant's Exhibit 5, but you can see your stars over there on the, if you will, the left-hand side of the screen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And if I show you Defendant's Exhibit 2, you can see the corner, if you will, of your star. If I were to, and this is, it's a little fuzzy because of the mechanism, but the photo is not fuzzy. But would you agree with me that your star would have been somewhere around here?
Yes.
Okay, at this corner, correct? All right. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3, which is a side angle of that same corner coming around, right, where you're standing. Would you agree with me that there's no stairs anywhere around there?
Correct.
Now, you claim that you know that Benji was breathing at
Yes.
the time.
Yes.
Is that your testimony today?
Yes.
But is it possible that over time you may have misremembered whether or not he was breathing?
I wouldn't misremember that.
Okay. So it's your testimony today that you couldn't possibly have been mistaken of whether the child had already passed when you saw the child.
Objection, that's an answer.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
He was still breathing at the time. I physically got out and touched him, and his chest was moving.
And do you recall, was this around 11 in the morning?
Yeah, it was around lunchtime.
Okay. All right, thank you. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
We would ask you to excuse.
Yes, I would.
Ms. Center, thank you very much. Officer, that microphone is on and can be moved however you need to so that we can hear you.
Okay.
And state, please.
Officer Hoyos, could you please spell your first name for the record?
Rosendo, it's Rosendo.
Officer Hoyos, how are you employed?
With San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
Just short of 25. I'm at 24 in 9 months.
During that time, what positions have you had?
I was patrolman the entire time.
Did you patrol in different jurisdictions during the time?
Yes, sir.
And how does that work when you're on patrol?
We are assigned certain areas which are broken down into districts, and we kind of primarily stay in that area. There's times to where we get jumped over, crossed over to different parts to respond to calls.
So would it be fair to say that there's always patrol assigned to some part of San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
At all times?
Yes, sir.
And how many shifts are there?
We've got 4 shifts.
So there's kind of like coverage where you may get assigned to a different region or a different time slot, but you're sort of always doing the same thing as patrol, right?
Yes, sir.
Could you please describe for the jury kind of what the responsibilities are specifically of a patrolman?
We answer all kinds of calls. It doesn't matter if it's for dogs in the neighborhood or, to more aggravated offenses, but everything in between. It's a large spectrum.
Would it be fair to say that who's usually the first person on scene at a potential offense?
The patrolman is usually the first individual on the scene.
So how is it that when you're on patrol, you determine what calls you need to go to?
We have a dispatcher, and the dispatcher gets calls from the call taker, and she's fed all these calls, and she looks at her screen to see who's going to end up going to what call, whoever's closest.
So basically, when someone calls 911, where does that call go?
It goes to the call takers, 911 call takers.
And then who do they communicate with at the police department?
They take down all the information and they send it off to our dispatchers.
Okay, and then it's the dispatchers that assign it to patrol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so were you on duty in your patrol capacity on August the 17th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what your assignment was that day?
The assignment was 2110. I was working neighboring to the call that I'm here for.
Okay, so like what kind of area part of town is that?
Central side, just right to the west of 35, north of Ceballos, as far as I believe it's Houston now.
Okay, so that day, did you have occasion to be dispatched to the Children's Hospital of San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And what case number was that in relation to?
Oh, I do not recall the case number. I don't recall a lot of case numbers due to having numerous calls. Yeah.
How was the case number created?
Okay, so we have an incident number that's assigned to us on every single call we go to. We generate the case number by hitting the tab on our screen, which automatically generates that there's going to be a report written for this.
And what is the format of that? I mean, what is never mind, I will throw the question. Could you bring your mic a little closer to make sure we're picking you up? Do you recall making a report in regards to that incident at the Children's Hospital on August 17, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your memory as to what the SAPD case number was if you were to review a copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Tendering defense has been marked as State Exhibit 1. Officer Hoyos, I'm handing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
It's my report.
And could you please use it to refresh your memory as to what the SAPD case number was for that call that you responded to?
Yes,
August
sir.
17th?
Yes, sir. It's SAPD 21-16-08-86.
And I'm going to remind you to just use the document to refresh your memory. Please don't testify directly from it.
All right.
So, being dispatched to the Children's Hospital of San Antonio, where is that located?
Oh, it's on Santa Rosa Street, the exact, 333 North Santa Rosa.
And what was the nature of that call that you were responding to?
Your Honor, if you could approach just quickly.
Sure.
So the question was, what was the nature of the call that you were responding to?
Originally, it was a call for injured there was a child, there was an injury for a child.
And did you have any information before you arrived on scene of the age of the child?
Yes, I believe it's stated in the details, 4-year-old child.
What was the, who was it that contacted the police to respond to the hospital, if you know?
Hospital staff.
Okay. When you're dispatched to a scene like that, you said an injured person, a 4-year-old, what are your kind of responsibilities as the first officer showing up on scene?
Usually talk to staff, find out what information they've got, all personal data pertaining to why I'm there. Then we'll separate the individuals if possible and talk to them separately. If it's a small, something minor, we'll just talk to them while they're together.
Okay. So when you're speaking, okay, in what order did you do those things on this day? Do you remember?
Got there, I spoke to hospital staff. They briefed me with what they had. They told me that Benjamin was in the certain room. They told me they had the mother separated, and there was other family members that were there also in a separate room or another different hall.
Now, when you say the mother, who are you referring to?
Miranda.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know if she's the biological mother of Benjamin or not?
No, she's not.
Okay. So she's the caretaker. She's not the biological.
Correct.
And they said, so Benjamin was already in a different room. She had been separated. There were other family members.
Yes.
Okay. Do you go check on Benjamin?
Not right away. I was trying to get details from the staff.
Okay.
What information they had.
Yeah. So you speak to staff and they give you the information, like, for example, who the injured party is, right?
Yes, sir.
And like what steps they're taking to try to assist him, right?
Correct.
And then other people who are present, like you said. After that, what do you do next?
Well, that time I was told that he had passed away. Which totally took me by surprise as I'm there to see a child that has injuries. At that time, I trying to get assistance from officers and security to try and keep an eye on mom, the other family members. And then I believe I went to go see Benjamin.
I have here what's been marked as State's Exhibits 2 through 14, tendering to defense for inspection. Can you please review States 2 through 13 and let me know if you've seen those before?
I'm assuming that's 14.
Yes, this is 14. So do you recognize States 2 through 13?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
Pictures of Benjamin as he's lying on the gurney.
And so are States 2 through 13, are those a fair and accurate representation of Benjamin Cervera's body when you viewed him at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer to admit States 2 through 13 into evidence.
No objection. State's Exhibits 2 through 13 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. So looking at States 2, this is all after you had seen him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So who was it that actually took these photographs?
I believe the CSI that I called, that arrived after I called for, was Tiffany Lozano.
Okay. And so these, in States 3, it's kind of hard to see. There's something under the ear there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what's being measured in States 4?
Appears to be a bruise on his forehead, right side of his forehead.
And in States 5, what is that showing?
He's got a tube. I'm sorry. I apologize. He's got a tube that's coming out of his mouth. His vest.
In Stage 6, what, if anything, do you notice about the ear
There's blood coming out of that. What's right leg? It's coming out of his ear.
In stage 7, what is this picture of?
That's Benjamin's back, and he's got bruises from there all the way down to his buttocks.
And I'm going to show you. It's kind of hard to see on the Scantron, but looking at stage 7, can you see any hair visible in stage 7?
Yes, sir.
In stage 8, what is shown in that?
Those are his buttocks bruising. Looks like some old bruising as well.
I'm going to skip to stage 10. What is stage 10 showing?
Benjamin lying there in a diaper. He had soiled himself.
And so the diaper appears soiled, is there?
Yes.
And then there's some other moisture here, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I don't know what that is from.
And then in stage 13.
More bruising.
So how would you describe the physical condition of Benjamin Cervera's body when you observed him?
Poorly. He showed signs of abuse. Bruising.
Objection, Your Honor. He is not qualified as an expert and is not able to testify whether or not those are signs.
That objection is sustained.
So physically, would you say that he appears to have a healthy amount of weight?
No, sir.
Yes.
Objection again, he's not an expert and not qualified to make that opinion.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, I would ask for the jury to be instructed to disregard the prior.
The jury will disregard the last answer of the witness.
Was he thin?
Yes.
Could you see bones through his skin?
Yes.
Where?
Chest cavity area. His legs. I've got children. I've got grandchildren, and they don't have that.
Non-responsive.
Sustained. And also, Officer DeHoyos, I'm going to have you speak up just a little
I'm
bit.
sorry.
We're having issue. I'm having a little bit of an issue hearing you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. D'Amico.
So after you viewed Benjamin's body, what did you do next at the hospital?
That day, I had lieutenant sergeants talking to me. I was trying to get information. It was fairly hectic. I believe I talked to the staff, and like I said earlier, I was trying to get hospital security to assist and watch certain areas. I called for extra officers.
So what's the purpose of asking for hospital staff to kind of be watching these people who are at the hospital?
Just want to make sure that nobody ends up bleeding, or, I don't want to go back to the room and find out an individual that we need to talk to is not there.
Yeah. What is SAPD's training as far as when you arrive on scene and there's multiple potential witnesses and maybe say they're all huddled together talking?
We try and separate
Why is that?
everyone, so that way the stories are to each individual. That way they're not cooperated. Once somebody else starts talking, usually somebody else agrees with that. We get more information talking to each individual separately.
So if, for example, you had a case who was a complainant, right? They're making a complaint that a crime might have happened.
Yes, sir.
And they're on scene and the defendant is there. Would the policy be to separate them before questioning them or questioning them while they're still together?
No, we want to separate them, preferably, yes.
So after you've done all this work about talking to the staff, looking at Benjamin's body, you've done work to make sure the witnesses are separated. Which, if any, of those witnesses did you yourself speak to on scene?
I spoke to Miranda, just letting her know what was going to happen. I was waiting for detectives to arrive on scene. I went to go talk to biological mother and the aunt, and Brandon was in that room as well, the father. There was just a lot of emotions going on. Biological mother was crying and distraught.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and, at this state, and 403 or 441.
That's overruled. You can go ahead.
So you said that you had spoken to you recall the name of the aunt that you spoke to?
Yes, I spoke to her in the hallway. Her name was Candace Sanchez, I believe it was.
Oh, okay. So, and you said that Brandon Cervera, the father of Benjamin, was in the room. Did you speak to him?
I didn't ask any direct questions. I was just letting them know that, we had detectives on the way. I was trying to calm down.
So when you say them, who was with the defendant when you were talking?
That would be the biological mother, whose name escapes me. And I believe it was her sister or niece. It was some other family member that was there next to her.
Of the biological?
Correct, yes, sir.
Do you recognize the person who you identified as the father of Benjamin Cervera here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. It's right there in gray suit.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. You said that you were waiting for detectives to arrive. How is it that detectives get involved in an investigation?
Well, depending on the call, we decide what unit we're going to call, which is going to dispatch, or they're going to self-assign themselves to our case. And this case, since it was a child that passed away, we have to contact homicide.
Okay. So who was it that you contacted? Which detective? How does that work?
So there's usually a call taker assigned for the day, and that detective will get all the pertinent information down and talk to somebody else that's there in the office, and they get assigned to go to, or whoever's available, I'm assuming, to get assigned to the case.
So how do a detective's responsibilities to a case differ from yours as a patrolman?
There's more pertinent to the elements of the offense. They want to get extreme information that they know what they need or require for whatever call it is.
So when you make a scene, do you always call a detective?
If we feel a need that we need a detective, depending on the aggravated offense, usually yes.
So if it's a type of crime where there might be a detective assigned, you would contact that division?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then you give them all your information as the patrolman, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're saying, you said something about as far as meeting the elements. Does that mean the charging decisions?
Correct.
Okay. So generally speaking, you would say it's fair to say that it's a detective that does charging decisions, not a patrolman.
Correct. Sometimes I'm told, or we, as patrolmen, are told to title this as whatever they think for now, and then later on during the investigation, they'll bump it up if they need to, or they'll leave it as is. And if I'm mistaken, he told me to go and write it up as an apparent sudden death at that time.
Okay. And so what does that mean when you say an apparent sudden death?
Just that we have the individual that has passed away.
Okay. And so, I mean, but just that designation, that's like a type of report, right?
Yes, sir.
And when is it used? I mean, obviously there has to be a death, and I would assume it's sudden, but is it used only in certain types of situations, or how's that?
Gosh, it ranges. It's like for suicides or wherever there's some sort of death that we're going to go ahead and assign this report, apparent sudden death at that time.
So which, okay. So the follow-up investigation, because you had said, maybe depending on follow-up and get investigation, the charges change.
Correct.
Said that.
Yes.
Who is it that's responsible for conducting those follow-up investigations?
The detectives that are assigned.
Okay. So I want to take you back in time to after you've spoken to the witnesses on scene. So this is after you've already spoken to staff and seen Benjamin. Do you recall ever observing Miranda's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that located?
I was parked outside of the emergency room drive where first responders pull up. Apparently she had followed EMS.
It is a photo of that, what's described in States 14.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Let me let you look at States
I
14.
remember it was a Chevrolet Malibu, I believe.
I'm showing you it's been marked as States 14.
Silver color.
Do you recognize States 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is States 14 a fair and accurate representation of that vehicle as you viewed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, we would offer States 14. I believe I'm already tendered defense, but I'll do so.
No objection.
States Exhibit 14 is admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Judge. So looking at States 14, this is right outside of the Children's Hospital.
Yes, sir. Emergency room.
Okay. And when you observed the vehicle, what did you notice about it?
It was parked out there. I believe there was a baby seat inside there. That's all that I can recollect about that.
From the hospital, I assume, how long does it take for all of these other people that you need to assist you in this developing case to arrive at scene?
It varies. The detectives may be tied up elsewhere, or they might be there in the office. I can't really give you a specific time.
Would it be fair to say you were at the hospital for 2 hours?
Yes.
When was it that you left the hospital?
I'm going to say right around 2 something, maybe 3.
In the afternoon.
Yes.
So, did you have any other responsibilities on scene before you wrote your report and kind of handed off to detectives? Did you transport anyone?
No, I personally did not transport anybody. Other officers did, if I'm not mistaken. They transported Thomas.
And what was your understanding of the transporting that was done by other officers?
Just that they were being transported. I mean,
Who was the?
Individuals that were possibly, they needed information in more in-depth detail.
So, for example, like the people who you described earlier as the witnesses that you accepted.
Yes.
Some of those people were transported by other officers, right?
To headquarters, to the homicide unit.
Okay. And that was to speak with detectives, right?
Correct.
And how does that comport with general SAPD policy?
They usually conduct their interview there.
And that's at the request of the detective that they would be transported. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to pass it.
Counsel.
Yes. Defendants Exhibit 6, 7, and 8. Do you mind reviewing those? Telling me you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that defendants Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted.
No objection.
Defendants Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 are admitted and may be published.
So I'm going to start with defendants Exhibit, and I don't know how to make this like.
There's a plus and minus.
Showing you what's in marked defendants Exhibit 6, do you see the blood that is coming out of his nose? The little.
I see a little red mark, yes.
And showing you what's been marked as defendants Exhibit 8. Do you see all of by this little boy's body?
It might be urine, it may be some of the saline. I can't honestly say, but yeah. Report.
No. No, those are mine. Sure.
No, the staff told me that he saw himself. I can't say that all of that is from Benjamin. I saw tubes there, and so it could be saline or some other.
Okay, and on State's Exhibit 8, can you see where that same liquid? Do you see that on State's Exhibit 8?
I
you see it?
can't really.
Sorry, I'm gonna hand it to you personally.
Okay.
This is messing up the image.
I believe I see some of the diaper. It looks kind of like a yellowish tinge, which I see is urine.
And then in comparing that to Defendant's Exhibit 8, would you agree that that's the same, like when he is rolled over, that's what's underneath him, correct?
Yes, well, that's what, yes.
Okay. Can I leave your photos?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Now, you said that was a picture of her car.
The vehicle she was driving, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you also happen to look inside the car?
For a brief moment, yes, sir. From what I remember, yes.
And you would agree with me that Benji was transported to the hospital in the front right passenger seat, correct?
I couldn't honestly say. I don't remember that information. I know that there was 2 other children in the vehicle, so a total of 3 plus Miranda.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 9, 10, and 11. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I ask for Defendant's Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 to be admitted.
Judge, I'm going to object to predicate just because he recognizes that it doesn't say what the context is or relevancy.
The objection from the state is sustained.
Great. The child was transported to, well, let me ask you this. Miranda calls 911. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No, I don't know if it was her or it was somebody else that had called.
Okay. But are you aware that she stops at Josephine and Broadway to wait for EMS?
That's what I was told by the hospital staff, which she told.
And at that point, EMS arrives and she's doing CPR.
CPR.
Sorry, CPR.
That's what I'm told, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the inside of the car would be relevant for purposes of seeing what it looked like and what Benji was being transported in, correct?
Correct, for a possible crime scene.
Okay. And so you did observe the car that day.
Yes,
And Defendant's Exhibit 9 and Defendant's Exhibit 10 are pictures of the inside of that car, correct?
it appears so, yes, ma'am.
And Defendant's Exhibit 11 is a photo of Miranda Costas, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw her that day.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke with her.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what she looked like that day, correct?
I don't recall the
Can you
shirt.
see it again?
Sure.
Who took these photos?
That would be Tiffany Lozano. She's our CSI.
Okay.
I'm assuming that she's the one that photographed. She's the only one there with the camera.
Is that an accurate representation of what you observed Miranda to look like on
Yes.
August 17th, 2021 at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask for Defendant's Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 to be admitted.
No objection.
Defendants Exhibit 9, 10, and 11 are admitted and may be published.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 9. You would agree that that's the inside photo of the car, looking from the driver's side,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And that Defendant's Exhibit number 10, make sure it's turned right, is a photo of liquid that's in a seat, correct?
At one point in time, yes.
Okay.
Um,
And that it's wet, it's fresh wetness. It's dark.
It's dark. I mean, I've had lots of cases where there's some sort of syrupy type mixture. It usually dries up a little darker than just regular liquid, such as water or Gatorade or something like that. I can't say that is urine.
Sure. And you're in charge of the crime scene at that point, or who's in charge of it?
Well, I pretty much got control of all parties till the detectives get there, until I get other officers out there to help me out.
And you're in charge of securing evidence, correct?
Yes.
Did you take any samples of the liquid in the seat to see what it was?
No, ma'am. We as officers don't do that. CSI will take samples.
Are you aware of whether Tiffany Lozano took a sample?
No, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and this is what you said Miranda Costas looked like that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that she has blood on her shirt on both shoulders.
It appears so, yes. The reddish, yeah.
Did you ask her how that got there?
I did not, ma'am.
Now, if there were 2 other kids in the car, do you know that there's 2 other kids there that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall them being around 8 months and the other one being maybe 3 years?
Yeah, right about there.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it appears to be the same vehicle. I don't remember the exact number of car seats that were there, but just vague scan.
Okay, but it's a photo of the back seat of the vehicle as it was at the hospital that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it appears so, yes.
Okay. And I'm tendering Defendant's Exhibit 12, and asking for its admission.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 12 is admitted and may be published.
All right, so when I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit 12, that car that Miranda brings to the hospital, that it was used before that to transport Benji,
Yes,
right?
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis. These two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. And I can't wait to go to meet these two Speedos Pro. See you in Boston, boys. There you go, Viv. You ask, and I deliver. At my age, I need something to keep my heart pumping. There you go. Well, Dennis and Dana. Dana and Dennis for you, half pint. Yeah, I always look out for the ladies in chat. Don't you worry. Anytime you want any more of Dana and Dennis, ladies, just let me know. Or I can sprinkle some Scott in there as well if you want.
You can see that there's two car seats on either side in the back seat, correct?
Forward facing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, did you learn that day what Miranda's version of events were?
I'm objecting to your suggestion.
That question can be answered, that question in particular. Any question as to what her statements were, I will sustain the objection.
Did you learn
Yes, ma'am.
Miranda's version of events?
I did not speak to her about all those events. A lot of the information I got was from the hospital staff. My lieutenant was calling me, my sergeant.
Objection, honor, non-responsive.
Okay,
That's sustained, and officer, I just need to remind you just to speak up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay,
Yes,
just speak up, speak a little slower so that we can all hear you and speak clearly.
Okay.
Counsel, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you did learn from somebody what Miranda claimed the version of events were that day.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in learning what the version of events were, did you become aware that she stopped at Broadway and Josephine?
From what I was told, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know what her address was that day?
It was an address off of Eisenhower's where she resided. I don't remember the specific. It was an apartment, I can say that.
Would looking at your police report and State's Exhibit 1 refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. And you're asking for her address?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it is. My report reads 3031 Eisenhower Road.
And do you normally patrol in that area, or is that outside of your?
No, that's a totally different section. Still within SAPD jurisdiction, but I work central. And I believe that's north patrol.
Would Josephine and Broadway be in your district?
In my district, no, it is considered central.
Do you recall whether or not it was at a Bolero that she was stopped?
I believe it was a gas station, but I can't honestly say it was Bolero.
Have you ever used Google Maps before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you use it to kind of estimate the distance between one address and the other?
For traffic accidents,
Right. So
Yeah.
you've used it before?
yes.
Right. my first, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you just Google Maps and if, my computer.
Yes, ma'am.
And if it helps, how long is the distance between 3031 Eisenhower Road and Josephine and Broadway?
According to Google Maps, it's 4.5 miles.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take to go that distance?
Jack, calls for speculation, Judge.
That's sustainable.
So at that location, it is where CPR is being performed, correct?
I can't honestly say, but that's what I gathered from what Miranda told hospital staff.
And did you develop a timeline for?
I'm sorry, real quick. It may have been the fire department that briefed the hospital staff also. Yes.
Okay, but did you develop a timeline from when she left 3031 Eisenhower to when she got to Broadway and Josephine?
She had woken up that morning right around 10 o'clock.
Jack said, here's the motion. Also not responsible.
I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, but so is it accurate to say that you had developed a timeline of what?
According to what was said, it was after 10 o'clock because 10 o'clock is around the time that she woke up and she saw that Benjamin was foaming from the mouth.
And at that time, do you know when the 911 call was made?
If I'm not mistaken, I got to the hospital or I was dispatched out there at 11:40. And so sometime between 10 and 11:40.
Would seeing a incident detail report in this case refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call came in?
Sure. Incident details for our dispatch. Yes, if it has it in there.
Okay. All right. I apologize because you don't respond to the 911 call, do you?
No, ma'am, I went straight to the hospital. That's where I was dispatched to.
But you respond to a call from hospital staff, not to a call that came through 911 dispatch.
Correct. Yeah.
What was Miranda's demeanor at the hospital?
It was pretty much, she didn't seem like there was a child that had passed. Most people are usually crying and all kinds of emotions going on. She has kind of like a look of, how can I describe it? Like as if though everything was okay type thing.
Now, but the other family members there all had, they were crying and all had appropriate, what you perceived as appropriate responses to the situation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that Brandon Cervera was there at the hospital.
Yes.
But now, are you aware that Benjamin Cervera had mumbling spots?
You know, other than what I saw on him, but that was it.
Do you know what mumbling spots are?
Are those the old bruising? Yes.
That they look like bruising
Yes.
on his back and buttocks?
If that's where he told me it was at, then what I saw was bruising from his neck down to his buttocks. I couldn't tell you specifically what it was.
I pass on this.
Mr. D'Amico?
Yes, Judge. I'm going to show you some exhibits with the fence. Okay. So, showing you State's Exhibit 10, you had talked about this with defense. Do you know what these sort of wire-looking things on his body are?
They're leads.
Sorry?
Leads to get, heartbeats, respirations, I guess, information that staff needs.
And so speaking with staff, did they tell you that they had given him any kind of fluids as part of their treatment?
Not that I can recollect. I can't honestly say that.
Do you recall, I mean, you said that this wetness, you weren't sure, it could have been urine or it could have been saline.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
When you were speaking with defense about this, and she asked you if this was urine, what was your response?
I can't honestly say that that is all urine.
In your response, did you mention saline?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Previous calls that I've had before, there's liquid all over the place sometimes. And so I'm assuming that they may have used something.
So sometimes people are hydrated, including saline solution, when they're being treated.
And objection, Your Honor, calls for facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. Here, State's 10. Did you go and touch that?
I did not, sir.
Can you tell this jury if that was wet
I honestly can't.
or if it was just a stain?
Like I said, in my tenure in the department, there's certain stains that are dry, but they appear to be wet.
And State's 11. You had spoken with defense about these red marks on her shirt, and she had said that those appeared to be blood. You agreed with that statement, right?
I'm assuming yes, because there was blood on Benjamin.
So it's an assumption. You don't know for a fact that's blood.
No, I don't. I think I mentioned that it was reddish.
Pass the witness.
I don't have any questions at this time.
May this witness be excused?
No.
Okay. Officer Boyos, you are excused.
Where you need us most, keeping you informed, keeping you safe. Expect more with the KSAT 12 Weather Authority. More interviews with pivotal players and coaches. More.
And it goes pretty.
KSAT Connect.
Officer.
I don't disagree with you, Josie. I don't disagree with you at all there. To be fair, I dare not disagree with Josie. Otherwise, I'd be pinned on the wall. Anytime I disagree with her, I get pinned on the wall and be like, don't disagree with me. But actually, I totally agree with you. Yeah. No one acts the same. It's not evidence. I agree. Totally agree.
But could you also be requested by a detective?
By a detective or even an additional CSI who needs help or anything like that.
So how does that process work when you get on scene? What is it that you're looking to do?
It depends. We get there. It's not our responsibility to investigate. We go off of what the detectives want us to do, want us to look for, or the officers.
So were you working in that capacity as a CSI on August the 17th of 2021?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to be called to 3031 Eisenhower?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of your call there?
It was to basically, it sounds like photograph an apartment, but it was to kind of head out there and wait a homicide detective to get there.
Okay. Where is that location located?
The apartment off of Eisenhower Road.
Would that be located inside Bear County?
Correct, yes.
You said that you made the scene and you had to wait for potentially other people to arrive. Who was that?
It was a homicide detective with SAP, Detective Goodman.
And is that typical that you would wait until detectives arrive before you begin processes?
Yes.
Why is that?
For this particular reason, we couldn't enter the apartment. They were going to bring a consent to search form.
Okay. So the reason that you entered the apartment was at the request of police, but that was because of the consent of someone who lived there?
Correct.
Okay. When you made the scene, what did you do to document the scene once you spoke with detectives, et cetera?
What we would do is just kind of walk through the apartment, starting from the outside, working our way in, and just kind of photograph everything as is without touching anything, moving stuff, just to kind of look how it looks originally. And then from there, the detective kind of tells us where to go.
Okay. And when you say tells us where to go, what do you mean by that?
Just like photographs, photograph this, please. Try to get this, please, and stuff like that.
They might tell you to collect certain items. Then.
Correct. If they want anything collected, they'll tell us to do it.
How many photos did you take of that apartment that you were dispatched to?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Do you remember writing a report in your capacity as a CSI in association with this search?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to the number of photos you took to review that report?
Yes.
Your Honor, tendering to defense has been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Permission to approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Acosta. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is my supplement report.
What are the circumstances in which you write a supplement report?
Anytime we get called out or requested to actually do stuff, we have to do a supplement report of what we did.
And what case number is that report associated with?
SAPD 21160886.
And what was the address that you were dispatched to?
3031 Eisenhower Road.
Does it appear to be that there's an apartment number?
Yes, number 1.
And how many photographs did you take inside the apartment?
185.
Okay. 185 photos. How would you describe that process? I mean, when you're taking photos, what are you looking for? What are you doing?
Just anything out of the ordinary, but also just photographing everything, essentially. So from the center of the room, just a 360, the doorways, entryways, anything out of the ordinary, and then, of course, anything requested by detectives or officers.
When you arrived on scene, was there anyone in the apartment?
No, not in the apartment.
When you entered the apartment, who else was there?
There was some SAPD officers, and then, of course, the detective.
I'm tendering to defense, which was previously marked as State's Exhibits 16 through 73.
Mr. D'Amico, I'm sorry, what was the number range?
16 through 73.
Thank you very much. Okay.
The State's Exhibit 16 through 73. Could you please review those and let me know if there's any that you do not recognize?
No, they took
Of where?
the apartment on Eisenhower Road.
Okay. Are they a fair and accurate representation of how the apartment appeared on the afternoon of August the 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we would offer States 16 through 73 in evidence.
Your Honor, if I could just take on a brief what I rest of the time.
Sure.
So do you know what time you arrived at the apartment?
Not specifically. I know my photo board, it shows 2:08.
2:08 in the afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objections to the evidence?
No objections.
Okay, States Exhibit 16 through 73 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have those.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. What is State's Exhibit 16?
That is what's called a photo board. It's what we start off with when it comes to taking photos.
Okay, and so so this is your name here, right?
Correct.
And then defense was asking you about date and time. And so what does that time indicate?
When we're about to start taking photographs.
Okay, so you make up this photo board and this is usually your first photo?
Yes.
Okay. What's the purpose of State 17? What's shown there?
To show the outside of the apartment building and that there are 30 units located inside that particular building.
And number 18?
Just inside that front entryway.
And then 19?
The exterior of apartment number 1.
Okay. What about 20?
An overall image of the living room,
And where is this compared to the door we saw in 19?
just inside,
And it states 21.
close up of a bookshelf,
Do you know if that's by the door also?
in the living room.
States 22, what is that?
It's like a security camera inside of the apartment.
What's this in states 23?
A view of the table in the dining room.
And can you see that from the front door?
It's a ways on the other side of the room.
And in states 24, what's that?
Another angle of the dining room table.
What is this that appears to be next to a white cup?
Could you point to it again?
Can you tell what that is?
Not from right here.
Okay. If I were to show you, though, states number 26, what does that appear to be?
Looks like egg, scrambled egg, and tinfoil.
What else is there? Is there anything else other than eggs? It looks like on that tinfoil.
It looked like a red liquid.
And what's in states 27?
It was a styrofoam cup with this, what appears to be the same red liquid.
Okay. Are you familiar with what kind of liquid that might be?
Could be soda for juice.
What about states 28?
That was just underneath the dining room table on the floor in the dining room.
And could you tell, what is that?
It appears to be the same liquid from the table on top.
Could it be blood?
It didn't appear to be blood, no.
What's in states 29?
That's a view of the kitchen area of the apartment.
And a view from where? Like, where are you standing to look into the kitchen from this angle?
From the hall, it's kind of an open concept from the living room, dining room area. So kind of like the dining room, living room area.
And in states 30?
Another view of the kitchen.
In states 31?
Another view just looking more down.
In states 32, what's that in the middle of the frame? Would it be fair to say that that is capturing everything that's in states 30 and 31?
It could be, yes.
States 33?
A more close-up view of the same camera.
In states 34, what is this here in the center on this cabinet?
It appears to be some kind of locking safety device.
And in states 35?
A more close-up view of it.
And so how does it appear to you that this mechanism would work?
That little cord would go into the bigger mechanism, and then it's operated by code.
And so, if this little metal piece here were to be inserted into this piece, and these numbers were to change, it would be locked. Is that fair to say?
Possibly, yes.
In states 36, what is that?
Another type of locking device in the kitchen.
And in states 37, what are these here? Can you tell that?
Like the little dials like on locks.
Like numbers.
Right.
So it's a similar thing where, you'd have to have the right number combination to open it.
Correct.
What's in states 38?
Another type of something to keep the cabinet closed.
And that's on the interior of the pantry?
It appears so, yes.
How does that compare to states 36?
The one on the other one was on the inside, and that's on the outside.
So this is the inside of that?
Possibly, yes.
I'm sorry, states 38 shows the inside of the same cabinet depicted in states 36.
Yes.
And what's visible in states 40?
Just an overall the inside of the pantry in the kitchen.
And there seems to be all sorts of food visible, right?
Yes.
What's shown in states 41?
Close up of bread.
And in 42?
Just a downward view of the same pantry.
In states 43?
Another one of those locking mechanisms on a different cabinet.
Where is this cabinet compared to the one that's in states 36 and 38?
I believe right above that pantry that we just looked at.
And what's states 44?
Just a close up of the locking mechanism.
And that would be operated with this other piece that's in states 43, is that right?
It appears like yes.
States 45? I'm sorry, I need to. Can you tell?
That looks like another view of the pantry, or one of the closets in the kitchen.
And that one is not the same one in 36, right?
Correct.
Would it be opposite the wall?
Correct.
Facing?
That's like the living room, dining room to the right, that little doorway.
Okay. States 46. Where is this?
The second bedroom.
And From your observation of the second bedroom, whose bedroom was that?
It appeared to be a children's bedroom.
It appears that there's things are sort of in a like the bed looks a little messy. Is that right?
Yes.
Is this the condition that the room was in when you first saw it?
Yes.
Okay. States 47. What is that?
Another angle from the same bedroom.
What is this here near the bottom of States 47?
Children's mattress.
States 48. What is that that's in the center near this curtain?
Another one of those security cameras in the children's bedroom.
And what's in States 49?
A more close-up view of it.
What about States 50?
Another angle of the children's bedroom.
And comparing that to States 47, where would that be?
Facing in that, or standing in that corner, now facing the opposite way.
Okay. States 51.
That is the doorway to the hallway from the children's bedroom.
What is this here in the doorway?
A little child gate.
States 52.
Just a close-up of some clothes on the floor.
States 53.
They overall the closets in the children's bedroom.
So I want to compare. If we're looking at 53 compared to 51, so that's 51, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we're looking at 53, this door on the left of 53, is that visible in 51?
Yes, it's that door right there in the middle. One to the right.
On the right?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about these closet doors in the children's bedroom?
They appear to have another little safety mechanism on the top of both of them.
And what is shown in States 54?
A half of the locking mechanism.
And is that what this little thing on the door appears to be?
Correct.
States 55, what is that?
That is the inside of one of the closets, and that's the second half of the locking mechanism.
And so how does it appear to you that the mechanism in States 44 and 45 would operate?
It appears like it goes through in between the door frame and the door itself, and then to the outside.
And what's States 46? 56.
The inside of the closet, more close up.
States 57, is this the same door that we've just been looking at?
That's the other closet door to the right.
Okay. And what's shown in States 58?
Another one of those locking mechanisms.
And in States 59?
The inside of that second closet.
In States 60?
A close-up of the inside second closet, the other half of the mechanism.
So these three pictures show the same mechanism on the other closet, is that fair to say?
It's fair to say yes.
Okay. Stage 61, what is this?
A more direct view of that children's mattress.
And in 62?
A more close-up showing some clothes and some kind of apparent yellow liquid.
And what's in 63?
A more close-up of the apparent yellow liquid.
Okay. 64, what is that?
That is a overall the inside of one of the children's closets.
Do you recall, if we look back at stage 53, which one of these closets that was?
Not off the top of my head now.
In stage 65?
Just a more to the right, looking in the same closet.
Stage 66, is this the same room?
No.
And what is shown in stage 67?
That is a view of the master bedroom, primary bedroom of the apartment.
Over here to the left, there's a doorway. Where does that go?
Into the hallway.
And how far from that doorway is the entrance to the children's room?
Approximately 8 feet-ish.
And if you were to head out that doorway, what direction would you go to get to the children's bedroom?
The right.
And if you were to try to go to the rest of the apartment, which direction would you go?
To the left.
And then stage 68, where's that?
Another view of the master bedroom.
What is this that's here, kind of in the center?
Crib.
69?
View of the bed in the master bedroom.
70?
Another view of the master bedroom.
What is in stage 71?
Close above some mail.
Where was the mail found?
I don't recall.
What's the purpose of taking pictures of mail?
The detective requested it for the name.
Trying to get it to. There it goes. And what's the name that's visible on that?
Brandon Cervera.
And what's the address?
3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment 1.
What's shown in states 72, sorry, let me zoom out.
That is the bathroom that was in the hallway. That's the kitchen area behind it.
Well, is this in the hallway or in the bathroom?
That is in the bathroom.
But it's off of that same hallway.
Correct.
Did this cabinet have any locks on it?
No.
And what's in state 73?
Some medication.
And what's the name associated with that medication?
Benjamin Cervera.
And what does it say as the directions?
Apply 3 drops into both ears 3 times daily for 14 days.
So you observed some locks in the kitchen. I want to go back to those. Would it be fair to say that everywhere that there was a lock on a cabinet, you took a photo of it? Or a door?
It's possible.
Were there any cabinets that you saw that had a lock that you did not take a picture of?
Not that I remember, no.
What was contained inside all of the areas in the kitchen that were locked?
Food, kitchen supplies.
In regards to, for example, looking here, there are other cabinets in this photo that aren't locked, right?
Correct.
But those didn't contain food, is that right?
I don't remember.
Just a moment. That's for inspection. Mr. Acosta, I'm showing you States Exhibit 74. Do you recognize States Exhibit 74?
Yes, it's like a diagram of the apartment.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate diagram of the apartment in the condition it was when you were there August the 17th of 21?
It appears so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer States Exhibit 74 into evidence.
No question. States Exhibit 74 is admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. So looking at State 74, what's this down here in the bottom right?
The entryway?
And then across from the kitchen here, what is this room?
That is the second bathroom, the hallway bathroom.
And is that the one where the medication was?
Correct.
Okay. There are 2 bedrooms on this diagram, right?
Yes.
So which one is which?
The one on the top left is the children's bedroom, and then the one on the top right is the master bedroom.
And then so those 2 doors in the children's bedroom, they seem to lead to 2 separate, approximately same size closets, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now looking at this diagram here, right, based on where the doors are positioned, would you be able to tell if those photographs of the interior of the closet was one closet or the other?
Based on interior contents, you could, but without, no.
Okay. So let me show you the diagram again. So this is State 74. So looking at the master bedroom, where would the doorway be to enter or exit the master bedroom?
Right there, that opening in, yeah, right there.
And how many entrances are there to that bedroom?
Just one.
Okay. If you were inside the master bedroom, would you be able to see into the child's bedroom?
No.
Why is that?
Because of the angle of the hallway.
If someone were in the children's bedroom and you were seated in the master bedroom, could you see someone traveling down the hall to get to the kitchen or living room?
Yes.
Passage.
Sorry. And would you agree that's like the approach to 3031 apartment number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you a closer up, which is Defendant's Exhibit 4. This has not been admitted. I just want to know if looking at Defendant's Exhibit 5, is this a closer view of apartment number 1?
It appears so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and apartment number 1,
at 3031 Eisenhower Road is what you ultimately wind up photographing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that Defendant's Exhibit 4 be admitted.
State.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 4 is admitted and may be published.
And then I'm showing, would you agree that this is just, these photos just continue along the path to the door at 3031 apartment number 1?
It appears so.
Entering the city.
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Sawyers, will you say those numbers again, please?
Yes, Defendant's Exhibit 13 and Defendant's Exhibit 14.
Defendant's Exhibit 13 and Defendant's Exhibit 14 are admitted.
Do you have any of the photos? Are these all of them? First 16. Defendant's Exhibit 5, you would agree that this is the approach to apartment number 1, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you walk through here, apartment number 1 would be down the alley, if you will, between the two buildings to the left.
Correct. Right number, so yes.
And then if we continue to walk toward that area, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. You can see, would you agree with me, there's no stairs?
Not yet, no, ma'am.
Okay.
On outside, no.
And so from the roadway, there's no possible way to see someone walking downstairs.
No, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 14, and you would agree with me that this view shows, a step up, but it would have been into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then this was State's Exhibit 17, in which it's showing those numbers that identify which apartment is which, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the apartment number 1 is on the first floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And so then when you walk into this building, on the left is the door that goes into apartment number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And these stairs that are inside the stairwell, they're not visible from the road.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2. And you would agree with me, there's no stairs in Defendant's Exhibit 2.
No, ma'am.
And in Defendant's Exhibit 3, which is a side back view of that apartment, number 1, right? Coming around the side. You would agree with me, there's no stairs that are visible from the road.
No, ma'am.
Now, which detective did you say worked with you that day to instruct you which photos to take?
It was Detective Goodman.
And was Detective Goodwin in communication with Detective Size?
I don't know.
So in order for a detective to guide you in what to photograph, they have to know the facts of the case, correct?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
It helps,
I'm sure it does, yes.
right? Because, if you're looking for a particular item and you don't know what you're looking for, it doesn't do you much good.
Right.
So, did anybody ask you to look for signs of vomiting?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ask you to look for things that might have been thrown away in the trash?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you walk in before anyone else goes in, and you observe the apartment as it was left, correct?
The officers walk in first just to make sure that it's safe because I'm a civilian, so I don't have anything on me. So they make sure it's safe first, and then once they come out, then I go in.
Okay, but when they do that, there was nobody in the apartment, And is it safe to say that they were not moving stuff around or?
Correct, yeah, they should not know.
Okay. So when you walk in and you see, if I can, your arm. I'm showing you State Exhibit 37. You say you take the photographs as is, right? You
Correct.
don't change anything.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so on State Exhibit 37, this mechanism was unlocked
Yes, ma'am.
because you didn't have the code, right?
No, ma'am.
And did you have any problem getting into, I'm showing you State Exhibit 38, did you have any problem getting into that cabinet?
No, ma'am.
And showing you State Exhibit 36, which may be just a scaled out version of that same lock I was just showing you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is what it looked like when you came in.
Yes, ma'am.
State Exhibit 35, that lock is also unlocked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, State Exhibit 31, would you agree with me that there's almond milk container?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's also this cake that's on the counter?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that the refrigerator in State Exhibit 30 was also unlocked?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had no problem getting into any of the cabinets that have locking mechanisms?
No, ma'am.
And in States Exhibit 24, there's food on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the eggs looked like they were fresh eggs?
Yes, ma'am.
They weren't days old or?
It didn't appear so, no.
Okay. And did you look for a receipt at that time to see if there was a receipt in the bag or anywhere around as to what might have been purchased?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 20. And would you agree with me, there's a baby bottle?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, they stick together and there's a lot of them. Okay, and then in regards to States Exhibit 33, there's a security camera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And upon entering, y'all realized that the security cameras were active.
It appeared so, yes.
And in fact, you note in your report that they're Blink security cameras.
Yes.
Okay. And Blink provides security surveillance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they have subscriptions and non-subscriptions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the fact that it's active means that Blink was uploading footage, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. So at this stage, does anyone go and contact Blink to see if they can gain footage?
I'm going to check false speculation.
I asked him if anyone.
If he knows, he can answer that as to his personal knowledge.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. And because you're not in charge of the investigation, correct?
No, ma'am.
And, but at this time, Detective Goodwin does not convey to you that there's been any attempt to salvage the footage.
I'm going to check the hearsay. Answer calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, do you recall the photos that had the mattress with the yellow cord that you pointed out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, as a CSI, are you responsible for obtaining samples of anything you want tested?
If the detective wants it tested, he will request yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the detective request that that urine sample be tested?
No, ma'am.
So you did not preserve it, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, do you have me on 14?
That's true. Yes.
14.
I mean, you admitted 14, you're next on 15.
Thank you for, and then, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 63, you can see the liquid that's ponding, and that and I might need to hand it to you to be closer, but can you also see the, also soap? To you to be closer, but can you also see the glistening wetness in the fabric?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the fabric is also soaked.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, bring your attention to State's Exhibit 47. Do you see the items that are hung up on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and decorations? Would you agree those are kid appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 50, going along the wall, would you also see or agree with me that we have like maps and a solar system?
Yes, ma'am.
Posters, as well as the alphabet.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in State's Exhibit 51, there's actual numbers and a chart and some other charts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you recall in the two closet bedroom, the kids' bedroom, there's two closets? You looked inside both of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me? It didn't look like anybody was sleeping in those closets.
No, ma'am.
In fact, in the closets, they had toys and or a desk with items in it to make it physically impossible to have slept in there.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
There, did you also find pictures of the family that were up in the apartment?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay, and you took pictures of those.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, did you, there's a lot of laundry there. Would you agree? In the apartment?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you notice that the apartment had a washer and dryer?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. Do you know where the washer and dryer would have been in there?
I think there was a closet in the hallway, but I don't remember fully.
If I show you State's Exhibit 74, would refresh your recollection on whether or not there's washer dryers?
It doesn't say so on this, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, out of the 185 photos that you took, would you agree not one of them has a washer and dryer, correct?
I don't remember. I didn't have access to all 185 of my photos.
Oh, you didn't?
I don't think so, no.
So, y'all did not observe or look for any blood at the scene, did you?
I didn't observe any blood, no, ma'am.
Did you observe that there was a mop that was standing in the corner that was behind the sofa that had liquid in it?
I don't remember.
And this was a consensual search, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And it's Brandon Cervera that consented to the search.
I don't remember.
Okay. And there's 3 kids that live in that bedroom. Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am, I wasn't aware.
And you're not aware of the ages of the kids that live there,
No,
correct?
ma'am.
there's children that were in diapers.
I don't know. None of the children were there when I was there.
Okay, did you observe diapers there?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Did you take a photo of the diapers?
It's possible.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Do you recall that? Or, I mean, this is a photo. Is it a photo that you would have taken at the time?
It appears like it would have been, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Defendant's Exhibit 15 is admitted, maybe publish.
And so when you enter the apartment, you can see that this is a bucket. And is there a mop in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like there's cleaning agent or something? It's not clear water. Is it?
Right, like bluish.
Okay. That
Oh, yes.
is located right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so the mop and its bucket are found behind the sofa.
It appears like yes.
Okay. Continuing to state for their review, Defendants Exhibit 16, 17, 18. That's the holdup. Your Honor, they're trying to verify that the photos are on the date.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, and so I think this one is as well. It is. I'll keep this on file. Thank you, Your Honor, for your patience. Sure. All right, so I'm approaching you with Defendants 16, 17, and 18. Would you agree that those are also photos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm asking that Defendants 16, 17, and 18 be admitted.
No objection.
Defendants Exhibit 16, 17, and 18 are admitted.
All right, and so I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 16, and you would agree with me that when you arrive, there's you find a lunchbox on the left of the sink, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you look inside the lunchbox?
No, ma'am.
And you also find dishes, and does it appear that there's food in the dishes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 17, and would you agree with me this is in the closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Closet view, and that there are clean diapers under the dinosaur.
Yes, ma'am, it appears so.
And then showing you what is Defendant's Exhibit 18, and this is the top of a closet now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the children's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's diapers in there as well?
Yes, it appears so.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. D'Amico?
So the defense had asked you about if the detective asked you to look for any signs of vomiting. You said you didn't know. But if you're on scene and you're doing your job as a CSI, if you see a pile of vomit on scene, what would you do?
It would have been photographed.
Okay. And so, like, for example, the defense was asking if there were any signs of blood. You didn't see anything that you thought was blood, right?
No, sir.
But you did take a picture of that red stain that was on the dining room floor, right?
Correct, yes.
And so that's kind of consistent with the procedure, right? If something's out of place or appears to be out of place, you're going to take a picture even if the detective doesn't tell you to.
Correct.
And you follow that practice in taking the photographs of this part.
Correct, yes.
Do you know if what was on the mattress was urine?
No, I don't know.
It was wet.
It was wet, yes.
And the liquid appeared to be yellow.
Yellowish, yes.
That's it.
And just last question. You didn't look inside the trash cans, did you?
I don't think I did, no, ma'am.
And you didn't photograph them, and you didn't look at them, correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further. We'd ask you to excuse.
May this witness be the questions that I've given you, and we'll adjust that microphone however you need to, and state if you would please.
Department, work with the digital forensics.
And so how long were you patrolling?
10 years.
Did you work in any particular parts of town?
I worked all parts of town. I was part of the diaper response unit, so we had responsibility all over.
And so what are the steps to go from a patrolman to becoming a detective?
Well, you have to apply for the position. That's given a civil service test. You take the test. Once you pass it, you're put on a list of viable candidates. And per the openings for detective, you're fit in by your test score.
And so when were you promoted to detective?
At the end of 2010.
And when you were promoted to detective, what assignment were you given?
I was detective with the sex crimes unit, now special investigation, special victims unit.
And how long were you with SVU?
Approximately 4 months.
Okay. And then after those 4 months, where did you go next?
I was then assigned as an undercover detective to the San Antonio Police Vice Unit.
And how long did you do that?
About 7 years.
Okay. And then after you completed your undercover assignment with the Vice Unit, what did you do next?
I then went on as become assigned to the digital forensics unit.
And so what is the digital forensics unit?
Well, the digital forensics unit handles technical investigations. We are a unit, a support unit that supports the criminal investigation divisions. They submit computers, electronic devices to us for us to examine.
And so do you complete those examinations upon whose request?
Upon the request of the submitting detective.
And so what types of devices come into your possession that you complete analysis on, just generally speaking?
Smartphones, mainly. That's the bulk of it. And some computers.
And so as it relates specifically to smartphones, what type of analysis are you completing?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
So they give you a cell phone and they're asking, hey, do an analysis on this. What's the analysis?
The process for examination is that we use some advanced software. In this case, it's Cervera is a company that we use. And we will connect the target device to the Cervera software. It will make a copy of the data on the device. And as an examiner, we'll take that data, we'll process it with other Cervera software, and we'll produce a extraction report for the case detective to further examine the data as well.
Okay. So your analysis is the extraction of data from cellular phones, specifically in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that Cervera technology, just not on a very technical level, but a very general level, how does the process work? Meaning physically, what's the first step?
Well, the phone has to be, the device generally has to be something that we can examine with the software. Not all devices will work, but most will. And it has to be in a state where we can actually connect with it. So sometimes we'll have a locked device, sometimes it will be unlocked. The software itself, depending on which one we use, will generally assist us in accessing that device, whether it's locked or not. connect with it, and then doesn't really extract so much as it copies the data that is on the device. And then we take the stored data, process it with other software, in this case also Celebrate. And as I stated already, we analyze that data into a data extraction report.
So the Celebrate technology is just copying data from a cell phone and placing it within a report or a different, I'd say it's technically a different file.
Essentially, we're copying the data, and then we're presenting it so that it can be put into a report so that it can be further analyzed and examined.
And in this case, if you complete, as it relates to SAPV 211-60886, a extraction for phone for detected size.
Yes, I did.
And what was the basis, meaning the legal basis, in order for you to be able to complete the extraction?
As I remember it, it'll either the search authority for devices either issued on a consent to search, issued by the owner or user of the device, or a search warrant.
Okay. In this case, did you complete the extraction of that phone for detected size?
I did.
And did you provide that evidence to the, or say, you did provide it to detected size, right?
Yes, sir.
Previous to your testimony today, did you and I create certain reports related to certain data from that extraction?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, may I witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states that 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80A. Just looking at the disc, do you recognize the discs?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
By my initials written in red ink on the discs.
Okay. And so all of the evidence that's contained with states exhibits 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80A, do they all come from that cell phone device that you completed the extraction for detective size?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to these particular discs, without specifically talking about what the particular piece of evidence might show, generally what are contained on those discs?
Well, I don't remember specifically each disc, but that's data from the data extraction report that I issued.
And I should say categories. Do some of these discs contain videos?
Yes, they do.
Do some of them contain photos?
Yes.
And do some of these discs contain, or does at least one of these discs contain messaging?
Yes.
As it relates to, I'm going to talk about the videos first. I'm going to show you. Your Honor, we should do about video.
Yes, you have permission to move about the corner.
Thank you. States Exhibit 75, 76, I'm sorry, 75, 79, and 80A. Is it fair to say all of those contain videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking at 78, does this disc also contain videos?
Yes.
And in 78, the files that are contained on 78, are they different than the other ones that are contained on 75, 79, and 80A?
I believe they're surveillance videos, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so 78 are surveillance videos.
That appear to be, yes.
And were you able to review like the file names and the general information that were contained within the extraction report as it relates to those surveillance videos?
Yes.
And when you look at the extraction report specifically for 78A, does it provide a date in which the video was created?
I believe there were dates attached to the file system path.
And were you able to look up, based on the file name and path, what type of device would have initially captured those videos?
I'd have to look at them again, but I believe there was something there that indicated that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
His answer?
I didn't hear the answer.
I said I'd have to make sure and look at them again, but I believe there was some data indicated that in the file path, as he asked.
Do you remember discussing blink camera systems?
Yes.
as it relates to 78A, which again is the surveillance or security videos, did anything about the file name indicate to you the source of those videos?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
I believe it was a model number.
Okay, and were you able to, lack of a better term, Google it and figure out that that was a blink, came back to a blink camera?
Yes, we were able to research it and find that out.
Okay. And so 75, 79, and 80A, these particular items, do all of these also contain the actual videos as well as a PDF report relating to those videos?
I believe so, yes.
And in those, does it describe for you, or does it detail rather the date or have a stated date in which the video was created?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
As it relates to 75, 79, and 88,
Right.
does the PDF contain a stated date in which the video was created?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about 76. What category of items are contained on State's Exhibit 76?
Phone images?
Okay. And on those phone images, does the report that is contained on it also describe the date in which that video, or sorry, when that image was captured?
Yes.
And then lastly, on State's Exhibit number 77, generally talking about categories, what type of data is contained on State's Exhibit number 77?
Phone messaging.
And was it between this particular device and one other phone number?
It appeared to be, yes.
Okay. As far as extractions are concerned, do you know how many you've completed within your years with a digital forensics unit?
That would be quite a few. I don't know the exact number. In the thousands, probably, or low thousands.
In the thousands?
Yes.
And of those thousands, you probably can't give me an exact statistic, but Cellbrite used, were a majority of those using Cellbrite, or was a large portion of those using Cellbrite?
Yes.
Okay. And again, all these exhibits we talked about, 75 through 79 and 88, again, all were contained within the full extraction of the cellular device.
Yes.
You're on the semi witness.
Yes. So, Detective Gonzalez, let's start with Exhibit 75. You say that those are videos, correct?
Yes.
And have you looked at those videos?
Yeah.
And have you compared the, like on the extraction report, can you tell whether or not those images or videos were captured on the device or through a different app on the device? Let me ask that. What app was used to capture those videos?
I don't have it directly in front of me. I would have to look at it to refresh my memory, but I have to be able to see that data.
You would be able to see which app captured the video?
If the data is there, then you can see that.
Okay. And also, in regard, so at this point, you don't know what app captured it. Do you know if the video was modified in the app before it was saved to the phone?
I don't understand the question.
So are you familiar with Snapchat
Yes.
and TikTok?
Yes, of course.
And I'm not a young whippersnapper, so I don't know all the other new things, but there's apps out there that capture video and allow you to change the image, alter it, amend it before it's saved to the phone. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of those.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that you cannot, from your vantage point, tell whether or not the video was altered in any way before it's saved to the phone?
I can't say that that's always the case.
And the same would apply for the other exhibits that have the videos, which is 78, 79, and 88, correct?
I believe so.
Now, and specifically, 78 was from Blink, right? You identified that as being from Blink Security?
They were identified surveillance videos, ma'am.
Okay. And Blink, are you familiar? You said you researched it, correct?
We looked it up on Google.
Okay. And so did you also look up their storage policy and how it's stored at Blink?
No, we did not.
Okay. Are you aware of how long Blink saves their footage?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that pulling videos down from Blink can give them a different created date than when it's actually recorded with Blink?
I don't know if that's the case or not.
So you can't say, even though your Cellbrite report says that a video is created on a certain date, you are not able to tell this jury when in fact that video was created.
There's mitigating factors that can change certain dates, such as creation dates, access dates. Yes, that's correct.
And so the answer is you're not able to tell the jury when the original was created.
Not without looking at the data in front of me.
You're only able to tell them what date the phone that you extracted from said was created, correct?
That's not fully correct. There can be data attached to a file or a video, and there cannot be data. It all depends on what you get out of the extraction. It depends on the device that you're extracting, or rather you're examining. It depends on what kind of connection it made. It depends on how well the software works with the phone. When it is extracted, the different file systems on that particular device can produce different data. Can produce different results as far as what data is collected with a particular file. Not every device is the same.
And so as it relates to 75, 78, 79, and 80A, you cannot say when the originals were created. You can only say what date currently that the Cellbrite report is saying they're created under.
All I can say is whatever is presented in the data is what's there to analyze and examine.
Your Honor, can we go to the images, that's exhibit 76, correct?
I believe so.
And on the phone images, those are the same thing. If they're created in a different app, you may or may not be able to see when they were created.
That's correct.
Or if they were altered.
I guess so, yes.
And then in regards to the phone messaging, now you do not know who is actually messaging who for the Cellbrite data. You only know what phone numbers are being messaged, correct?
That's correct.
And in regards to that messaging, you also don't know potentially if there's a video or anything else provided that whether or not the person receiving it used it. It would not be contained up. If Miranda's phone texts another phone, image, photo, or text, Miranda's phone does not indicate whether or not that sent image, video, phone, or text was viewed by the other phone.
I don't believe so in this case.
Adverse witness.
Yes.
All right, we're just going to go through the disk now. Sorry.
Not at all. So I'm going to put freaking link on my computer. Oh.
Let's say yes.
Should probably put this down here before I have to hide it. Number 75. So, okay. And looking at, I'm going to refer in the PDF as the video number for ease of the record as it relates to safety exhibit number 75, as it relates to video number 1. As far as looking at the source extraction, source file, can you tell this jury as it relates to that video?
According to the source file, which is the file path of this particular piece of data, it lists an LG GSM generic Android zip container that it came from, an apps directory, the Android Gallery 3D.com directory, and also a trash can directory within that gallery directory.
And that source file, the LG, what brand of phone was this?
That was an LG.
Okay. Does that indicate to you anything as it relates to the source of that file?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Does that
does that give you a report have any bearing as it relates to the source of that file?
It's related to the brand of the device.
And then looking at videos 2, 3, 4, and 5, do those all have the same similar pathway?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so looking at files numbers 6 and 7, do those have the same type of source file or file pathway?
As a previous, no, they do.
Okay. As it relates to the source file or the file pathway, does the name give you any indication as to the origination of those videos?
Of which files?
Of numbers 6 and 7.
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what information in that pathway, or rather,
The directories are listed as an internal shared storage on the DCIM partition of the device that belongs to the camera of the device.
okay, so these particular videos were captured on the camera of this device?
That's what the metadata indicates, yes.
Okay, and that's videos 6 and 7?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. You want to help me out here? Sorry. Can you come out for me?
Yes.
Can you tell me how many images are contained on Safety Exhibit number 76?
31.
Okay. Now, as it relates to all of the 31 images in State's Exhibit number 76, do all of those contain metadata?
They do.
And what is metadata?
Essentially data about data. That's what it is.
Okay. And as it relates to these images, what type of information is contained within the metadata?
The metadata as it pertains to the file specifically lists camera make, camera model, capture time, pixel resolution, orientation of the camera, and the latitude and longitude.
Okay. So all the metadata on these contain a time in which the image was captured.
Yes.
And the camera make?
Yes.
And is there any indication, if you can look at the 31 exhibits, that that a software such as, or app such as Snapchat or TikTok were used in their creation?
I don't see that indication at all.
Okay. You can take out 76 for me. I'm going to do 77.
Do you want me to close this out or just wait?
And generally, what category again of items are contained in exhibit number 77?
Instant messages.
Okay. And these messages are between the device and what phone number?
Two 210-739-2624.
And Ms. Sawyer's asked you questions as it relates to whether there's any indication that the person sending, the person using this device sending it to the other phone number you just listed had received those messages. And looking at the content of the messages, is there any indication that the person would have received the message?
I would say yes.
Okay, just looking at the content of the messages.
Looking at the content, yes.
Okay. Can you pop that one out for me? $78.
Counselor, would you like me to close these out as we finish them?
Yes, please. Thank you. And looking at safety exhibit number 78, these again are the surveillance videos you were talking about earlier. Correct?
Yes, they are.
And how many total videos are contained on safety exhibit number 78?
29.
And in looking at the source file or the file pathway, does it give you any indication as to what type of device these videos were captured on?
Yes, there's some indication there was a model number attached to the directory file path.
And that directory file path, the model number that you saw, that's what you Googled in order to research what device that this was originally came from?
Yes.
And does anything about that the source file or the pathway indicate to you the accuracy of the date created that's listed in the report?
Yes, and the file path, part of the naming nomenclature or structure of the file given by the device lists a date, which coincides with the created date in the file info.
Okay. And again, that's the 26 videos, correct? How many videos total?
I say 29.
I'm sorry, 29. Okay, can you pop that one out for me?
Can I take a moment? I really want to have to trade out license that's with specific exhibits.
I mean, you don't want to finish as far as.
Well, what winds up happening is to take out the disc. So as to this one, he has that report in front of him. I just didn't want to trade out the disc and then have to wait for him to put back the disc.
Okay. Are you done regarding State Exhibit 78, Mr. Daniel? Are you moving on?
I'm moving on.
Okay, so for expediency purposes, I'll let you board item. You're talking about State Exhibit 78.
Yes, but State Exhibit 78 only.
Okay.
So let me draw your attention to, let's say, image number 70 or 25. And you can see that there is a different creation date. The created date is in the third column over, correct, on the phone. And that date does not match the date that is associated with the file name on the second column for that video number 25, correct?
That's right, about 2 days.
Okay, and so it's not, in fact, you're not able to tell. It's not saying it was created today here and it's created today over here in another system. They're not the same. They're giving different dates of when the other system assigns the name, if you will, and that file name is different from the created date in the phone.
What are you asking me?
So it's not the case where you said that the file name, the date in the file name that came from the other model number, as you called it, is not the same date that it's logging as created in the Cervera data.
Again, are you asking me if it's the same or not? What are you asking?
It's not the same. It's off, correct?
Jeff, that's no question.
Standing question, I'll let her continue.
So in this example, you said it was 2 days off. That's not the same date. The date that it's created in the phone is 2 days different, according to you, than the file name date.
The file name date is going to be the most original piece of data because that is what the device assigned to that file, that piece of data when it created it. So if it's in the file path, I'm more likely to believe that whatever is in the file path is exactly when it was created, based upon the date that that device is set to.
And again, their naming mechanism worked on the model number, and you said in this particular instance, these surveillance videos came from Blink, correct?
It appears so.
Okay. And so you don't know how Blink assigns the name of their files. You are making an assumption based off of the file name. Original was created in the Blink system.
That's correct.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Villarreal, do you want to continue?
Well, I guess I'll go back to 78.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
So looking at going through one, as it relates to the 29 videos, in looking through this, 1 through 23, do the file pathway name indication also align with the date created?
Yes.
And then the remainder is 24 through 29. They off by 2 days, 2 days.
Through 29?
Through, I guess, which ones are off as it relates to the video numbers, as the file path name and the date created do not align?
24, 25, 26, 27, and that's it.
So 25, 26, and 27 are the only ones where the file path name and the date created listed in the Cellbrite report do not align.
It appears so.
And that they are only off by a day or two.
Correct.
Okay. Want to now go to State's Exhibit 79. And this is the source file and or the file pathway. Does that give you any indication as to the origin of the, and let me talk about specifically video 1 and video 2. Looking at the source file and or file pathway, does that give you any indication as to the origination of the videos?
Yes.
And what?
DCICN directory of the camera.
Okay, so what does that, in your experience and training, indicate to you?
If the file path lists a directory for DCIM and also for camera, with follow-on information per file that lists a date, what have you, usually indicates it was created within that file path on that particular device.
Okay, so created on this particular camera?
On that camera.
On this device, right?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to video number 3, is that the same type of video, the surveillance that we talked about in State's Exhibit number 78?
The file path indicates it's a download, and there's a file name, further file name attached that is similar to the model number of the other surveillance videos.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said, sir?
In the file path, the download, rather, it indicates a directory for download or download directory. And after that, it indicates a number which coincides with the model number or the numbers we found on the file path of the surveillance videos.
And again, that's that point camera system.
As researched, yes.
Yes. Okay. If you can take that one out for me.
Sure.
And finally, I'm going to talk about State's Exhibit number 88. How many videos are contained within, or does the report indicator contain?
That indicates one video.
Okay. And looking at this file pathway on that video, does it have that same TCIM pathway?
It has a directory that's in DCIM. Yes.
Okay. So again, does that indicate to you that it was created on the camera on this device?
But as a follow directory camera, so yes.
Okay. On the beginning of all of these reports, does it have like a header as it relates to information that's case specific? Looking at the PDF report.
Okay, what part of it? I'm sorry.
The header, essentially where it says summary, and if you go down farther, the source is extraction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Does that contain information specific to this phone?
Yes.
And what type of information is contained there?
The manufacturer, the device name, a username.
And generally, is this information that is specific to this particular device?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay, I'm going to show you I'm going to mark State's Exhibit number 81, which is a consent to search. Have you seen these before? Not this one in particular, but generally speaking.
Yes, I've seen consent before.
And is this the type of form you would have in order to complete an extraction when the legal basis to complete the extraction is by consent?
Yes, sir.
Is there any identifying information on this that relates to the particular device we've been talking about in State's Exhibits 75 through 79 and 88?
On the consent to search form, there is a cellular telephone subscriber number, blank, that's been filled in, listing phone number 210-708-4635. When you refer to the extraction report, pardon me, under source extraction, there is again, a username profile listing that same phone number would appear.
Okay, so the phone number that's contained in State's Exhibit number 81 is the same phone number that is contained within the reports on all of the disks that we just talked about.
It appears so.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit number 81. I'll tender defense for objections if any is previously provided in this
No objection to 81.
State's Exhibit 81 is admitted and may be published.
And Your Honor, at this time, I will ask the witness.
Sawyer? Yes, some follow-up questions. In regards to timestamps on the phone, there's a UTC. What does UTC mean?
Universal time coding, that's computer time, that is internationally recognized for digital devices.
And so how would a layperson interpret that when they see the time in front of UTC? How would you know what time that means?
It's usually ground within, I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's ground median time, and it is listed as 0, which is the base time. You have a coinciding digit afterward included with UTC time per region of where you're at. In the central area would be UTC time -6, which would indicate the correct time for this particular area. Unless it's daylight savings time, then it would be -5.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, let's take a hypothetical. It says it's 10 o'clock on UTC time.
Okay.
And you say that we're either going to be a -5 or a -6 because of our region, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So would that mean if it says 10 o'clock UTC time, it would either be 5 o'clock local time for us or 6 o'clock, depending on daylight savings time?
If the UTC time that I believe you're referring to has 0 after, then that is the baseline UTC time. And that's just a listed time, again, that is a universal one. Yes, the digits afterward, whether it's -5, -6, as I explained before, would pertain to region.
And so I apologize, I can't do math apparently. I meant it would either be 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, correct? Under that scenario, if we had 10 o'clock, showing 10 o'clock UTC time, and let's say that it says -6, right? So that would make it 4 o'clock our local time.
No.
No, okay.
If it says -6, that's the time indicated for this region.
Meaning it would be 6 o'clock.
If it says 6 o'clock, UTC minus 6, it's indicating that's 6 p.m. Central Time, our time.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, what's the time difference? Like, you looked at this report, you saw UTC time. Can we take the UTC time as being accurate for our local time here?
Well, again, the time of a file depends on the time on the file system that it was created on. So if that device is set to a particular time, whatever time that device is set to is when it will timestamp that file.
Okay, so in regards to like Blink, for instance, it's going to be, if something is file state stamped and Blink is, I don't know what kind of, where it's located, let's say California, it's going to have a different time than what we would have here in Texas, correct?
I don't know, man.
I'm saying hypothetically, if Blink is not located in Texas in our same time zone, right? Then there's going to be a disconnect between the time of the file and the time it's saying is created in.
If the Blink device is in Texas and it was set to Texas time, locally San Antonio time, and if it was set correctly, then when it created that time, again, if it was set to UTC minus 6 or minus 5 during that same time, then it's going to indicate the time locally, correct?
And you can, just follow up, after looking at files, you cannot verify whether or not any of the files had been altered or amended before they were saved to the phone.
Pertaining to this particular,
Yes,
I can't tell that.
pass the witness, Your Honor.
So even as it relates to the ones where the file pathway is DCIM, camera, where in your opinion, it was great on the camera, you cannot tell us sure it was necessarily altered?
I couldn't say if it was altered or not.
Okay. But again, that pathway indicates what
The source path is an indication of when that file was created and how it was created.
And as it relates to the one where it has DCIM/camera, I believe, what does that particular pathway indicate to you?
It means those applications, the DCIM application and the camera application, were what created that file and that file path. And if there were anything else, it would be listed in the directory.
And that camera on that phone created that file?
I can say that based on what it seemed, or what it lists, it would seem so.
Okay. I'll pass this.
No further questions at this time.
Make this witness be excused.
I'd just like to place one call.
Or about however you need in order for us to.
In that time, what responsibilities have you had?
I'm a patrol officer, so I respond to, for whatever reason, anyone calls for service that people call 911 for, whether it be family disturbances, accidents.
You familiar with Officer Hoyos?
Officer Hoyos? No, sir.
Did you have occasion, I'm sorry, you said 14 years. Were you have occasion to be working on August the 17th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, did you have occasion to respond to 3031 Eisenhower Road, Apartment 1?
Yes, sir.
So on August the 17th of 2021, what were your associated duties there at that apartment?
August 17th, that was the day where we responded for the to assist homicide and holding down what we call a crime scene for passing of a 5-year-old.
At the time, there was a CSI Acosta who worked for your department, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you see him there at the apartment that day?
I don't recall who was there when I arrived, but he was the CSI that handled the scene.
So what were your responsibilities at that apartment that day? Like you're making the scene?
Basically to preserve anything, any evidence that allow anybody to come in and disturb the crime scene. Just waiting there until CSI arrived and the handling detective arrived.
Okay, so they secure the scene and then CSI comes, the detective comes, and they do their investigation.
Correct.
And you're just here to make sure nothing changes, everyone's safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on that day, would it be fair to say that you yourself didn't do any evidence collection?
No, sir.
And you yourself didn't speak to any potential witnesses in this case on that day?
No, sir.
Was this the first time that you had occasion to respond to 3031 Eisenhower Road, Apartment 1?
No, sir.
When was the last time before August the 17th that you had responded to that address?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a month prior in July.
Do you recall for that previous incident, when you came in July to the apartment, do you recall making a report in regards to that incident?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your memory to know the exact date if you were to view a copy of that report?
Yes, sir.
I have here what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 82, entering defense. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
What is it?
It's my report, sir.
Okay, can you please, I'm sorry, from when you responded to that address in July?
July 20th, approximately at 2200 hours.
Okay, when you say 2,200 hours, I'm aware of 12 hours.
Yes, sir. Actually, 2100, which is 9 p.m.
So approximately 9 p.m.
Correct.
So this is a little bit of a month before, just under a month before at 9 p.m. You're responding to the apartment for what reason?
For a welfare check on Benjamin.
Was it just for Benjamin?
Let's see. I'm going to read my report just to make sure. Yes.
How was this call? How did you receive this call?
It was an anonymous caller. I believe later on we found out as a family member. They requested a welfare check on Benjamin. They had noticed, I believe, bruising and malnutrition.
Non-responsive, but I also would ask for loan instruction.
And can you approach, please? For the purpose of showing, excuse me, if it does, the proper purpose for consideration of the evidence, such as state of mind of the defendant and the child, and the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the child. You cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other act or acts, if any were committed. If you so find beyond a reasonable doubt, you can consider the evidence only for the purpose allowed. The evidence may not be considered to prove the character of the defendant in order to show that he acted in conformity therewith on the occasion in question. And Mr. D'Amico, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when you were responding for a welfare check, so you said this was an anonymous caller, you later found it out to be the family. Do you remember who in the family contacted?
I don't remember at this time.
When you say it's a family member of whom?
Of Brandon, I believe it was.
What is it that you understand is your responsibility as a patrol officer to conduct a welfare check? Like, how does that go?
So normally on welfare checks, when we arrive, we just basically just check the welfare of the child or who the person is calling about to see if there's any imminent danger to the child or the person that we're checking on. Just make sure that they're safe. You know.
Well, so once you arrive on scene, how do you begin your investigation?
When I arrived, I knocked several times before I got an answer.
Who answered you?
Miranda.
Okay. Who else was in the apartment at the time?
After we went inside, my partner and I, Miranda was inside, Brandon Sr., Benjamin, Brandon Jr., Leoness, I believe his name was, and then Miranda's sister, I don't recall her name, and then the baby, their infant child.
And again, you had said specifically you were being called out in regards to Benjamin and Brandon Jr., correct?
Yes.
So you said that they were there. Did you speak to all of those parties?
I did, sir.
Maybe some more than others, would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And so are you familiar with Miranda Caceres and what she looks like?
Yes, sir.
And Benjamin Cervera and what he looked like before his passing?
Yes, sir.
And Brandon Jr., what he looks like?
Yes, sir.
You said that Brandon Sr. was there at the apartment that night. Do you see Brandon Sr. in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And could you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting over here to my left in the gray suit with glasses.
Your Honor, we would ask the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant. And you met Leonidas, even though he wasn't the purpose of the call, right?
Correct.
So you're familiar with how he appears?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Handed you has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 76. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 76?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize?
These are the photos the disc of photos that I reviewed of the children or the children that are in the photo.
So you reviewed those, all of the discs, all of the images that are on that disc, correct?
Yes.
And all of them have a picture that contains one of those people you just described. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And they are fair and accurate representations of those persons compared to how they appeared when you met them.
Correct.
Like you can establish that, yes, this person in each of these photos are the same person I met in that apartment.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer State's Exhibit 76 in evidence.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Can I see more order, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to July 20th, 21, correct? And so you could not know or had never seen, so any of the family members, Benjamin, Leo, any of them, prior to July 20th, 21, correct? And so you could not claim to know what they look like prior to July 20th, 21.
Objection, that's the answer, Judge.
I'll overrule it. You can continue.
Correct.
And so you also could not testify as to whether or not any photos of any of the individuals is an accurate representation of what they look like prior to you meeting them.
I could only go on my recollection of when I saw them on July 20th and compared to the photos.
And it's fair to say that you were not physically present at any time of any of these photos being taken, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know if they're an accurate representation of what they portray.
Only based off my memory of seeing them on the 20th.
On the 20th. And none of these photos come from July 20th, do they?
I don't believe so.
I asked the witness, but I object to being admitted.
Okay, can you please approach?
I presume so, Crystal. Yes, I think they're blaming them. So, just those that don't know, the mother is in prison. Her trial was last year. She received 25 years in prison.
On this case, please refrain from talking to anybody.
There you go. That's the day done. So we're now on to day 2. Bear with me once I go and get it. So yeah, his ex-wife, is in prison. 25 years she got. So I think he is facing life, though. Life in prison is what he is facing, I believe. Right, I've just got it here. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you to Colleen again and to Crystal for purchasing in the store. I appreciate you both for that. Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting the channel. So there you go. Right, we're on to day 2 now. Here we go.
Gentlemen, I hope you had a restful evening. Thank you for your patience. I hope I adequately prepared you for the amount of time you might be waiting for us. And we appreciate your patience during that time. This officer is still on the stand. He's still under oath. And state, please.
Judge, permission
No idea, Patricia. No idea. Sorry, my darling.
to approach.
Yes, you can move freely about the court.
Officer, we were discussing State's Exhibit 76. These were the photographs as we discussed yesterday I'm showing you what is marked as image number 1 on states 76. On image number 1, who is this all the way here on the left?
That's going to be Benjamin.
And the woman in the middle?
Miranda.
And who's this?
Leo.
Do you know his full name?
Leoness. Leoness.
Leoness?
Leoness.
He goes by Leo?
Yes.
And then this is who?
Brandon Jr.
Showing you image number 3. Who is this?
Benjamin.
And when does it say that this was first captured in the metadata? You see that?
On April 4th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
I'm going to show you image number 6. Who's this on the left?
Benjamin.
And what is the metadata for the capture time for image number 6?
May 16th, 2021.
Showing you image number 7. Who's this in the foreground of image number 7?
Leo.
And who's this in the background?
Benjamin.
And when does the metadata say that this was captured?
May 23rd, 2021.
Showing you image number 9. Who is this that's visible in image number 9?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time associated with that image?
June 4th, 2021.
Showing you image number 13. Who is this on the left of image 13?
Benjamin.
And in the center?
Brandon Jr.
And over here?
Leo.
And this?
I don't recall the baby's name.
But whose child is this?
Miranda and Benjamin. All right, I'm sorry, Brandon.
Officer Gonzalez, I'm going to have you take the microphone and move it to the other side.
Yeah, just make sure you're right.
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you.
I'm showing you, oh, I'm sorry, for image 13, what is the capture time associated in metadata?
June 17th, 2021.
Showing you image 14. Who's visible in that image?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time?
June 21st, 2021.
Showing you image number 17. Who's this here on the left?
Benjamin.
And in the middle?
Leo.
And over here on the right?
I don't know who that is.
Was she present at the apartment when you were there?
She was.
Do you have some idea of who she might be?
I think she's a relative of Miranda.
And what is the capture date associated with that?
July 24th, 2021.
Showing you image 18. Who's this on the right in image 18?
Benjamin.
And on the left?
Leo.
And what's the capture date associated with that?
July 26th, 2021.
Showing you image 20. Who's depicted in image 20?
Benjamin.
And what is the capture date associated with image 20?
July 30th, 2021.
Showing you image 21. Who is that in image 21?
Benjamin.
And what's the associated capture time?
July 31st, 2021.
I'm sorry, this is image 22 that I'm showing you. I don't know where it went. Who is that?
Benjamin.
What's the date associated?
August 1st, 2021.
Image 23. Who is that?
Benjamin.
What's the date associated with in the metadata for the capture time?
August 3rd, 2021.
Showing you image 26. Who's this over here on the left of image 26?
Leo.
Who's over here on the right?
Brandon Jr.
And in the middle?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture date associated with that?
August 14th, 2021.
Image 27. Who's that?
Benjamin.
And what's the capture time associated with that?
August 14th, 2021.
Image 28. Who's that?
Benjamin.
What's the capture date associated?
August 14th, 2021.
Showing you image 30. Who's that?
Benjamin.
What's this that's here, just under his head in the picture?
Collarbone.
What's the date associated with that image?
August 14th, 2021.
Do you recall the date that Benjamin Cervera died?
August 20th, or was it? I'm confusing with the, I don't recall at this time.
So, I want to talk to you about your response to the Idaho Power Department on July 20th. Do you recall the SAPD report number associated with that dispatch?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection of the case number to, did you write a report in association with that dispatch?
Yes, sir.
And would it refresh your memory as to the case number if you were to review a copy of the report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I have here what has been previously marked in tentative defense as State Exhibit 82. Officer, do you recognize State Exhibit 82?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
My report, sir.
And what is the date associated with that report?
July 20th, 2021.
And what is the SAPD case number?
SAPD 2113-9946.
And what is on the report, what persons do you list as gathering contact information for?
Brandon Cervera and Miranda.
So Brandon Cervera, there's two Brandon Cerveras, right?
Brandon Sr. and Brandon Jr.
You spoke to both of them?
Correct.
But you didn't obtain Brandon Jr.'s specific contact information, would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So those numbers that are listed for Brandon Jr., those aren't his independent cell numbers?
Correct.
How is it that you get the contact information that you enter on your report?
When I arrive, I interview all the parties involved, and I document the information that I gather from them.
So they give you the contact information that you associate with them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I want you to tell me for the defendant, Brandon Cervera, what contact information did he give you as his phone number?
Just one second. Can the parties approach, please?
See you, Viv. Take care, Viv. Good night.
We're going to get back to that.
Your Honor, just one second.
I'm going to ask you again, what was the contact number that the defendant gave you when you spoke to him?
The phone number listed here is 210-739-2624.
And what is it designated as in your report?
Primary cell phone.
Primary what?
Primary cell phone. Oh.
Okay. And there are other numbers there also, right?
Correct.
But what are those designated as?
Work and others.
And other?
Correct.
I want to discuss with you your responsibilities as a peace officer. So obviously there's a distinction, right, between being a peace officer and being a member of SAPD. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have different responsibilities that are kind of overlapping in many areas.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, as a peace officer, what would you do if Deputy A looked at the warrant system and told you that I had a warrant for my arrest active right now?
I would make the arrest, sir. Sure.
I mean, but I'm in the middle of trial, like I'm doing something.
Right. Well, we have the discretion on waiting if need be, but the arrest would be made.
You wouldn't be able to just let me go.
Correct.
I could just leave the courthouse.
Right.
How does that compare to, like, for example, police reports? What are your responsibilities as a peace officer regarding police reports?
So in any situation where we're called, we arrive, we investigate, we interview, we do documentation, and if we feel that there's an offense that's been committed, we complete a police report. In some cases, we would have to call a follow-up unit, and if there's an effective arrest that needs to be made, or a follow-up unit needs to be contacted.
Okay, but again, see, and this is why I'm trying to make the distinctions about what responsibilities stem from which obligation that you're under. Is that some of the things you just said, are those SAP policies or are those requirements of all peace officers?
I would say both.
Right. So, like, for example, you take an oath, do you not, that you're not allowed to fabricate any evidence, right? That's part of being a peace officer.
Correct. Yes.
So what is a breach of the peace as a peace officer?
Any criminal act that breaches the peace of the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you as a police officer, when you see a breach of peace, what are your responsibilities?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Judge, I'm trying to establish the difference between the responsibilities of probable cause in making an arrest versus the community caretaking function.
Okay, I'll give you some leeway to do that.
Thank you, Judge.
So respectfully, the objection is overruled.
Are all of the calls that you respond to because there is a suspected crime that is occurring?
No, only if we have probable cause to make the arrest. In some situation where we get a call and they said in the details of our call, it says that maybe a possible crime has been committed. We get there to investigate, and if we have probable cause to make the arrest or to complete an offense report, we'll do so at that time.
But sometimes you're dispatched and there's no indication on the dispatch that there is a crime that's occurred, right?
Correct.
So what kind of circumstances might those be?
Whether for like an accident, a mental health related type call, disturbance.
So these are things that you as a police officer, you want to go investigate, but you don't necessarily think there's a crime committed from the information.
Right.
Okay. So when you're responding that night, July the 20th to 3031 Eisenhower Road, which capacity is that in?
Again, the call that we're getting is for the welfare checks. They're going to check the well-being of Benjamin to see if he's at any risk. Okay. So at that point, there's really, I didn't have anything other than going to go check the welfare of him, or his well-being.
Okay. So in doing that, how does that procedure work for you as a patrol officer doing the welfare check?
Yeah. So when we get there, again, we investigate by interviewing all parties and document.
So you said you interview all parties, right?
Right.
I mean, you wouldn't do a welfare check-in, not make contact with the person.
Right. That we're doing the welfare check on, correct.
Okay. So that's really kind of the first objective, right?
Right.
Make sure the person is in fact okay.
Correct.
Okay. And then from there, what happens?
I try to determine whether or not there's a crime that's been committed after interviewing the parties involved.
Okay. So when you were there that night, how long were you there? Remember?
I don't recall the time. I don't recall the exact time. I was there for some time.
Would you say it was longer than an hour?
Correct.
And during that time, did other officers or personnel arrive on scene?
Yes, sir. I requested EMS to make the location to check on Benjamin's vitals to make sure he's okay. And
what about any other SAPD? Was there any SAPD? You had mentioned yesterday that your partner was there. Who's that?
Andre Taylor.
Were there any other officers or sergeants or detectives in this?
There's a detective that requested to come out to take photos of Benjamin. Detective Patrick Kell.
Okay. And so you just said that Detective Hale took photographs. What did he take photographs
of? Benjamin in the apartment.
Okay. And that was the same night?
Yes, sir.
I have here what has been previously marked and tendered to the defense as State's Exhibits 83 through 96. Please look through State's Exhibits 83 through 96 and let me know if you recognize them.
Cabinets of the kitchen.
And are these a fair and accurate representation of Benjamin and those items in the apartment that you just described, as you saw them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we would offer State's Exhibits 83 through 96.
And no objection.
States Exhibit 83 through 96 inclusive are admitted and must be published.
Your Honor, just a running objection as a warning instruction.
Yes, ma'am. Did you?
I don't need it read.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay. Showing you States 83. What's visible in States 83?
That's the refrigerator, and then, like I said, the locking mechanism that they had.
Outside of these buckles?
Yes, on the outside.
And in States 84?
He captured the inside of the refrigerator and the freezer.
Now, why did he take pictures of the inside of the refrigerator and freezer?
To show that there's food inside.
And that's what's in States 85, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States 86?
That's the kitchen.
And what's shown in States 87?
Yeah, that's the kitchen, and there's a camera there.
In States 88?
Again, those are the locks that were placed on the kitchen cabinet pantry.
And 89?
He took it from the living room, and that's the hallway that feeds into the bedrooms and kitchen.
Okay, who's that in the mirror? Can you tell? Can you need me to show you? Can you tell?
Yes, that's Officer Taylor.
Okay, so he was in the apartment for part of this?
Yes, sir.
Most of it, in fact?
Yes, sir.
What is this here in the hallway?
A gate.
And what is the room that is just past the gate?
That's Benjamin and Brandon's room.
And in States 90, so this is the same family member of Miranda that you described, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is her?
I think that's Benjamin's room. I can tell from that photo.
Okay.
I believe that's Benjamin's room, yes.
If I showed you States 91, who's that?
Yes, that's Benjamin's room, and that's Brandon Jr.
Okay. States 92.
That's still Benjamin and Brandon's room.
So who is this in States 95?
Leo.
And what is that he's in?
A bed.
Can you describe the bed for me?
It's a small toddler bed that's sitting on the ground.
What's this? Yeah, Mickey Mouse, right?
Right.
States 94. Who is that?
That's Benjamin.
I mean, what is this that you can see here?
His bones.
I see some bones.
Great.
States 95. I'm sorry.
Benjamin.
And in States 96.
Benjamin.
So on July the 20th, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And who is responsible for operating your body-worn camera?
I am.
And is that a device that is capable of making an accurate audio and visual recording?
Yes, sir.
Was it operating that night?
Yes, sir.
Bing bong, bing bong,
That
baby,
hero has
bing
been,
bong, bing bong,
previously
baby, bing
tendered
bong,
to
bing
the
bong, baby.
defense of
Got
State's
like
Exhibits
Julian Andre.
97 through 100. Publishing State's Exhibit 97.
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa? What day did y'all take them?
Santa Rosa, I was about the ear.
Okay, but in regards to the eyes, y'all haven't taken them.
I'm gonna take them tomorrow.
So we can put eyes back on guys and they got made better. So you say that happened 3 days ago? Yeah.
And she just gave me a call saying like, she had to give me a call and I'm like, I'm trying my best I can. I have a lot of kids. I've been taking them to running through the showers. And like, just came off to him and moved away like.
Who's that?
Which is his mom. Yeah. And it's hard for me to make an appointment because I don't have any association with my mom. Like, I lost full contact with her. I used to have her number and call her and she just, and I called her to work and they told me that she don't work there, so it's hard for me to make appointments. I don't have their medical records.
Right.
He tried to call and he can't do nothing about it because they need someone's consent. That's what they told him. And
You as that can't?
I can because they have her, I don't know why, I already tried this so many times, I tried putting him under a new decision and I can't. Because it's under Erica Flores and I need her information, her social security number, I don't know where she is. I cut her off because he was getting abused by her boyfriend that she's with still. I haven't went to jail. I was supposed to go to court for that, but something happened with us that I couldn't even go to that court and COVID as well.
Okay, so the incident with the eye,
Yes.
is that either Saturday or Sunday? I'm not sure when. So you're saying he went to the inside the closet and started poking at his eyes?
Because he has his bed, now I have the resident, and he'll go and sleep in the closet, and we'll find him in the closet. And I've already found him where he's poking his ears with toys and, and where he took all his toys away, and somehow he still manages to find other stuff. And we're like, you can't do that because one, this is gonna happen and
That's
you're gonna hurt
what I said
yourself.
was gonna happen.
You're gonna hurt yourself and you're not be doing this.
So then when y'all woke up and you already had these injuries at that? Yes, no.
Like his eyes were super swollen.
First, I had to do was get ice cream put on.
I told him that they're ready to get
They're not swollen anymore, they were worse than that.
And she said that. Oh, we're starting him, he's obviously not started. He's getting water.
We don't know yet, we're waiting to go through,
And I
the
think,
specialist to get him seen for that. I
and
don't want to see an issue.
yes, what?
No,
Behavioral? Yeah, and I'll get to have a behavioral, and it's called, behavioral counseling in Sonoma. I'll give you what that is.
So he doesn't have like autism or anything like that? Oh, he does, like, so he functions well. I just feel like it happened from like, you didn't okay that passed with my ex. And I feel like, yeah, matches of it, I have no idea, because, I don't know, it was really bad when I first got him. I still have pictures of the day when I first got him. That's where you try to take it to what?
See you later. See you later, talk to him and ask him why. Because we tried to talk to him so many times. He tried to talk to him one by one, like one-on-one. I tried to talk to him one-on-one, tell him, hey, you act right, you're not hurting yourself, you can wipe it up. And he doesn't, well, he has a little bit, he's kind of so because he just asks reasons because when we tell him, can you answer us with a different question, we just say because he's scared of violence.
What was Benjamin just saying? Stopping the video for the record at 8 minutes, 23 seconds.
He was asking his father for food or for
What specifically?
I didn't catch it.
We'll play it again. Publishing from 8/18.
That's where you try to take it to what?
See you later, talk to him and ask him why. Because we tried to talk to him so many times. He tried to talk to him one by one, like one-on-one. I tried to talk to him one-on-one, tell him, hey, you act right, you're not hurting yourself, you can wipe it up. And he doesn't, well, he has a little bit, he's kind of slow because he just.
Do you hear what he said?
I can't hear it.
Okay. I'm going to resume from 8/18.
Make sure. Okay, leave from the ears and everything's all right, right?
Yeah, he has a ear, doctor too, back tape him too. I took him there and he.
And what is that ear? Is it ear infection?
No, he whole ear in Canada. Months ago, and he's scratching it on his sleeve. It's Caroline, my son Leo, and my daughter. Right, and then. More about the.
Oh, that's our sister in the room.
Oh, that's sister. No, she comes to help.
So what was that Benjamin just asked? Stop in the video at 9 minutes, 24 seconds.
If you could have animal crackers.
And when he went into the kitchen, what did Benjamin do?
It looked like he was looking around for food.
And what did the defendant do?
Kind of guided him back and.
Because I don't go in and they let the kids in and have appointments and stuff like that, so she just wants to know what's going on.
Yeah. So it's pausing at 9:38. What did Benjamin just say?
Very good.
Starting at 9 minutes.
It's Caroline, my son Leo, and my daughter. Right, and then. More about the.
Oh, that's our sister in the room.
Oh, that's
She's
No, she comes to help me because I don't go in and they let the kids in and I have appointments and stuff like that, so she just comes to help me once in a while.
Yeah. Okay. Did you hear what he said?
He's asking him for something, but I can't hear.
Does it sound like animal crackers to you?
I believe so again.
So we're stopping the video. This is at 9 minutes and 38 seconds. Would it be fair to say that at this point, Benjamin Cervera has asked for food no less than 4 times?
Yes, sir.
Where's your ID? ID is in my wallet, it's on my dresser. Yeah, that's fine. And the other son, Brandon, where's he's taking a shower right now? How is he? He's gonna be taking. What was that? He was in the room with that.
It's like having a hole, they're not damaged, but yeah, like a scratch over it. Yeah.
Is he taking anything right now?
They gave me ear cuffs, and those were used for 7 days, and then they're we're gonna get see in, I believe it's in like the end of September. We're trying to find the cuffs language.
So stopping at 11:22, what did Benjamin just say?
Dad, can I have animal crackers?
And what was the defendant's response?
We'll wait.
The cops seen.
This is Brian.
Come here, Benjamin. Hey, Brandon, how are you? Is everything okay? Did you eat dinner yet? Did you eat dinner yet? Not yet? You have any?
I'm not even hungry because I'm full eating healthy because all that juice for it.
Okay, let's go with us.
I ate French toast and
Have you ever eaten?
Yes. Go to the
Stopping at 12:44. Down here in the bottom left corner, get that to go away. How did Benjamin appear to you when you saw him?
He had visible injuries, a lot of bruising on his eyes and bruising on his torso. He was skinny.
What indicated to you he was skinny?
Just being able to see like his bones.
Which bones could you see? Can you see his rib cage here?
Yeah.
So at this point, you're here to conduct an welfare check on Benjamin and Brandon, right?
Yes, sir.
And you just spoke to Brandon. You've spoken kind of intermittently to Benjamin. Did you ever speak to them outside the presence of the parents?
No.
Your partner said on the video that EMS was requested to come out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, much of it's on the video. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What did EMS do when they arrived?
When EMS arrived, they checked Benjamin's vitals. Take them to the hospital just to come check their well-being and see if they might need need more urgent care to be taken to the hospital.
So EMS saw him and they said that we don't need to take him to the emergency room.
Correct.
Okay. I know you're in the apartment for over half an hour. After that, what are your responsibilities based on the information that you have at the time?
At that point, it was, I know It's to contact our follow-up unit and let them know basically what I've gathered at that point.
Because, I mean, like you didn't know before you arrived on scene that you would observe any injuries on Benjamin Cervera, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so when you are, okay, you said that you had to contact follow-up, or you decided to contact follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Who did you contact?
Our night CID detective.
And what is the purpose of conferring with the night CID detective? Actually, I don't think that the jury's had the night CID division explain to them. Can you please explain to the jury what night CID is?
Our night CIDs are our criminal investigative detective that works overnight. We'll contact them in the event of any kind of a felony offense that might have been committed, or we believe that might have been committed, and ask for their advice to to go further on from there.
Okay, so how does that comply with sort of what you as a patrol officer are supposed to do responding to a welfare check in China?
How does that comply?
Yeah. Is that what you're supposed to do in that circumstance?
Yes, sir.
Don't want to go into what the detective and you talked about specifically what he told you, but after the conversation on the case with the detective, what did the detective instruct you to do?
To notify CPS, which in any situation like this, CPS is normally called. So I notified CPS, and then he advised me to do what we call an information report. It's either going to be an information report or an offense report where we believe a crime has possibly been committed to be investigated on a later date. But at that time, he advised me to do what we call an information report.
So when you say you refer to CPS, I mean, do they conduct an independent investigation?
Yes, they do.
What about after you've done all of that? Was there anything else that you did on the 20th? Like after you made those referrals and wrote that report?
I notified the caller. The caller wanted to be contacted in regards to the outcome of the welfare check, so I called them back to notify them of my findings.
And that, at least your portion of that conversation is captured on body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
So was that the same family member who placed the initial roll?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 98.
We called you back. Do you have any questions or?
3621, if you can up to 700.
Yeah, so based off everything, we observed, obviously we did see Benjamin with injuries, and we're going based off what, obviously they're telling us and the things that they've put in place. I ran everything by our detective, and at this point what we're doing is an information report. I've notified CPS as well, who are going to open up an investigation. And that's it. As far as the other kids that seem to be fine and healthy, there's no injuries on them. It's just really with Benjamin. And in the past, from my experience, I've seen this where kids like that have caused injury themselves with, they display early signs of autism. I don't know if maybe that's something that he might have. They said they've set up an appointment to have him go see a counseling specialist or behavioral specialist. So they put things into place, and then the way that I guess the apartment is neat, it's not dirty. The refrigerator is full of food. So we've been concerned of them being malnourished or anything like that. We had EMS come out to check Benjamin. His vitals were okay. So like I said, all the information that I just explained to you, of course, is a little bit more detailed with the detectives, but at this point, we're just doing an information report at this point.
Okay. So you're explaining to a family member, kind of like, is that a fair summary of your investigation that you just gave her?
Yes.
Now, you had said that you don't know, but that maybe there could be some autism going on.
Correct.
I mean, you're not actually, you don't have the training and experience to diagnose somebody with autism, right?
Correct.
But you had said something about, from your experience, it was possible that those injuries were inflicted by Benjamin himself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's kind of one of the reasons why it's an informational report, right?
Correct.
Because we can't identify what the source of those injuries are.
Right.
So you had said that, well, the house is full of food. Does that mean that everyone's getting fed?
No, sir.
Does it mean everyone's getting fed the same?
No, sir.
Would you say that all of the children appeared equally nourished?
Yes, because that's the first time I'm seeing them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did any of them appear skinnier than the others?
I would say Benjamin.
You said it didn't look to you like it was signs of malnourishment, right?
Correct.
How many people have you seen with malnourishment?
In my 11 years at that time, that was the first time I've, knowing what I know after the fact, that I've seen.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay and speculation.
I don't know what part is hearsay. You're asking the objection for speculation that he's speculating as to what a
What
malnourished
he knows,
person.
and he has no personal knowledge of what has actually happened to him. It could have only come from something he's heard from someone else's narrative.
Understood. That's sustained.
Yes, Judge, that's exactly what we're trying to establish. So you yourself, you're not a pediatrician, right?
Correct.
You're not a specialist in starvation or malnutrition.
Correct.
So you have to go on what you have from your training experience.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about kind of your overall investigation. How would you grade yourself?
Like I testified before, I believe I could have done more, or I wish I could have done more. Whether it had been pushing CPS to do, because sometimes there's a situation.
Your Honor, this calls, again, what he says he could have done more, and CPS, it calls for stuff that's outside information, and he's speculating. He had all of the data at the time, and he did it.
I'm going to take a sidebar.
Well, go ahead. Your Honor, I mean, the fact that at this time he's trying to say what he would have done different is based off of his conceived notion and speculation as to what other people believe happened, not what he knows.
The objection is sustained.
So you questioned Benjamin in front of his father and son, right? Yes, sir. Is that a compliance with SAPD policy of how you're supposed to question potential complainants?
I should have separated them from the parents and questioned them individually. I felt on my part on that.
What about with Brandon?
The same. I felt to remove them from the parents and question them individually.
And I mean, do you as a peace officer have the authority to push for something more than you did? Or is this something where the detective tells you what you were going to do?
Yes, I could push for more, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And in this case, is that what you mean when you're describing about trying to get into
And
the hospital?
again, objection, Your Honor, it's taking information that he has no personal knowledge of and trying to get a response.
Sustained.
You saw those photos, image number 28 on 6676 from August the 14th, almost a month after you saw him.
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that he had gained or lost weight?
He looked slim, yes, sir. I mean, and gain weight, that's for sure.
And compare those to when you saw him. I mean, you saw photos that were from March and April, right?
Yes, sir.
To speak to like, he wasn't there at the image. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for him to be speculating or comparing. He didn't know him at the time. And these images, that's the province of the jury to compare the evidence, not his.
What is the relevance of what this officer believes as far as the way he looked versus the way he looked in previous photos?
Yeah, Judge, I think we should, can we approach?
Sure.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Sawyers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to restart the video.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, I can't speak on that. I mean, that's basically the story that they gave us, is that the injuries that we observed on him were caused by basically Benjamin. So, I mean, also, I mean, Brandon also says the same thing. The little kid, little 9-year-old, says, I mean, that Benjamin does it to himself. I mean, obviously we're not there, so we don't know, but he did like have these little bite marks on his fingers, which look consistent to him biting himself. So we asked him how he did it, how he got those injuries on his fingers, and he said it was from him biting himself. And the teeth marks on it are small, and they're consistent with his mouth, where it would seem like it was him that bit himself. Right, yes. I can give you a case number for my case and I'll give the CPS if you'd like. No. So I already called CPS, I already got off the phone with them, but I was saying right now, I can give you my case number and then I could also give you the case number that CPS gave me, if you like. Okay, so the case number for my report is going to be SAP 21 13 9946. 13 9946. And again, my last name is Perez, Perez, and my badge number is 1688. And then the number to my substation is 210-207-8126. And then the case number for CPS is going to be, are you ready? Okay, so CPS case number is 75027733. Yes. I don't know. They prioritize everything. I don't know how they going out there. So, like I said, I mean, we've done everything on our part at this point. And being, I mean, obviously, if you see him, I think anybody would be concerned. What I guess gives us a peace of mind is none of the other kids are injured and how they're still paying, they're willing, they're complying with us, they allowed us to come in, they allowed us to speak with the kid. They weren't trying to hide from us, which is, I guess a good sign. And then, based off what the detective was saying, I mean, he said it's not unusual for if a kid has like autism or for them to cause injuries to themselves like that. So, and that's what they're claiming that is doing, so that he's doing it to himself. Okay. Well, I mean, that obviously that's something that he would have to go to the hospital for. But I mean, as far as EMS, they come out, they obviously just all they can do is check his vitals. They said his vitals appear to be are normal. There's nothing wrong with them. As far as internal bleeding, we wouldn't know unless he actually went to the hospital. Okay, no problem. Right, okay. But real quick, can you share? Let's keep on this report. What's your last name, man? Or and your date of birth?
I'm just going to fast forward over the date of birth, and I'm going to start it back at.
You're Brandon's sister, or?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, no, we told him it was anonymous. If you want to stay anonymous, I'll just word it that way in my report. Okay. Yeah, he had I forgot who he said. He said such and such calls. I don't remember who he said when he first opened the door. Maybe, I don't remember. But we told him that it was an anonymous caller concerning the welfare of Brandon and Benjamin. And then we just went from there. Like I said, they were compliant. They weren't being argumentative at all. So, no problem. Okay, bye.
All right, and at this time, I'm stopping the video with 7 seconds left. Would you agree that you just hang up the phone and
Yes.
that's the end of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you stated earlier that you did not interview the children separately, is that correct?
Separate from the parents, correct?
But you said that there's someone else there by the last name of Hale.
Detective Hill?
He was a detective?
Yes.
Okay. And does a detective outrank your, what are you an officer?
An officer.
Patrol
Yes.
officer?
Yes, a detective's higher ranked than a patrol officer, correct?
And so they have more experience in, are they considered to have more experience? Are we more qualified?
It's just a higher rank.
Do they have to do anything special to become a detective?
But they have to take a test.
So maybe they have more training? Would that be fair?
They just take a test to get the higher rank position.
And I'm playing for you, States Exhibit 100. And before I started, will be verified that States Exhibit 100 is Officer Patrick Hale's body-worn camera footage.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's exactly that, yes.
I'm gonna fast forward to minute 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
She just actually sit down. You can sit down. My mom's trying to crack them, but she's just and just when we eat our food, she just like eats it right. Yeah. She wants to. She just like
What's up, buddy? Yes, sir.
I don't know what happens.
Imagine Andy said that.
What are the other sorry, you live there as well? Yes.
Let's do something. Be nice.
Yes, sir.
Leonidis.
And his last name?
Solis, Solis.
What's the date?
Oh, he's 18.
Fast forward just briefly to the date of birth.
He was doing great. He just started feeling he has flashbacks because I had a situation with his biological mom where her boyfriend was abusing him. Ever told us? It's 09/22/92. Oh crap! A year ago? Yeah, there it was. The seat.
That's everybody a long time ago.
And you would agree with me, I'm stopping the video at 6:19, that that is you standing in the picture frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that your body worn camera now is overlapping with Officer Hale's
Correct.
in time.
Street, so I really don't know. I just know the gas station that she used to work at. That's it. But if you're trying to keep away from her, I don't know. I ain't in contact with them. I wish well, she took them away from me. She never let me have it. She put me on her life. That's when my father had gotten a hold of them and brought them back to me. And when I got a hold of him, I had pictures of him when he was abused by him. He had scars on his back, burned a cigarette burnout on him. And I did. I went to work for it. And then when COVID hit, they said they weren't taking any cases for him.
Okay, I'm stopping at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Would you agree with me that Detective Hale pulls Brandon Jr. aside?
Yes.
And he talks to Brandon Jr.?
Correct.
Sorry,
burned a cigarette burnout on him. And I did. I went to work for it. And then when COVID hit, they said they weren't taking any cases for him.
Okay, did you hear Brandon Jr. said he was poking at his eyes?
Yes.
When Detective Hale asked him what happened to Benji's eyes?
Correct.
Okay.
You come over here. Is it okay to take that down? Standing up there. What's your arms? Yeah, come on. Get it. Keep turning, buddy. Are you going this way? Hold on. Keep turning. Keep turning. There. Keep turning, buddy. Keep turning. Turn it. Keep turning. You got it.
Okay, now I'm stopping at 8:41. Do you see a lady who is now on the screen, or she stepped off, but she was just on the screen? Do you see that?
Yes.
Lady, and she's with EMS?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Living straight over here. And you're opening your eyes and you read this on the whatever's like there. You see you on the outside. Look up there. Have you taken it to the doctor for this first test? Yes, we did.
No, not the eyes yet.
Oh, no, I just think you're sorry. But we just been putting ice pack on his eyes.
Yeah, and they're taking him down to the.
Yeah, the knob on his head. When did you take it to the doctor? Thank you, buddy. For the ears?
Ears, I took him to the, and he's seen a specialist, for his ears.
Okay. So you see a specialist for his ears?
Yes. And, I was gonna take him tomorrow.
Did they give you medication?
Yes, they gave me ear drops, so that was just for 7 days, and then they're gonna see him back at,
We gotta say what they call it.
I believe it's at the Emerson room. Because I know that he said they, he had a lot of, dry blood in his ear, and they wanted to see it come out and.
He's got bruising in his arms.
Where he's already, like I had, next month on the 27th, he has a behavioral class, and that's he's always hitting his head on the ground.
Did CPS get involved with this?
No.
I'm stopping at 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. Now, would you agree with me that Detective Hale was not present when Miranda initially told you all about the doctor's appointments that were scheduled?
Correct.
Okay. So she's having to tell a second person.
Yes.
So who was assigned to the behavioral class?
I did. I made the appointment and,
I'm sorry.
I have it on.
Thank you. But, she signed up for, yeah, okay, but I got to be there. But, Mom, yeah, yeah.
Is it agenda? It's a counseling and meeting person. Yeah. No, he already has an appointment. Yeah. I tried to make it earlier, but they said that they were all booked and that the earliest they have is August 27th. And he has an appointment. And he also has an appointment in September to go see the doctor. And I tried to make it earlier. I called him, yes, to see if
You have the current physician with you?
yes, to like have a checkup with him and stuff.
You know, do you have that information? Eagle initial.
It's a little buddy and
Yeah, it's the little buddies that I always talk to.
And did you just hear Brandon Jr. say that Little Buddies is the one we always go to?
Yes.
Okay, and Little Buddies is a doctor
Yes, I believe so. Doctor's office.
that Miranda is saying she's been trying to make appointments with.
Right.
You know the
Lewis, Ames, yes, they eat French toast. That was around like 5:30.
Yeah. And then you said you're going to. And he's Have you seen the joke? One more time. One of the root hole stuff. Yes, just. Can you show us now? He's been in trouble with first. Hey, you, how are you related?
Sister, so nice, smarter.
You're a sister?
I'm her sister.
Oh, yeah. You got a nice setup there.
This is over. Sensor videos for the baby.
That's awesome. And you know, I need sensor videos myself. And you know,
Sorry, I'm gonna stop the video. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. Okay, at 13:04, the Detective Hale's video shows that there's a calendar on the wall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and photos were taken, and it captures this calendar, correct?
I believe so. I'm not too sure what photos he took.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the photos of that time period, there were photos taken that day.
Correct.
I need sensor videos myself. Thank you.
She's trying to talk.
I'm trying to hear this right. You're daddy to baby? See baby? This one. This guy here? And that guy. And this is your child. Baby, this one? And your sister lives with you?
No, she just stays here when telling me with apartments and stuff.
Anyway. Is it okay if I look at your picture?
Yes.
And I'm gonna stop it at 14 minutes, 51 seconds. Did you see the locks on the cabinets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree with me that your arrival at 3031 Eisenhower Road, apartment number 1, on July 20th, 2021 was unannounced, right? They didn't know you were coming.
They didn't know I was going to occur.
Okay. And so when you come into the apartment, you can see that all of the cabinets none of them are locked up, even though they have locking mechanisms, correct?
Correct.
And at this stage in the video, at 15 minutes and 50 seconds, you are conferring with Detective Hale and EMS.
Yes, ma'am. We're just discussing about what we have there, what we've observed up at step one.
Okay, I'm stopping it at 17 minutes and 13 seconds. Can you tell me, in addition to the female EMS, are there 3 other EMS there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
First he started off, he's identified in September. First he started off with him peeing his numbers. He wasn't right. He was peeing his numbers. Every time he would try to go out something, he would, he wanted to say that he wanted to go. He had to learn how to get this. He just got his own. Because we're trying to, we thought he's going to school, and that he needs to be in other words. It started with him peeing on himself and pooping on himself. So that's why we put him in diapers. And then it went on to him hitting his head and telling me that, talking back and he's not listening. This, and when we put his watch, and then the right came on himself and then that's over on his, and then with the major March, April.
You looked at March this year?
Yes.
Okay, and this is when you say you started.
And then his April, being like, how do you say it?
What do you best, however best you can find it?
They're talking back to both of us.
Talking back to both of you.
This was back in April.
March,
April.
And you have it in March.
He just him peeing on himself. I started off with
March was good.
yes. I started with that.
And then April, you started talking back.
Yes. And then it went on to him. If he didn't get his way, even still, like today I had to do more as a team earlier. And I don't know what bread is. Everyone bread. He asked for bread. We'll ask for bread. We said no, there's no fit. And today, he been my hand like, oh no, we want to go for bread. Actually, that's what we're doing. It was way earlier.
Yeah. So where are you headed?
Right here. And
Or did I see more?
yeah.
So you were okay?
Yeah, I was fine.
This is more skin right now? Okay.
And then I told him not to want to hold bread because I had him sitting in the because I had him sitting he likes to stand up and one time he got out because he was standing up and he sit down and sit down and
I'm going to stop it at 21 minutes and 1 second. In the background, can you see another officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Officer Taylor,
Okay. And who is he speaking with?
I believe he's talking to EMS over there.
Can you see Brandon Jr.? Right here. In the blue shirt.
Yeah, I can see now, yeah.
Okay. And so he's speaking with Brandon.
yes. because I haven't been back in Senate. And, to go back to.
So what do y'all do when he doesn't listen or this?
We put him, they don't state them, they don't know what that is. And I feel that that's why it's not in this war, because they, I mean, there's a difference between being a child and, just being a child. And I feel like this has gone so far because we don't, they don't know what discipline is, they know what timeout is, but timeout is not helping.
Notice you had a camera here. What are you?
Because we have all these bots on, even last night, we just put these bots on because.
That's why we hit that.
That's fine. No, that's why all these bots are on and, yeah, we're getting more. We're getting more for these.
So your concerns are the launch of the camera for you?
Yes. He speaks to them.
Thank you.
Did you just hear Brandon say, Benji, she's asking, what did you eat? As he came into the frame?
I heard him say something. I didn't catch what he said.
Okay. And then, let me back up.
She's asking what did you eat?
Okay, did you hear Brandon say, Benji, she's asking, what did you eat? Did you hear that?
Yes.
And did you hear Benji respond, animal crackers?
I heard animal crackers, correct.
Okay. And so EMS is asking her, because she's the only she there, right? No, besides Miranda and her sister, which it's the EMS. Do you know her name?
I don't.
I apologize. But she's asking questions about what the child is eating, correct?
Objection calls for speculation and calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, as part of the video, you can hear her voice.
I'll overrule it only as to statements that we can hear on the video. Otherwise, the objection is sustained. But if it's been admitted into evidence through the video, I'll overrule it.
I'll just replay the video.
She's asking what did you eat?
Animal crackers for dinner? No, that was a snack.
That was snack.
Yeah.
That's why, like, you don't put shut down here,
Yeah, I see the better figure in the pantry here.
He wakes up at night and it's always around 12 o'clock. Because they want to sleep early because they have, have to take him to school, and his school is 30 minutes away. So I don't
And he doesn't go to school. What's his name?
He's, Benjamin. He's should be going to school this coming
What's his last name?
Cervera, Cervera. He should be going to school on this night. I'm hoping. I want him to get better and I hope. I already told
He started in March and he really started talking back.
Yes, and then I went to him, banging his head on the ground, I'm like, you're gonna get hurt, it's gonna hurt your head. And we talked to him and I'm like, I got him, he will just see him this way. And, that's why I got his phone out, and they had, his eyes, he was, this eye situation, and that's why I'm taking him tomorrow, because he's been like,
Did you notice how he had a hard time following the pin? With his eyes?
Yeah, I guess having a hard time listening to the instructions, correct?
Or just visually seeing it?
Object calls for speculation.
Overruled, you can answer if you want. When the pin moves, would you agree with me that his eyes are not tracking? Let me ask this. Do you get any special training in like HGN?
I do.
And that's horizontal gaze nystagmus?
Correct.
And y'all do that in DWI?
Correct, judge, and relevance, judge.
Overruled, go ahead. You do that in DWI investigations?
Correct.
And you're trained on kind of observing the eye and if it's tracking your stimulus, correct?
Yes.
And your stimulus being generally like a pin or a light or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Dana, Robin asked you a question earlier on. Just ask the question again. Are you guys resisting the silence live tomorrow for Aiden's hearing? Just in case, because sometimes Dana is listening rather than watching. So.
and that's why I'm taking him tomorrow, because he's been like,
Did you notice that his eyes were really following the pen?
Right. I don't know whether or not he wasn't It's the eyes, or he's just not following instructions.
Okay.
I know he walked by, but he's been bumping into walls and stuff. I want to take him tomorrow so he can get his eyes checked because he's just been.
So she now is informing Detective Hale that she's observed the child bumping into walls, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that she needs to get his eyes checked.
Yes.
What do you think happened to his eyes?
I don't know because this happened at night.
Maybe, when did you first notice this on his eyes?
This was a 3 days ago.
So 3 days ago, you noticed that?
It won't go up that morning, and his eyes are, both of them were super swollen, and they were like, so I put ice packs on them, and they got better. And we just noticed that, like, he has his bed in there.
His eyes were completely swollen.
Yes. You can see part of it, but like, all around was.
Were they like that?
No, they were not like
This
that.
went from
Yes.
3 days ago, he goes to bed, he was fine. He wakes up, and his eyes are all burning shut. Were they purple already?
They were like skinny purple, like, it was like, over my hair and up here.
How did you wake up that morning?
We wake up at, we're not like around 7, 8-ish.
Okay.
And, I was like, did you see?
When you noticed that, you put ice packs on? All right, what else did you do?
And, we just put ice packs on him, and they got,
The last 3 days?
yes,
Okay.
and they're getting better. And,
Did you think about taking the doctor when you saw him?
yes.
Did you call the doctor that 3 days ago?
I called, that's why I called I didn't call the doctor, but I did call the behavior, and I told them, like, hey, like, just, he looks like this, and I'll see him sooner, and they're like.
No, behavioral doesn't treat medical, right? It just treats medical kind of stuff. So who told you about the behavioral place?
I looked it up because, I'm like, something has to be wrong with him. We can get it out, maybe, him seeing other people can get, whatever's bothering him out. Like that, I don't know if you heard that, but he said that when they were living with his mom, their mom.
Just a minute. Let's sit you up there, you can see that, okay? You're 4 years old? You're gonna be big. So what happened to your eyes? Huh? You punched them? Poked them good. With your hands? And then show me where you want to mark. Right there, close your eyes. Close your eyes. What's your eyebrows here? Your eyebrows are falling right there? So where did you poke them at? Wait, how did you poke them at the end? How did you poke them at the end? With your knee? So what happened to your head right here? Benjamin, look at me. Benjamin. Look at me. What happened to your head right here? What? I hear you. You know what? On the floor?
You got your head on the floor?
How is your head on the floor?
How did you get your head?
Listen to her.
Now, did you just see Benjamin grab baby food or some kind of food item?
Correct.
And you saw the EMS, female EMS, take it from him and put it back down?
Yes.
Okay, and so would you agree with me, she wasn't trying to withhold food from him at this point, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's sustained.
Ms. Sawyer? If you guys want to vote, please.
Okay, and this one? And this one? What did you do? You did them too? Show me how you built those. Okay. And then what happened over here? Why you buy them? Because why? Don't look at the berries. Why you buy them? No, not right now. It's for me. Why'd you buy them? Benjamin, why'd you buy them? Why do you bite your fingers? You're hard? And then where did you poke your eyes at? Tell me where you poke your eyes. Show me how you poke your eyes. How do you poke your eyes? How hard where? What part of your eye? At the top of your eye?
Oh, my eyeball is trying to.
Jesus, you got purple right here? You got purple right there?
My eyes is right here.
Okay. You have purple right there? Have you looked in the mirror?
You can't see.
You want to show me where? You okay, right?
Oh, my sister's in it.
Come here, Benjamin. I'm sorry, man. See your eye? How did you get like that? What happened? Ow. Where? Show me where you poked it.
Oh, my eyeballs falling away.
Your arm was falling right there?
My eyeballs.
Okay.
Falling.
Okay, but then how did you get this purple here? You poked it? Okay, then how'd you get this on your head? What happened right there? What happened right there? Feel that?
You see it, I can see it.
Yeah, but you can feel it.
You feel that?
Feel it.
What happened right there?
And my, you hear my head
On what?
on the floor.
On the floor?
Who did?
Hey, me.
Thanks, man.
And I'm stopping at 32 minutes. And at this time, Your Honor, I think this would be a good stopping spot.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:30. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch. We are going to take a 1-hour break for lunch. Please remember my instructions. Do not look up or research anything about this case or anything you may have heard during the course of the trial. Do not read or listen to any media accounts of this trial or Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Sawyers, if you'd like to continue.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I'd like to continue playing the rest of Hale's video. We left off at 32 minutes and 06 seconds. I'm just going to restart it at that spot.
And what happened right there? You did what? How did you hurt yourself right there? How did you hurt yourself right there? You did what? You show me where you sleep? You show me where you sleep? Where you sleep? Where, you gonna show me? Where you show me? Where is this? Oh, that one? So you pull it out? You pull that out and sleep on it? Who sleeps in here? Nobody? Okay.
She said it was and Dad said it is. It's a book. Maybe. Was he actually going to sit there with Dad? He went and said that grabbed him, and he should have this.
Got off his mom chick that fell off the bike 2 weeks back, and we got her, feel not gonna hit her eye on like that. And a couple days later, she said, thank you, hope your eye was back. Thank you. So this is a big one. Yeah. Trying to do my best to make sure that we don't remember the wrong person. It's in the more than we need to. Thanks for y'all. Yes. Thank you. That's what they call this whole case. That call back. He had mentioned TMS before the dad that their friend, which is the kid, knocked him down or pushed him in his head and called that home also. TMS believes in pain.
Now, I'm stopping it at 36 minutes and 25 seconds. Is Officer Hale informing you that Brandon Jr. Pushed Benji and Benji fell and hit his head?
Yes, he's advising me of what he gathered.
Right, because there's two Brandons in this case, correct?
Correct.
Brandon Sr.
And Brandon Jr.
Brandon Jr. And not to be confused, at no point was there an accusation that Brandon Sr. had pushed the child into the ground or hit his head.
Correct.
Just go hang on.
When the teacher, when I first got here to Texas, when the teacher thing was, I was like, I see the teacher once, I see correct, I don't see a FedEx. I'm originally from Wisconsin, so I know all the German names.
We don't have too many, but we have a lot of Germans in the area. Be safe. Thank you. Yeah, that's what Jimmy's thing. That's the yeah. So, and then I was explaining to the detectives and he's like, everything that I explained to him was when I first got him, whatever. I'm sorry, no, you're good. He said, he's not surprised. I mean, if the kid's something wrong with him, maybe autistic or whatever, and they're sitting in a counseling, he's not surprised to see that kind of behavior from an autistic kid. It's very common. Yeah. And I explained to him how they have all the safety measurements in place. There's food. Nobody else has on his phone. Injuries and stuff like that. So he said if you get snap photos of the apartment, how they have it, and then snap photos of the kid. Like we'll send you info. And that's it. I always see about CBS. I'll probably mention the other answer. But if you have questions, thanks so much. Does he? Yeah. All right. Okay. And it's consistent. He marks. Okay. Lighting the governors. Okay. So that's consistent with the phone. Consistent with their saying. When you see the kid, like, oh shit, asshole, that, you know what I mean? When I saw that, I said, let me feel this kid. Yeah, that sure. Yeah. All right, you're gonna kind of let them know what you're doing, why you're taking photos of everything. Sounds good.
Stopping it at 39 minutes and fast forwarding to 48 minutes and 18 seconds. And before I started, let me ask you, would you agree with me that you did a thorough investigation when you were called out for your welfare check?
I did my investigation that day, correct? Yeah.
And the child was interviewed outside the presence of the parents, correct? By Detective Hale.
I wouldn't say out of the presence, but they were nearby.
And his responses, as Detective Hale and yourself both acknowledged, were consistent with the injuries y'all were observing, correct?
Yep.
And I'm starting.
I'm talking about the basic one. Thank you for calling, Commissioner.
Yes, or, like I said, these probably to managers and stuff. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm stopping it at 49 minutes and 26 seconds. Can you see Benji in the photo? Sitting at the table?
Yes.
Okay, and he has a milk,
Yes.
and he'll be eating at the table?
I believe when I came back, he was eating. Correct.
Yes, if you can read something here real quick. Let's line up here.
It's 3031.
Some stuff. That way it comes out again. Really good. Finally, today, you guys want to bring on that. That'd be cool. And now, I've got a shot put in there.
Okay, and at 51:23, I'm stopping. Did you hear Benji ask his dad if he's tired?
Yes.
And what does Brandon say?
I didn't hear his response.
All right, but the child is indicating he's tired, correct?
Yes.
And the reason I'm gonna take photos is it'll help you because usually we go somewhere, there's a mess, there's no food, there's we want to show that your house is fine. And you're certain that. I appreciate that. I'm gonna take this first and I'll take that. Thank you, sir.
Did you know what he was saying, what Benji was saying there?
I think he's telling Dad I want to lay down.
And okay, so would you agree at this time that Brandon's telling him that he can't go to bed, he has to wait?
I can't hear what they're saying, but at this point,
You couldn't hear that?
No, I didn't.
Is that where he sleeps?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm gonna take a picture of this, sir.
Yeah, start here all over again. You have to go to later or something.
Yeah. Sure. Awesome. just to show that, you know, people, they're going to maintain food, everything. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture of yours. Everybody, can I take your pictures? Yeah, cool. All right, so cool. Have them go a little bit that way. You stand, you stand there, okay? Right there, right there. Perfect. Smile. Awesome. Miss Marty. Good. Let's see. That's a good picture. Good. Awesome. Can you put your hands like this for me? Show me when you hit your fingers. Right there? They put it like this. That's what I see right there. Got the other one? One more. There you go. Yeah, you're good. So move on. Your hand. Okay. Now turn that way. Face that way. Okay, now look at me. Return like this. Something like that.
Do the last one.
All right. Like this.
Strong muscle. Show your muscle.
There we go. There. Perfect. Now the other one. That's a big muscle. Okay. Come on. Keep time. Again. That's your second there. Okay. You know you know. You just a little bit right there. I get it going sideways like this. Yo, there you go. That's right there. What happened right there? Right here, look at me. Right there on yourself. What happened right there?
The table scratched it. The who?
You see, John, don't you? Oh, I'm sorry, my, you speak John, translate for John. I speak Spanish, I translate.
Who scratched you? The diaper, oh, your diaper. Your Paw Patrol diaper? I don't watch more diapers.
Can you wear that just a little bit? Like are you allergic to it or something? That don't seem like it would be my fault with the diaper just in terms of bend forward a little bit.
Hey,
bend forward a little bit.
No, what kind of diapers?
They know what you're saying. Some slogans on the seat of the short little right around.
They have now diapers and stuff. So they just, yeah.
Perfect. That'll show the pattern that it looks like it's more of a, yeah, those consistent with there.
Oh, yeah. They're, I bought those, this is one
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, sir, but if anybody ever in the future says, hey, what do you think this is consistent with that? My opinion is consistent with that. The marks on his knuckles, to me, is consistent with combining the hands. Somebody else might go different, but that's my opinion.
Did you get that from anyone? Is it good?
Yes. Can you get it?
I'm sorry, they
And your phone number?
703-46.
What's your address last name? Cervera, with a C or an S?
C-R-V-R-A.
Cervera. And your first name?
Brendan.
Brendan.
August 2025.
When's that birthday? When's that birthday?
And I'm gonna stop it at 1 hour and 52 seconds. There's only 1 minute, 52 minutes left, or 52, sorry, that's all. But there's only 1 minute and 52 seconds left, correct? And Benjamin has left the room?
Correct.
All right, so during Hale, what we saw on Hale, you would agree with me that Brandon Sr. was cooperative, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't interrupt the child when the child was speaking, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't trying to hide any answers through interrupting him, correct?
Correct.
And he waited to let the child speak and repeat even what he said several times, correct?
He assisted. Correct.
Okay. And each time the child is asked about something, the child is able to at least communicate in his own words what his experience was, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state has admitted State's Exhibit 76. Is there a special way to get that up?
We just have to put it in this track.
And it'll work. Okay. And to be fair, you have only seen Benjamin on July 20th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
But you're familiar with what he looked like on July 20th, 2021.
Right.
And just to make sure I'm opening the right thing.
That's it.
Okay, I
Open
don't.
that and then it's the next folder.
Okay. I don't want to go
It's
open.
You want to go to the PDF? The
Okay.
PDF. Right there, yeah.
And, okay, I'm in the way. Would Your Honor, can I maybe see if I can move back a little bit? Or maybe I can go to the side.
You can do what you need to.
It states that it's created on April 9th, 2021.
I'm going to object to ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead. And, okay, and as you mentioned, this is their full family, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you weren't there that day, were you?
No.
Okay, and, but all 4 kids are together,
Yes.
correct? I'm gonna ask, do I just?
Yeah, exit out and then
Okay.
the PDF should still be open.
Perfect. All right, and then I'm showing you what is photo number 2, and it says it's created on April 9th, 2021. Do you see that?
I see. Correct.
And you see that this is a photo of Leo, Brandon Jr., and Benji, correct?
Yes.
And they're all 3 together.
Yes.
I'm showing you what is photo number 3, and it is saying that it was created on April 9th, 2021.
And there's a created date and I captured it. Yes.
And this is just a photo of Benji, correct?
Yes.
And he looks happy?
In the photo, yes.
Yeah. And you would agree with me that photo number 4 was created again on 4/9/2021?
Yes.
And he's blowing bubbles, correct?
Correct.
All right. And photo number 5 was created on April 26, 2021.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. Okay, and here it's a photo of Benji and he's wearing a slam dunk shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And He's not wearing pants. He's wearing shorts, right?
Yes.
And a short sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And that's Leo right next to him.
Yes.
So he's not by himself, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you. Okay, on photo number 6, would you agree that that was from May 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And would you agree that that shows Benji at a table?
Yes.
You have to ask an answer, Judge.
Overruled, it's cross-examination.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21. Do you recognize this photo as being similar to that table?
Yes.
Okay. And the item of clothing that Benji is wearing here, he's wearing there?
It's a blue shirt similar to that one.
Yeah. And in fact, earlier today, you had an opportunity to review that photo, correct?
The photos you presented to me, yes.
And you said that you recognized Benji in there?
Correct.
And that if you need to refresh your recollection, but that would you agree with me that photo also came from May 16th, 2021?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation, Judge.
You can establish if he knows, Ms. Sawyers, I'll let you, but I'm going to sustain the objection as.
I don't know that it came from May 16th. You were showing me the date, and I agree with the date that you showed me. That's correct.
And every other time that you've testified to the dates,
Right.
you've been able to read a celebrate
Correct.
record? Okay. And you reviewed this earlier today and established that the
Judge,
photo.
I object to showing the officer an item that hasn't been marked or identified.
Do you have that photo? I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21A. And do you recall reviewing that report with me earlier today?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree with me that it's a cell right report?
What do you mean?
Well, it's the same type of report that you were just reviewing on the screen.
The same photo?
Well, it's the report I'm asking about
No,
right
this portion of it, yes.
Yeah, and that it contains links in there to a photo, correct?
Correct.
And when I asked you to review it, you were able to review it, correct?
I was able to see the dates, yes.
And you were able to confirm that the date of that photo matched the date 5/16 of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you think you wouldn't want to mislead the jury into believing that the child was not eating, correct?
Correct.
And so it'd be important if there's evidence that shows the child has food and is being fed.
Yes.
Did you understand we're here on a starvation case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing State Defendant's Exhibit 21 and asking for it to be admitted.
Judge, Defendant's Exhibit 21 has not been authenticated. We don't know the source of it. We don't know what the document contained in document 21A that is purported to authenticate this, where that came from, what that date that he is saying, she is saying, asking him, is that associated with? We have no understanding of where that comes from.
Can you guys approach this?
Also on May 16th, 2021, that goes along with, looks like it's the same day.
It would appear that it's the same day.
And
I'm now showing you what is State Exhibit 7. And would you agree with me that that's on May 23rd, 2021?
Correct.
And that is a photo of the room in which Benji and Leo were staying.
Correct.
And that they both have identical beds.
Yes.
And that when we watched Hale's video, you heard why Benjamin's bed was no longer there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because he had diarrhea and had gotten on it.
Right.
Okay, so the two boys appear to be treated equally, correct?
Yes, it calls for speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
I'm showing you what's been the photo number 8, and it is on, would you agree, June 4th, 2021?
Correct.
All right. And here, would you agree with me, it's a Benji?
Yes.
And he's standing up in a car,
Yes.
and he has a blue and white striped shirt,
Yes.
and his arms are showing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's nothing, I mean, would you agree with me that by revealing his body, everybody's able to see it who would have come into contact with Benji that day, correct?
Yes.
If he's wearing this outfit?
Correct.
Okay. And State Exhibit 9 is also from 6/4/2021. And again, that's Benji, correct?
Yes.
Same shirt.
Yes.
Showing you what State's Exhibit 10, and it's from June 6, 2021.
Yes.
And well, I didn't do anything differently, so I'm not sure what happened. But do you see this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell who it is from the photo?
Benjamin.
Okay. And were you there that day when this photo was taken?
No.
And so you have no idea what's actually happening in this photo, correct?
No.
All right. And you also don't know who else is there when this photo was taken?
Correct.
But it came from Miranda's phone?
I believe that's
Check calls for speculation.
Sustained, if he does not know that, that's sustained.
I'm not sure, but I believe it's a photo that they pulled from her phone.
That they pulled from her phone? Because that's the Cellbrite records that you were referring to review before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm showing you it states Exhibit 11, and it's taken on June 9th, 2021.
Yes.
And you would agree that you see Miranda in the photo,
Yes.
as well as Mariah as the baby?
Yes.
And who's in the background?
Benjamin.
Okay. And photo number 12 is from, you would agree, 6/10/2021.
Yes.
And who is in the photo?
Benjamin and Mariah.
Okay, and can you tell if the baby's there in the mirror?
I can't see from the.
You can't see from here? Okay. And then photo number 13 is from 6/17, correct?
Yes.
And it's all 4 kids together, right?
Yes.
And the older kids are wearing similar shirts.
Correct.
Someone took the time to coordinate them, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, on the next photo, photo number 14, June 21st, 2021, showing you that photo. And this is Benji, right?
Yes.
Okay, you weren't there when this photo was taken.
No.
And you don't know if Brandon was there when this photo was taken, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who was there when this photo was taken.
No.
And you don't know what's going on before or after this photo was taken, do you?
No.
Now, showing you what's been marked, or is indicating photo 15, and it's from, would you agree, June 25th, 2021?
Yes.
And it's a photo of Benji.
Yes.
He's sitting at a dinner table.
Correct.
And he has a drink in front of him, correct?
Right.
And it looks like a place to eat, correct?
IHOP.
Oh, it looks like IHOP, okay. And what, did you see the bottle in the picture? This handle right here?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a bottle, but I see the handle, yes.
Okay. Did you see what he was drinking out of on 7/20/21 when I asked you about the milk?
Yes,
Okay, and it's similar in appearance, would you agree?
it was a red object, similar to that, yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you photo 16 from, you would agree, July 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And now we're a few days difference, week or so, maybe two. And he's again wearing that same tank top that you saw in the previous photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also saw Brandon Jr. in that picture,
Yes.
correct? Now I'm showing you what's been marked as 17, photo 17, and it came from July 24th, 2021.
Yes.
And this is would you agree with me, a picture of Benji, Leo, and Miranda's sister?
Yes.
Okay. And he's smiling and happy.
He's smiling.
You see his teeth?
Correct.
Yeah. And you see photo number 18. Would you agree it came from July 26, 2021?
Yes.
And now in this photo, you see Leo and Benji, correct?
Yes.
And they're 2 years apart.
I don't remember Leo's age.
Okay. I'll have to check. And he has on clean, new tennies, or they appear to be pretty new.
He has some shoes, yes.
And a nice outfit.
I'll check the relevance.
It goes to care and clothing.
Overruled. You can answer, sir.
Yes.
Has his hair done as well.
Yes.
And that next photo is on number 19, July 26, 2021. And this is just Benji by himself, right?
Correct.
And this is 6 days after you saw him.
Yes.
And then number 20 is would you agree, is from July 30th, 2021?
Yes.
And it shows Benji.
Yes.
Now it looks like he has had a haircut
Yes.
since the last photo. Then photo number 21 is from July 31st, and it is, would you agree?
Yes.
And I can't enlarge it. Oh, maybe I can. Nope. Okay. And it's a Benji.
Yes.
Right? And it appears to be, from the photo, it says it's an SAISD yearbook best smile picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's standing in the frame. And so this, I think, what is SAISD? Is that San Antonio Independent School District?
Correct.
So it's a public forum
Yes.
that he's standing in. And he has his no sleeves on, correct?
Yes.
He has that same or a similar shirt with stripes.
Yes.
And it's a tank top.
Yes.
And shorts.
Yes.
And different tennis shoes, correct?
Yes.
And now I'm showing you photo 22 from, would you agree, August 1st, 2021?
Yes.
Great. And here, you would agree that Benji's eating
Yes.
cake?
Yes.
Okay. Now, number 23, photo number 23 came from August 3rd, 2021. Would you agree?
Yes.
And now, can you tell what's going on in this picture?
No. Looks like you might be in a bugle.
Okay. And what kind of shirt is he wearing?
Tank top.
Okay. And he has shoes on?
Yes.
Okay. They appear to be new-ish.
Right.
Now, we're on photo number 24, August 9th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And this is a picture of, would you agree, Leo on the right and Benji on the left?
Yes.
Okay, and COVID's going on?
It's 2021, so yeah, I'm sure people were still wearing masks back then.
Okay. And then this is say, photo number 25, and would you agree it comes from August 11th, 2021?
Yes.
And in this photo, it appears, would you agree with me, that there's a diaper?
Yes.
And that Benji has put his hand in the diaper.
Yes.
And what is normally contained in diapers?
Either poop or pee.
And would, in your experience, does that look like that's poop on his hand?
It could be.
And in order to have poop, do you have to have food consumed?
Yes and no. Yeah. You could also drink liquid substance, but yeah.
Okay, but you'd have to have consumed something.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me from the photo, it doesn't look like it's diarrhea, correct?
I can tell.
That's just it. Now, I'm showing you what's photo number 26 from 8/14/2021. Would you agree?
Yes.
And this is a photo of Leo, Benji, and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
Brandon Jr. And they're eating at a table.
Yes.
And they're all together.
Yes.
And they all have water or a liquid to drink.
There's liquid substances on the table, yes.
And then, okay, number 27 is, now let me back up. On 26, that was at 9:51 a.m., correct?
From what it shows, I guess.
Yeah. And then underneath, it says 10:33:28 on the photo number 27.
Yes.
So from the same day. And this is Benji?
Yes.
Okay. This is the same, this is at 10:33 a.m., correct, on photo number 27?
Yes.
And then photo number 28 is at 10:33 as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so same time, but two different photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with filters on phones and lighting?
No.
On your iPhone, does it have ways that you can take pictures differently?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't say whether or not how they took this picture, whether a filter was used or anything like that.
No, I'm going to object to relevance, Judge. This is an iPhone.
Oh. You may answer.
No, I don't.
And so I'm showing you photo number 29, and it is from that same August 14th, now at 1:44 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And we see Benji, and he's drinking water.
Yes.
All right. And now this is at photo number 30. It's the same day, and it's 4:54.
Yes.
August 14th. Now it's 4:54. And would you agree this is Benji?
Yes.
He's drinking water again,
Yes.
and he has a diaper on,
Yes.
and his arms are up.
Correct.
This is August 16th. Now we're 2 days later, 11:55 in the morning, and for photo number 31, right?
Yes.
And who is this?
Miranda, Leo, and Benji.
Okay. And so they're all together. He's with his brother. And then we jump back, and it looks like this goes backwards in time on photo number, oh, maybe there's just one at the bottom. So I think this is
duplicate, but let's make sure. So it says,
It is true.
it's a duplicate?
There's
Okay.
a tag on its line, that's the tag.
Okay, all right. So would you agree with me? Well, at this point, I'm asking you to look at Defendant's Exhibit 19. And do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm Defendant's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize the people in those photos?
Yes.
And earlier today, when you reviewed the Cellbrite report, can you tell me what date the Defendant's Exhibit 19 correlates with?
Judge, I'm going to judge my questioning because we haven't established what 21A is, but we would not object to the admission of 1920.
I think 21A was established as the Cellbrite report, but is not being offered. And Ms. Sawyers, are you seeking to admit 19 and 20?
Yes, but I'm trying to establish the dates that correlate with them.
Okay. I'll go ahead and admit 19 and 20. The state doesn't have an objection, but you can still you can still question on it.
Yes. So yes, the date here says 4/9/2021.
Okay. So on Defendant's Exhibit 19, it's in April of 2021. And then on Defendant's Exhibit 20, can you reference the Cellbrite report and what date was that photo taken?
April 18th, 2021.
Okay. And so at this time, Your Honor, we need to
Whilst they're doing that, right, just a heads up as well, they haven't gone to deliberations. So I know this morning we were told that they've gone to deliberations today. They haven't. There's still trial going on. So because of that, I'm not going to cram it all in today. So we'll do day 1, day 2, which is now, and day 3. And then what we'll do after that then is 4. They're on day 5 today. So tomorrow we'll do day 4 and day 5 tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, they might go into deliberations, day 6, I'm not sure. But I don't see the point of rushing this through when we can do it tomorrow. That's good news. So we'll do that. Just in case people thought, what the fuck? So we're only doing day 1 to 3 today.
and they're eating food.
Yes.
And then
Also, Lil G, I'm not sure if I missed it, but you have now received your hoodie. What's your hoodie like? It says delivered. I know, Sarah, yours is on the way out there somewhere. I think there's a lot of them now on the way out, so it should be arriving today with a lot of you. Lisa Reed, you little minx, I know you've got yours. How was yours fitting? So yeah, how is everyone's hoodies doing? I hope they're well.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 20, and I don't know about you, it's kind of hard. Can you see that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and who is at the bottom of the photo?
Miranda.
Okay, and what are they doing?
Eating.
And everyone seems to have food in front of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Benji's not off by himself eating?
No.
Okay.
All I know is that yours has been delivered. It says next to your name, it says been delivered. So it's been, you got it. Somewhere, wherever you live, it's there. So you've got it somewhere in your house, apartment, wherever. Yours is definitely on the way, Toots. Yours is, some of it's on the way. Lisa Reed's arrived. Lisa Reed, you got one more item coming Tuesday. Yeah, do you know what? I do that as well. I'm going to wash it and send a picture. There you go. I do that as well. I wash it and then I don't wear anything. I have to wash everything first. Dylan, are you updating your whiteboard? No, because there's nothing to update. Nothing to update, I don't think. Yours is still in production. Yours should be here by the 8th, Amy, I believe. By the 8th, I believe. Right, let's get back to this. Sorry, people.
And then showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 21, as you can see there. Let me pull it down. And you would agree that this photo is what it coordinates with that other May 16th photo
where Benji was sitting at the table, right?
Right.
And now, while the state didn't include it in there, there's food with him,
I'm gonna
right?
check the sidebar, Judge.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Please refrain from the sidebar.
So, but there's food in front of Benji.
Correct.
And you haven't reviewed all of the self-right, correct? So you're unaware of how many other photos might contain Benji with food, right?
Correct.
Because you've only been allowed to review the photos that the state provided to you, correct?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Your Honor, may I approach him?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you photos, defendants, marked Defendants Exhibit 23 through 31. And do you recognize those from the July 20th, 2021 welfare check?
It looks like it's their living room.
And so are those accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And I'm considering for this date and asking that 20 through 30, the amended
I have 23 through 31.
23 through 31, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Ms. Sawyer, there has been no defense 22 that's been offered, correct?
That's correct, not yet.
So defense 23 through 31 inclusive are admitted to be published.
Thank you. All right, so I just need to make sure the jury is not, they're able to see it. I don't want, there you go. Okay. So, this is Defendant's Exhibit 23, and you would agree this is the living room as you walked in on July 20th, 21, unannounced.
Correct.
Okay. And this is just a Defendant's Exhibit 24. It's just a slightly different angle of that same sofa,
Yes.
correct? And everything looks clean and orderly.
Yes.
And then Defendant's Exhibit 25 is a photo, would you agree, of the kitchen, right?
Yes.
And there's a locking mechanism that's on the refrigerator right up top.
Yes.
And not just on top, but also there's a second one on the freezer portion of it.
Yes.
Okay, and both of those were unlocked.
Yes.
And then this is Defendant's Exhibit 26. And you would agree with me that things are kept in an orderly fashion.
Yes.
With the shoes, right? The
Yes.
bag. This is Defendant's Exhibit 27 of their master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a month before almost. You will be there on August, you're gonna be there on August 17th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
As well. And you would agree with me that at that time, there's gonna be a crib there.
I don't recall that to see it.
Okay. But in any event, bed's made, right?
Yes.
But was this laundry on the bed, or do you recall?
No.
But the bed's made.
Yes.
And then Defendant's Exhibit 28, again, when y'all show up, on the July 20th, 2021, you saw that there were posters and educational posters on the wall.
Yes.
Now, showing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 31, and it's 31 here. And this is Benji, correct?
Yes.
Just a smile on his face.
Yes.
And this is a Defendant's Exhibit 30. This is a close-up of his muscle on his arm when he was asked in the video to do his muscle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then here is Defendant's Exhibit 29, and this is a close-up of his face that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you can see that there's no redness in his eyes, in the eyeball, correct?
Yes.
The eyeballs themselves do not appear to be damaged.
No.
Okay. And again, he's smiling.
He's smiling in the photograph.
Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I am seeking to admit State's Exhibit 75.
Yes.
Please. Vinci?
Yes.
And so you recognize it to be Vinci?
Yes.
Correct? And at this time, Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 75, correct? Did you able to view State's Exhibit 75?
Yes.
And on there, did you see 7 videos?
Benji, yes.
And they're also contain images of Vinci?
Yes.
And so you recognize it to be Vinci?
Yes.
Correct? And at this time, Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 75.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 75 is admitted, may be published.
Now, would you agree with me that the date that these were created was on August 17th, 2021, the date that Benji passes?
That's it, yes.
Okay.
Sure. Sure.
All right. And gonna play for you. May I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I'm gonna play for you number 5, video number 5. And okay. Now, is this Benji?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna back up to 5 seconds. And do you see the image on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that to be the same image up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I am just submitting a photo of what's on the screen and asking that it be admitted as Defendant's
22.
Exhibit 22.
Okay.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit 22 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Oh. Sorry. It's been marked as, you would agree that that's the same image that you saw on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 32. And would you agree with me that that's just a paper copy of the same photo that we saw from State's Exhibit 76, photo 8? Is that the same photo?
Yes.
And that photo came from June 4th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, I'm just asking to admit Defendant's Exhibit 32 after showing it to the state.
No objection. I believe it's already admitted.
It is. It's just a paper copy, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 32 is admitted and may be published.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 32, and you would agree this is the same photo that was in State's Exhibit 76, photo 8.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, in your video, you would agree with me that there's a portion. Hold on a second. Are these all the videos that have been admitted?
It's the bottom of the other file.
That's one. Okay. So on July 20th, 2021, you had Officer Taylor there that was with you, correct?
Yes.
And he saw things that, or observed things that you didn't observe. Is that fair?
Y'all weren't together the entire time, correct?
Right.
And so at this stage, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 and admitted, and it is, should be State's Exhibit 99, which is Officer Taylor's body-worn camera. And I'm gonna bring your attention to 54 minutes in. Okay, at 54:25, I'm stopping the video. Did you see Miranda go and grab food and hand it to Benji?
Yes.
Okay, and Benji is standing right behind the chair at 55 minutes and 12 seconds, and he's still eating, correct?
Yes.
At 56 minutes and 16 seconds, did you hear Brandon ask Benji if he wanted some milk?
Yes.
You want this?
And did you just, I'm stopping at 57 minutes and 4 seconds, did you see Miranda just walk across the screen with the milk in her hand?
Yes.
Now I'm stopping at 58:03, and you've now entered the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so
I'm going to now take out Officer Taylor's and put in yours and pick up right where you walk in. So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. And I'm fast forwarding to minute 50. Um, 15 minutes and it's close to 13 seconds if I can get.
Okay, Brandon, so because of the nature of the call, I have to generate a case. So also call my detective to explain to me. Everything I observed, everything y'all explained to me, okay? I'm gonna do what we call an information report, documenting what happened. If you pretty much inspection, this is a case number, okay? And myself, measure, and the northern substation. Okay, so this is a report, an information report. The detective that we have here, he's gonna snap photos, just having the photos of the department, how I have it clean, how I have some safety measurements in place, how I have food. Okay, so, and then of course, he's gonna take photos of the entrance, okay? And it's just a procedure thing. It's not anything criminal at this point, okay?
I know, you also making things.
At this point, we're not, okay? Everything's consistent, kind of like with whatever behavior issue that he might have. But definitely, make that appointment.
Because I had him go.
And then, just like I have to know if I see it, okay? So that I have to, so they'll make contact with y'all, and then whatever they're paying their investigation, but I just have to find them online. I just want to let y'all know, see how that's up, okay? But don't try to avoid that.
Yeah, no, it's just something I've never had to deal with.
No, yeah.
I've never had to deal with. Besides with their moms, that's all.
I'm gonna explain to them everything the way it's happened in the second, and then hopefully, you know, at the end of it. Definitely keep documentation of everything. Any future injuries that he sustained that you've done to himself, you can try to also come check that way. If you decide to take him to the hospital, take that case number with you because when they see him, they're gonna think the worst, okay? That way the officers, if they call the police,
she's talking this about me, and she's just like, I know. Yeah. I have this video where he's over here punching his head, and like the kids are seeing, everyone was like, what he's seen or what, and I video him, and I showed the behavior on. He has autism, like not autism, but he's going.
Okay.
And he has speech problems.
Is he having as far as
a little bit. I noticed. Like we tried to talk to him, like, why do you do this to yourself? Why do you want to hurt yourself? He just says, because that's all we got.
very fine. But I think that's what the parents are being called for, is just done house, things like that. You can ask you to open up your pantries, food anything like that. Again, CPS come out there as possible, and keep all that documentation from, if you contact a hospital by phone or by
She goes.
Try to go see any kind of physical help for him next week. And so we're gonna we'll call us. Just keep that handy and you have to say it's already happening. So you say send photos, they're gonna send my quick information.
I'm stopping at 5622. Do you see that Brandon now has the milk bottle?
Yes. We can start with that. What is it?
And could you see what Brandon was doing in the kitchen?
Refilling the bottle.
We're gonna have monster, and
And I'm stopping the video at 56:59. So you've watched all the video clips with me. Would you agree that each of the video clips that we did show captured what each of the officers were doing that day?
Yes.
Very state, you were speaking with that caller, right? The person called in from the welfare check.
Yes.
And you agreed with, that you made a statement that they were not trying to hide from us, which is a good sign.
At the time, yes.
Objection, non-responsive. Sustained. Did you say on 7/20/2021 that it was a good sign because they were not hiding from y'all?
Yes.
Okay, they were open and cooperative, correct?
That's what I said, yes.
I pass the witness.
Nothing further, Judge. We would ask him to be excused.
Is he subject to recall?
We would ask him subject to recall.
Officer, you are done for the day. I thank you for your time. You are subject to recall, so please keep in contact with the state and remember that the rule has been invoked. Thank you very much. And if you guys want to get up and discuss.
Right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just got an order from Lush. So that's why. So sorry. My bad. I have to go and collect it. Here we go.
Chief Medical Examiner at the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office.
I'm sorry, Lady Di.
Let's talk about your education first. Do you have an undergraduate degree?
Education, we don't need that bit.
When I trained and originally started with the office, he is a foremost forensic pathologist here in San Antonio, but world-renowned and undetermined. Those are the only 5 that we're allowed to use by law. And again, it just is the circumstances of how that death came about.
And cause of death, what is that?
The cause of death is the reason that the person is deceased. So this could be, say, breast cancer or heart attack or gunshot wound. These are the actual, what we call.
So no, do you want to see them? Do you want to see them, do you? I'll show you a couple of things. Welcome to the alternate corner where we show each other stuff. So this is my new shampoo. Lush. I'm not sure what it is. Ann Summers, yeah, I don't do Ann Summers. I used to all the time. Scotsy guy for that. It doesn't even have a smell to it. Then this. It's like vanilla. So I don't know. And I've got some beard moisturizer. It's supposed to be coconut, but it doesn't smell like coconut. Got some body spray, dirty, like daffodil, dirty bitch. Lush is fucking gorgeous. Yeah, that's Lush. That is. I called Laura Murray Lush the other day in a song. I don't think she got it. Yeah, Lush is like the place to go. And I've also got my native. My native came through as well. I got that next day. Actually, my native. Candice, hello, my darling. Too many smells. Yeah, I didn't go into the store. I just ordered online. I'd never been to Lush before. Hang on, let me grab it for a second. So here you go. Native. Smells nice. I've had my dinner, Crystal. Had my dinner. I had Sunday roast. Potatoes, roast parsnips, roast carrots. Excuse me. Mushy peas, some mashed potatoes. To say that, some beef, roast beef, and yeah, I think that a bit of gravy, bit of brown gravy. Hang on, daffodil, always with Will. Daffodil, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffodil, dill. There you go. So there you go, daffodil. So yeah, I think this is named after Daffodil, the dirty bitch spray. The dirty bitch spray. I didn't cheat on you. Once while I was away. No, you don't have to. All the other motherfuckers did. Don't you worry. Do you know what? So hang on. Vanilla and coconut, Jane. Those are my two favorites. Those are my two favorites. Look at Corn Pope. Corn Pope's like fucking 2 days behind. Corn Pope. But there's no smell on my shampoo. There's no smell. I think is Lush not cruelty free? I think Lush is cruelty free all through, isn't it? But all these are natural, cruelty free. Yeah, the Lush is all cruelty free. I'm pretty sure of it. I can't smell anything off that. I can't smell. This smells odd. Not like proper. I might put it down my balls now and see what it comes. Hang on. I might put it down my balls to see what it comes out as. Oh, there she is. Ooh. There you go. And then I'll get this on the pubes later on. Some of the moisturizer there. Oh, there she is. There she is. A bit of freedom down there. That's good. So I'm trying to go all natural with everything. Yeah, Ashley, I think you're right. Ashley. It'll get better once I start. So I got eco stuff, but they're not very good. I had a shower today. I don't smell. The shampoo's okay, but the rest of it's not so good. Anyway, let's get back into the trial. Once my balls, once my ball settles, here we go. Oh shit! Yeah, new members. Hello, everybody. We're not normally like this. I promise. Yeah, we are potty mouth. So, right, let's go.
Physiologic derangement that led to the person's death.
So you described the kind of the different types of complete versus, I don't want to say partial, but the other types of autopsies you described. Like talking about the complete, when we're talking about a complete autopsy, is it just a physical examination of the body, meaning looking at the body externally and internally?
So a full death investigation, a full autopsy, should consist of review of all investigative and circumstantial information, which includes medical records, investigative information potentially from law enforcement or witnesses, as well as the examination, as well as any additional tests that are performed, and any other.
Sarah is right. It's always like that. But how are we always like that? How did it start? Let me just take you to a journey. How it all started. Sarah P used to be really innocent. She used to be really, really quiet, everything. Then I heard that she used to go to jail all the time and look at the prisoners. So she got the name Sarah PPP. And I just thought, why Sarah PPP? And then she told me the story. She's like, every time I go into jail, I just go in, sit down, they're behind me, and I go, Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. So that's what she would do, grab onto two things, Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P. And then she'd move on to the next two. All right, ready, boys? Moisturize yourself. Right, ready, boys? Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P. Sarah P's gonna kill me. Sarah P's gonna kill me. Anyway, right, here we go. Back to the trial.
Information that could potentially assist in determining that cause and that manner of death.
So, talking about the full autopsy, when a body comes into the medical examiner's office and it's determined that a full autopsy is needed, what happens first?
Well, the first thing that actually happens is the death is reported to our office. We have medical investigators who work for our office. Our office is independent of law enforcement or the prosecutors or any other office. We are an independent office, and our medical investigators work for us. And they gather any information about the circumstances of death. If the body is still at the scene, they'll even go to the scene, take possession of the body, take photographs of the scene, and document the scene. If the body's at the hospital, they'll talk to hospital staff to find the circumstances of death, and we'll get the body from the hospital. So our examination, the physician's examination, starts with reviewing that report, reviewing the information that the investigators have already obtained for us, those photographs, that background information, so we can determine what type of examination needs to be performed. Then we'll perform the examination, and we'll determine if any additional testing is needed or if any additional information is needed. If additional information is needed, we'll again go back to our investigators and ask them to obtain that information for us. Perhaps it's medical records, perhaps it's interviewing witnesses, perhaps it's talking to law enforcement. We gather all of the information that we need until we can get to the determination of the cause and the manner of death.
So this process, this autopsy, talking about not just the physical examination of the body, but the investigation of the surrounding circumstances. Does this happen in a day?
Sometimes the death might be very straightforward. It also might take much longer.
As far as the investigation is concerned, is it a matter of you reach a conclusion and you're working backwards, or are you gathering information to reach the conclusion?
So we approach the autopsy just like any physician approaches their patient, right? So when you go to see your doctor, usually the first thing your doctor asks you is, what brings you in today, right? Since we can't ask our patients, that's that background information we have, right? It helps us to decide what type of examination we do. But then we do the examination. And we have to kind of put those two together. So we don't say, oh, the examination says it must be a gunshot wound, therefore it's a gunshot wound, right? We look at the investigation, it says it's a gunshot wound, and then we look at the body and we say, but it's a stab wound, right? So we have to have both pieces of information. So it doesn't go one direction. It's not that the investigation tells us what the cause of death is. It's our examination tells us the cause of death when we've done our full investigation, but we still have to use those pieces of information that we're given.
So this process of the autopsy and the death investigation, did you complete that on an individual by the name of Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
And do you recall when he was brought to the Bexar County Medical Examiner's office? I should ask this question first. Did you complete an autopsy report in this case?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Rowling, I'm going to show you what's marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 101. Do you recognize this document? Are they made by a person who has knowledge about the items that are contained in it?
Yes.
And are those entries made at the time in which the entries are made? Are those entries made at or near the time about the event which you're referring to?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move to State Exhibit 101, and I'm going to tender to defense objections of any, and it's previously tendered in discovery. How did you what did you determine to be his manner?
Homicide.
And what did you determine to be possible?
Starvation.
I want to talk about first your investigation in this case. As it relates to, and again, I'm talking about the part of your autopsy that is not inclusive of the examination of the body. Did you complete a death investigation as it relates to this incident?
Yes.
And what did that include?
That included, as we discussed, obtaining the background information, the circumstances of death from the hospital where he died, as well as gathering additional information, including all medical records related to Benjamin Cervera during his lifetime.
And where, if you need to refer to, do you need a copy of your investigation report?
No, I haven't.
Can you tell the jury what medical records you wish to add as related to Benjamin Cervera?
Records from Luis Lopez, an ER emergency room visit from the Pearl ER, physician visit with San Antonio ENT. Terminal records from the Children's Hospital of San Antonio.
How were you able to determine what facilities Benjamin Cervera had been seen at during his lifetime?
We contacted his insurance company and asked for all physician visits that had been filed under his insurance. Luckily, he'd had the same insurance coverage since birth.
So I'm going to go through these records. First, I want to talk about State's Exhibit number 102. What facility do those records appear to be from? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 103. What facilities does this appear to be from?
Communicare.
And Communicare, again, was the facility in which Benjamin attended or visited during the beginning part of his life.
Correct. It's the physician. So it's not a hospital. It's a clinic where he was receiving his care.
Okay.
During his infancy. Yes.
And how many pages are included in this record?
78.
And if you could look briefly, does this appear to be for Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. What facility does that appear to be from?
Baptist Health System.
And Baptist is one of those facilities that you listed that you received records from?
Yes.
And how many pages does that purport to be?
69.
And does this appear to be relating to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. What facility does that appear to be from?
Methodist Hospital System.
And how many pages does this purport to be?
497.
Okay. And does these appear to relate to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. What facility does this purport to be from?
Communicare.
And how many pages does it appear to be?
This is 8 pages, and I apologize. This is Little Buddies, which is the Luis Lopez. I refer to as Luis Lopez, but it's Little Buddies, which is also part of Communicare.
Okay. And again, does this appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107. What facility does this purport to be from?
The emergency clinic at the Pearl.
And how many pages is it?
12.
And does this relate to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 108. Where's State's Exhibit? What facility are these records related to?
The San Antonio ENT.
And how many pages?
6.
And do they appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera with the date of birth of September 28th of 2016?
Yes.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 109. According to the business record affidavit, where are these records from?
Texas Medicaid and Healthcare Partnership.
Okay, and as it relates to Benjamin Cervera, when you requested his claims from his insurance company, were you aware of what insurance company or provider he was covered by?
Yes.
And what was that?
Medicaid.
And do these records appear to be related to Benjamin Cervera?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would move to make State's Exhibit 102 through 109, and I can tender to defense for inspection, and is previously tendered into scope.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
I'm going to put them over here, and you can let me know if you need any one of them, okay? There. It's a crowded desk up there, so. I want to go back when we talked about the cause of death.
I did this speech at the start, Hackster. So my thought process is this, right? No other content creators doing this trial. And the reason it is actually a really good trial in the sense of we get to see a lot, we get, there's a lot of people involved, lots of witnesses and stuff like that. I thought Carly was good. I thought that the other trial we did last week was good. This was so far so good. The reason I'm going to do more of these trials is because I've said, and you should know anyway, I've told you before, it's for the children, their names, their legacy. A Benjamin who died, he was 4 years old. I want his legacy story to be told out there. And as I say, no bullshit, I think this trial's good. I'm glad a lot of people stuck in there watching it with us. There's a lot of thought-provoking stuff going on here. But yeah, the whole reason I'm doing it is because of the 4-year-old Benjamin. Literally the only reason I'm doing it. I wish I think that's the only way we should do more of these trials. So yeah, and as it actually, no bullshit, yeah, I think it's a good trial so far. Anyway, we're in day 2 now. Zooming through. So people, tomorrow, please come tomorrow. Tomorrow's a day away. So tomorrow, the plan is this, right? Maybe sad so I almost. There you go. Oh, thank you, Toots. Thank you, Tootsie Wootsy. Tootsie Wootsy. Can we kick it? Tootsie Wootsy. She's a good one. Congratulations to Jane H, Crafty Chris, Kelly, Melissa. Oh, and Wendy H. Wendy H. So Wendy H is my Wendy there, pound. I haven't pounded Wendy. I pounded Wendy last week, but I've not pounded her for a while. But yeah, that's the Wendy. So thank you, Toots. Wendy H took a break. Hopefully she's back now. So we can pound even more of her as we go on. So there you go. Daffy Dill missed again. I know, Daff. I know. Wendy H is a hot mama. I know she's been away from trials for a while, but as I say, she's the one I've been pounding. Hey, AP directing trauma nurse. These type of trials just wreck my heart. I can imagine, AP. I can imagine. They wreck my heart. I love when you zoom. I know I love the zoom. We'll get through this in a second. But like I explained at the start, AP, I'm not being selfish. Yes, does this make me sad? Yes. Does it break my heart? Yes. But I always just try to remember about the legacy of the young kid that's involved in this. What torture did they go through? They went through like times a million what we feel right now. So it's more important to me for my heart to be broken before the child's legacy to be remembered, and we highlight it so people remember it. So that's why we cover this. I never used to cover these things at all because I used to hate them. Anything to do with children, no, thank you. Until I was told I was being selfish. So I'm trying to use my platform for the good. To remember those that don't be remembered. So yeah. Oh, thank you, AP. Yeah, Joe. And again, Do I want to cover these things? No, but I have to. I have to. I feel like I'm put on in this world to do stuff like this for whatever reason. I'm very happy with what we got. We love your. Thank you, my darling. Because we only got a small platform, but I think we punch above everybody. I love it. So today episode there will be Lil G about 3 hours. 3 hours. Something like that. It's a little family. It is, do you know what it is? Do I want to be a little bit bigger? Oh, that's what she said. Yeah, ching ching. That's the problem, you see. I come out and say shit like that, so it scares people away. That's also part of my what's bad about me. But yeah. It is a family. It is. I love it. If we could double it, I'd be happy. To me, I'm more a bit saying that viewers, not subscribers, not whatever, just viewers. It'd be great to get more people here. It'd be great. It is. I had an epiphany, you see, because thing is, you know me long enough now that I cover the bizarre ones that no one else covers and stuff like that. So why try and change it? Yes, I'll be doing Karen Reed again, don't get me wrong, and yes, I'll be doing Brian Kohlberger, but I have no one else is doing this shit. Like, unless it's a popular one where people think cha-ching, let's do the like. No one wants to know about these kids. It's like it's quite sad. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I'll step in. I'll do it. Keep some legacies going. Right. People will come. We hope. I hope you're all coming. Hey, on a regular basis. Slowly it will build, but you guys are. Yeah, I know. We do well. 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 It's just like it doesn't help when I do stuff like this, does it? I do that. We do so well. Then all of a sudden, Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, who they bound to me. Oh, look, it's Dean and Scar. They both look so smart. Hey, Scar, how are you? Dean and Scar down the beach as well. Dean and Scar having fun as well. It's not just Dane and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scar. Dane and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies. Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies. Scott's got a sock in his well, we are all men. We all love tits and claws. Oh boy. Sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh yeah. You see, we get people in and I play stuff like that and then we lose people because they're like like fuck off, dude. You're a fucking sicko. I'm like, yeah, I am. That was Scott McInnes. I know. Thank you as well, Amy. I'm glad you're here as well, my darling. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, they are hard to watch. People speak out. It is. And I know I used to hide away from it. Not anymore. You see, Compo, you could build it and then all of a sudden, new verse. I just trying to do something different. That's all. Spit my water in my mouth. Well, hey, normally something else coming out of your mouth. So there, that's all right. Yeah, came out this weekend. What the fuck is happening? This is new, yes. The that's happening. How did you get a vacation pic of me? Oh, I see you're spying after UAP. Secret paparazzi. See, it's not me. Like, well, hey, you're the one spitting stuff out. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P. Like, normally, isn't it? Anyway, right. You see, that's how we lose people. That's how we lose them. They all come, and then all of a sudden, I start playing those things. Anyway, I love it. Thank you all for being here. I love it. Sorry, I took a little bit of a break, only because I think this is quite heavy, so I want to just interrupt it for a second. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. We can zoom now. It's about 3 hours left, people. No worries, little G either, but answering. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice, people. Cheese and rice. And again, thank you to Toots. Thank you to Carleen and Crystal for the merch as well. So, yeah. Oh, so sad. It is. It's only going to get sadder. So I think a bit of dark humor in between just to break it up a little bit. They will come. Hey, we'll just put you in front of them. They'll come then. Don't you worry, Heather. Dina's going to die. I know. She hasn't seen it yet. Oh, no worries, Dennis. See you tomorrow, my friend. My internet fucked up. Don't worry, Dennis. Don't worry. We love you, Dennis. Don't worry, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow, brother. Oh, you'll be down the courthouse first thing anyway. So tomorrow, the plan is tomorrow, people, right? Just before I forget, because Dennis actually reminded me. Tomorrow, I'm going live about 9 o'clock tomorrow. I think, so what I'm going to do tomorrow morning, as I'm going to jump into Resisted Silence, I think Dina might be going live there. So if she is, I'll be joining her to see everybody tomorrow in the chat there. So, obviously there's other people streaming as well, but I think I'll jump in with Dana and Dina and all them tomorrow morning. Probably getting there. I think she's streaming normally about 8 o'clock, but I'll get in there about 8:30. And then what I'll do is at 9 o'clock, I will get the stream going at 9 o'clock then. So, yeah, that's my plan. Hopefully see some of you in the chat with Resisted Silence tomorrow. For the Turtle Boy trial. I'm not sure if I'm going to be covering it because I don't think there's going to be much there. I might watch it in the morning if I can get a link to the court. If we can get a link to the court, people, I might join in, or I might just stream Young Jerks. We might watch that first thing and then watch the trial then. So, Verizon has been down in Minnesota all morning. Is that everywhere? At the States, down the tubes. Is Erin Hack? Verizon. It's down, everybody. Erin Hack with a yellow bus. Where does Erin Hack go to? She takes the yellow bus. She goes. Erin Hack, she drives the bus. Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives the bus all day long. All right, let's get back to the trial.
You determined that it was starvation, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about starvation just generally. Are there different types of starvation? Meaning the duration in which the starvation occurs.
There are different types as far as duration as well as causation. Okay. Yes.
So I want to talk about the duration of the starvation first. Is there a distinction between maybe like an acute versus a chronic starvation?
Yes.
And do those have potentially different findings?
Yes.
And what might some of those things be?
Well, firstly, it'd probably be easier to kind of think about acute versus chronic starvation. Chronic starvation would be most classically the starved children that we often see on television when we refer to famines, right? Usually in Ethiopia or Sudan, these chronically malnourished children who have likely been malnourished since birth. That would be our chronic starvation. Our more acute starvation, the easiest way to think of that might be someone who goes on a hunger strike and just stops eating for a period of time. And what we know is that the findings that we can see, both the clinical findings and autopsy findings, can be different. When we have a chronic starvation case, say chronic malnourishment. Oftentimes they're receiving some nutrition, but not enough. So you might hear terms like marasmus or kwashiorkor, and these refer to the types of nutrients that they may not be getting, and the types of findings, say that big distended belly that you might see, versus in, say, a more acute starvation where we don't have those same findings.
So you mentioned two different types, and I'm not going to even attempt to say the names. But as it relates to the distinction between those, does it relate to the specific type of food that they would be consuming relative to the other food that they might be consuming?
Correct. It refers to the nutrients that they're receiving. Are they receiving proteins and not carbohydrates? Are they receiving carbohydrates and not proteins? Are they receiving vitamins? For instance, many of the malnourished children that we see on television are actually receiving some supplemental nutrients, right? So supplemental vitamins, supplemental feeds. It's not enough for them to gain weight and essentially thrive, but it's enough to kind of keep them alive. But again, you might find these things like fluid in the belly or large livers because they're in this kind of more chronic state.
So as it relates to intake of food, nutrients, and starvation, does starvation mean the complete cessation or elimination of all food and nutrients?
No.
Why might not that be?
Starvation is essentially the lethal form of being malnourished. So people can be malnourished when they're getting some food, just not enough food for them to, again, maintain the necessary energy requirements that we all have. Just being alive, whether we're active or not, requires energy. Walking, thinking requires energy. And so our bodies have a baseline amount of energy that we need. When we're not receiving that energy, and we deplete our stores of energy, that's when we become malnourished. And when that malnourishment becomes lethal, we call that starvation.
So would it be uncommon for a person who is malnourished to be still able to have bowel movements and urinate?
No, that can happen as long as there's some intake.
Can somebody be malnourished to the point of starvation and still been able to urinate and or defecate prior to their death?
Yes.
So I want to go back to Benji, and I'm going to refer to him as Benji. What findings did you make as it relates to his autopsy that ultimately led you to reach the conclusion that the manner of death was homicide and the cause of death was starvation?
Are you referring to those specifically listed in the autopsy report?
So I want to go initially through your autopsy report, and then we can talk about some additional things. So as it relates to the first part of your autopsy, I know there's subparts, but as it relates specifically to the BMI, let's talk about that first. What is BMI?
So BMI refers to body mass index. This is essentially a calculation which uses your height and your weight to see whether or not you're overweight or underweight.
And what was Benji's weight at the time of his death?
28 pounds or 12.77 kilograms.
And that weight, where was it taken at?
Where was it measured?
Yes.
In our office at the time of the examination.
And that weight, what did it include? It might sound silly, but what did that include? Just his body?
So that would be his body and any clothing that he was wearing. And at the time he was wearing a diaper.
Okay. Was there a description for the diaper? Was it dirty, soiled?
So the diaper was markedly soiled with both urine and well-formed firm stool.
So the weight that you took included the weight of the diaper that had presumably dirt and pieces.
Yes.
And what was Benji's height at the time of his death?
39 inches, which is 99 centimeters.
And so BMI is a calculation based on weight and height, correct?
Correct.
And what was Benji's BMI?
12.9 kilograms per meter squared.
And what's the significance of his BMI at the time of his death?
That BMI is less than the first percentile for the CDC calculation for BMI for children, which would be consistent with malnourishment and starvation.
if you can explain to the jury that below the first percentile, what percentiles are you referring to?
So we've probably all seen that when children are taken to the physician, to a doctor's office or any sort of medical clinic, usually they get a height and a weight. Actually, when we go to the doctor, we get a height and a weight. For children, the physicians will usually plot this on a growth curve to make sure that they're growing appropriately. They're gaining weight as they should, they're growing as they should. They'll also plot the BMI on a BMI scale, much like the growth scales, to see if they're underweight or overweight, just like our physicians would. So if we go to the doctor and our BMI is too high, we might get that discussion about exercising more and eating less. If our BMI is too low, we might have a different conversation. But again, these percentiles are generated for what is considered a healthy weight for height is what BMI is, right? And it's looking at how much we should weigh given how tall we are.
And you said he was below the first percentile?
Correct.
And what is that?
So when we look at the percentiles of where people should be with these BMI graphs, right? We have kind of normal rate right in the middle for healthy. And then we can go out percentiles, how many people in the population weigh more and how many weigh less. And then the CDC has created these percentiles that say you're taller than 95% of the population. So you would be pretty tall, right? So with BMI, they have the same percentiles. And this would mean, so being less than the first percentile would be that 99% of the population would have a BMI greater than the 12.9 that Benjamin had.
And 99% of the population, is it the full population of the United States?
My apologies. It's the population of children aged 4 years, 10 months. So essentially the peers of that age group.
So over 99% of his peers would have had a greater BMI than him.
Correct.
So moving on to your findings that's in 1A2, where you mark indicated clinical history of precipitous decrease in body weight 2 months prior to his death. As it relates to Benjamin, in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain weights for portions of Benji's life?
Yes.
And what will be the purpose of looking at the weights during his lifetime?
So when we're assessing a child's health, just like your physician does when you go to the doctor and you get your height and your weight checked, they check the height and the weight for children. And what we can do is we can plot this on what we call growth curves. These are the CDC growth curves that tell us, is a child growing appropriately? And these are plotted out by percentile, 5th percentile to 50th percentile, right? And if you have children, some parents might want to extrapolate or say, oh, my child's 50th percentile, so maybe they'll be X height when they get older, right? But the reason we use that is because it helps physicians to see if a child is growing appropriately. So as children grow, they should stay on what we call their growth curve. Sometimes they might go up if they gain a little weight, right? They might go up and now maybe they are a little bit heavier for their height, but they should essentially stay on their growth curve. When children, what we call fall off the growth curve, meaning maybe they're at 50th percentile and then all of a sudden they drop to 25th or 10th percentile, this can indicate that something is going on with the child. Perhaps there's an illness or something else. Which is why physicians will chart this for children to make sure that they're growing appropriately. So we look at the weights and the heights and we plot them on this growth curve to see, is the child growing appropriately? Are they gaining weight appropriately as they should over their time? And we were able to do that with all of the medical records that we obtained.
And did you distill that information down into a chart?
Yes.
And the chart is based on a table, correct?
Yes.
That chart that you mentioned when we were talking about the autopsy, whether it was complete, is that the chart you were referring to?
When we talked about the autopsy report, yes.
Young man, Rich?
Yes.
Dr. Mulligan, I'm going to show you what's been marked as case exhibit number 110.
As it relates to 110, does this appear to be the chart that you
completed as it relates to Benji's weight during the period of time of his life based on the records.
Yes.
And we're showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 111. Is that the chart based on this table?
So this chart is the chart that was included in the autopsy report. This table does have a data point, an additional data point listed that is not on this particular chart.
And forgive me, I may mark you wrong. Thank you. So I'm actually going to mark this one. Graph is the chart of 111 is the graph. Doesn't matter.
Only to math. 110 would be a spreadsheet, or
I like that term better.
and 111 would be a graph. Yes.
Okay. And 111, does it include the data point that's in 110?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that this would be useful to the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes.
At this time, say we move to Exhibit 110 and 111. The tender to defend for objection.
Your Honor, may I take this witness on board, please? So in regards to State's Exhibit 110, which is the chart, you would agree with me that it doesn't contain all the data points. Oh, you changed it now?
It has
Okay. But it also is missing, for instance, in the communicator records, there are visits for 10/19/2016, and that's not in your chart, correct?
Correct. It's not in the chart.
And there's a CHOSA ER visit on 1/11/17 that's not in your chart.
Correct.
And then there is the CHOSA visit on 4/1/2021 that's not in your chart.
So again, I'll say correct that these are not in the chart. I cannot verify these visits because I don't have the record, but these points are not in the chart. If you want me to get the record, I can.
I understand, but they're not on your chart.
They're not on the chart.
And so if those visits exist in those records, they're not charted here.
Correct.
Okay. And there may be other, like for instance, on November 14, 2017, he saw a doctor and that's not on your chart, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the date again?
November 14, 2017.
Correct. There's not a point on the chart.
Your Honor, my objection is just that it's not a full and complete data collection. I'll let the state respond.
Can I see the state you need to respond to?
And Judge, this is based on her review of the records, what she did, what ultimately formed her opinion. And so if she wants to have those records and cross-examine Dr. Molina as it relates to those records and the weights and the significance and it changes her opinion, that's subject for cross-examination. But this is the basis of her opinion.
Six, Exhibit 110 and 111 are admitted.
Hey, Judge. Am I opposed?
Yes.
Okay. So when talking about the growth charts, again, are we looking at one point in time in particular? This right here. It's fine. As related to the growth chart, are we looking at one point in time in particular?
Well, each point on the growth chart represents one point in time in particular. But when we look at the chart, we're looking at the trend over time, not at any one individual point, but at the trend.
Okay, so each point has a significance, but independently, they are not the formation of your opinion as it relates to whether Benjamin died of starvation.
Correct, it's the trend.
Okay, so when we're looking at the beginning of his life, and I should ask first, the axis here, the vertical axis, what is that charting?
weight in kilograms.
And then the bottom axis?
That is age in months.
Okay. So these lines, the red line at the very top that's plotted, what does that line indicate?
So that's 95th percentile. You can see the ones that are labeled. This chart is actually based from the CDC data. So that the charts that you see in the doctor's office, you can actually get those data points from the CDC. They're freely available. And so this chart was generated with the CDC data. So the lines, the kind of brown line or red, the green, the blue, the, I guess, darker blue in the middle labeled 50th, the yellow and the orange, those are CDC numbers representing the percentile. So 95th percentile, that would be kind of your heaviest kids, and the 5th percentile would be your lightest children for each age. So the CDC develops those numbers.
Okay. So as it relates to the highest line here, the one that's in the red, labeled the 95th percentile, that means that if you were on the 95th curve, it means that you would be heavier than 95% of the peers in that age group.
Correct.
And then as it relates to the bottom line, the 5th percentile, if you were on the 5th percentile curve, that means that 95% of the people in your age population would be heavier than you.
Correct.
Do you recall what these two lines, and let me ask you about the yellow, what growth curve that is?
25th percentile.
Okay. Now these light blue dots that are kind of scattered throughout the State's Exhibit 111, what are those indicating?
Those are the weights from the medical records for Benjamin Cervera.
Okay. And so looking at from 0 months to just past 21 months, generally is he following that 5th percentile curve?
Yes.
So in your opinion, is he developing appropriately as it relates to his weight during that period of time?
Well, you can see he's following the curve nicely initially, but then he kind of falls off the curve a little bit, and then he goes back onto the curve. So likely something happened around 8 to 10 months, but then he goes back onto the curve.
And that jump down is what I'm pointing to right here in State's Exhibit 111?
Correct.
And then we're back on around the 5th percentile curve after that?
Correct.
So this period of time between 21 months and 40 months, based on your review of the records, you didn't find any weight plots during that period of time?
Correct. I couldn't find any medical records during that time.
So during this period of time, are you going to make any assumptions as it relates to whether Benji was on the 5th percentile, 25th percentile, anything like that?
No.
When the next data point that you have at around the time that Benji is 40 months, is he on a different curve?
Yes.
And what curve does he jump to?
The 25th percentile.
Okay. And does that trend continue to the next plot point?
Yes.
And that plot point, I'm not quite reading the charts.
It's about 48 months.
Okay. So that's 4 years old.
Correct.
So we have from 48 months up until the time that he ultimately is, mentioned that his last data point here is at the time of his death.
Correct.
So from 48 months to just before his death at 54 months?
58 months.
58 months. Does he ever gain weight in this period of time?
No.
Not
by trend.
Not by trend. Again, the trend being from this point here at 48 months to ultimately his demise at 58 months.
Correct.
So during this 10-month period of time, his overall trend is downwards.
Correct.
And during his 10 months of his life, if he's following his growth curve, if he's developing appropriately, would you have expected him to continue to gain weight?
Yes.
So in looking at his death at approximately 58 months, if he would have stayed on the 25th percentile curve, how much should he have weighed?
Approximately 16.5 and change kilograms.
I know we're math major, but I'm not expecting you to do it on the spot, but 16 and a half roughly. Correct?
Correct.
And how much, again, was he in kilograms at the time of his death?
12.7.
So that's a difference of 4
essentially like 4 kilograms.
Roughly 4 kilograms. And what's kilograms to pounds?
Of course, that's about 10 pounds.
Okay. 10 pounds in a child at 58 months old. Does that have any significance to you?
Well, Benjamin's weight in pounds at the death was 28 pounds. So 10 pounds is essentially a little less than half of his weight.
Okay. So percentile-wise, that's a large percent of his body.
Correct.
So it might seem silly, but 10 pounds for me is different than 10 pounds for Benji.
Correct.
So when you were looking at his trend over time, did you also look at his height over this period of time?
Yes.
And when you look at his height, did you notice any trends?
The trend was no growth. That essentially there was no growth from about 48 months to 58 months. The values are a little more spurious, meaning it's not straight at no growth. Sometimes he's actually measured as shorter. Children don't usually shrink, but our measurements can be off. But essentially from 48 months to 58 months, the growth is stagnant at about 99 centimeters.
And as it relates to height, especially as we're talking about children, would you expect there be some reliability issues as it relates to those measurements?
Yes.
Why is that?
Often when children are alive, they don't necessarily participate as well for the height. There can be some differences if they don't have their legs straight and their knees are bent. It depends on how you're measuring the height versus just estimating the height. But again, children don't usually shrink, or adults may as we get older, but children don't. They grow. And so if we look at those values, again, pretty much it's about consistent at about 99 centimeters with some variation that's likely just due to human error with measurement.
So that period of time between 48 months where his height was measured at 99 and his ultimate death where you measured it at autopsy at 99, would you expect his height to grow?
Yes, he should have grown in those 10 months.
And is that instructive as it relates to your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
How so?
Again, children should grow. So it's not just a matter of losing weight, it's a matter of not growing. So we have to take both of those into consideration. When looking at adults and assessing starvation, we can look purely at weight loss. But when looking at children, it's not just about weight loss, it's failure to grow.
So does this failure to grow, does it have any medical term that might be used in the medical community?
Some people use the term stunting or arrest, meaning you've kind of stopped, as well as we discussed, falling off the curve.
As it relates to stunting, other than height, was there any evidence that you found related to his inability to grow?
At the time of autopsy, no.
Okay. I want to talk about the next finding that you made as it relates to evidence of starvation, the clinical history of low protein and obesity. Talking about, let's talk about low protein at first. Where did you get that value from?
Those values are at the terminal admission or the terminal treatment, meaning Benjamin had an arrest at home and was taken to the hospital. And those hospital records, they did some blood tests at the hospital. And so that's where those values came from.
I didn't have to ask you about this, and I'm sorry to break this up a little bit, but I want to go back to the height. So not being able to rely on the height, does that mean that that would affect your ability to rely on his BMI as well?
Yes.
Is that the reason you didn't graph his height and his BMI?
Correct.
Going back to the low protein, that last visit where his low protein, where he had low clinical protein, do you know the source of that value, meaning how the value was obtained?
I do not.
Okay. Was it evidenced within the medical records?
No.
Okay. And what does the low protein mean as it relates to starvation?
So when we are malnourished and we're not getting enough energy intake, our body will first start to utilize our fat for energy. right? When we don't have enough fat, it'll start to use protein for energy. And when we run out of both, that's when or we get low on both, serious complications can occur. So that can be, we have low protein because we've broken down a lot of our protein, but it also can be we have low protein because we're not eating enough protein, because that's where our protein reserves come from.
And albumin, what's albumin?
Albumin is the main protein. So essentially these are kind of measures together that we don't have enough proteins.
Next I want to talk about is the evidence of starvation C, paucity of abdominal adipose tissue. What is paucity?
Paucity means lack of, very little.
Okay. And what is adipose tissue?
Adipose tissue is fat.
And what, as it relates to binging, in particular as it relates to autopsies, what did you notice about the fat around his belly?
So in the abdomen, we actually have two main kind of fat stores. One being what we call subcutaneous, and that's the fat that's right under our skin, right? And that's kind of our insulation fat, right? In its autopsy in Benjamin's case, this was very, very thin, right? So it's just a very thin amount of subcutaneous fat, right? But also in our abdomen, we have fat that surrounds our intestines. It's in our mesentery, it's protective fat to protect our intestines and help to, there's kind of a thin mesh that anchors our intestines, and this fat serves as a protector for that mesh. And in Benjamin's case, there actually was no fat left in the mesentery at all.
Okay. And so how did that look?
So it's described in the report as translucent, meaning the thin membrane that should be fatty, you can actually see right through because there's no fat there.
As it relates to subcutaneous fat, was it measured, like the thickness?
Yes.
And what was the thickness?
3 millimeters.
Okay. For us Americans who use the inches and imperial percent, what's the correlation roughly between like a centimeter and an inch?
Less than 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Probably like less than 1/8 of an inch.
1 centimeter is less than 1/8 of an inch.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 centimeter is if we're doing 1 centimeter, sorry. It's what centimeter is. Half inches. So, sorry about it. So half an inch is 1.25. So 1 centimeter is less than a half an inch.
Okay. And there are 10 millimeters per centimeter?
Correct.
Okay. So that's like 1/10 of 1/2 of an inch. 3/10 of 1/2.
We're less than an eighth of an inch.
Okay. Is there any kind of general consensus as it relates to like a normal level of that subcutaneous fat should be?
From experience, I can tell you in most children, it's usually at least a centimeter.
Okay. And there's 10 centimeters, is there 10 millimeters per centimeter?
Correct.
Next I want to go to is that the investigation reveals intentional deprivation of food by caregiver. Were you able to review some videos as it relates to NG prior to this death?
Yes.
Let me ask first, this intentional deprivation by the caregiver, did it assist in informing your opinion as it relates to cause versus manner?
So that's that does not affect cause, that it goes to manner of death.
Okay, so this intentional deprivation wouldn't affect your ultimate conclusion that Benji died from starvation.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at State's Exhibit number 75. And I'm going to play for you number 7. If you could read for me, when was, can you see from there? What date was video?
Yes, please, just please keep your voice.
What date was video number 7 created?
August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And are you aware of the date of Benjamin's death?
Yes,
And what was the date of death?
August 17th, 2021.
So fair to say that this video was created the same day that he died.
It appears that way, yes.
As it relates to that video number 7 and State's Exhibit number 75, was this the same type of videos that you reviewed and ultimately informing your opinion as to whether there was intentional deprivation of food by the interviewer?
Yes, that and others.
And there were a number of videos that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the intestines as well. During the autopsy, did you observe Benji's stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and colon?
Stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and
Colon?
the colon is the large intestine.
So you're the doctor.
So yes.
So as it relates to his intestines, did you make any observations that informed your opinion as to whether Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
And what was that?
His stomach contained a minimal amount of material, approximately 15 cc's of clear fluid with this yellow and black particulate material reminiscent of like small seeds. And his small and large intestines were collapsed with minimal contents.
What does that mean? What's the clinical significance of the collapsed intestines?
That means so normally when we eat, food is first processed from our stomach, then it goes into our small intestine and into our large intestine. This is incredibly variable, but in general, small intestine might have, contents in it from what you've eaten kind of that day, whereas your large intestine might have contents in it from the day before or even a couple of days before, just depending on how quickly an individual processes their food. So this would tell me there's minimal contents, so likely there hadn't been any intake of food or significant amount of food within at least, say, a day prior to death. There was, again, stool in a diaper, which may have been from days prior, but nothing throughout the intestinal tract.
During the medical treatment intervention around August 17th of 2021, as part of attempted life-saving measures, was an NG tube put in place.
Yes.
And what is an NG tube?
It's a tube that goes in someone's nose, down the esophagus into their stomach. So it's nasogastric tube.
And what was that NG tube used for?
It's commonly placed in life-saving measures. In this particular case, I believe it was placed because the physicians noted some abdominal distension with the life-saving measures, including trying to breathe for the child. Sometimes what will happen is air will go into the intestine and cause distension, so they'll put in a tube to try to decompress that or get the airway out.
And did they use suction in this case?
I do not recall.
If they had used suction and removed some of the contents, what type of debris based on the size of the NG tube would they be able to remove?
NG tubes are small. They have very small holes, so they can remove mostly liquid and small particulate material. They can't remove larger items.
So even using NG tube in use session, would that have changed your opinion as it relates to the content in the small intestine and large intestine, or lack of content in the small intestines and large intestine?
No, NG tubes can only remove content from the stomach.
Did you recover the contents of the NG stomach at the time of autopsy?
Yes.
And did you photograph those?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Mr. Julia, are you getting the photographs?
I think I might finish just this set of photos. It'd be a good time to break. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112 through 120. You look at those. You chose the stomach contents.
Yes.
The other contents that you recovered at autopsy on around August 18th of 2021.
Correct.
And did they truly and accurately depict the stomach contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the statement moved to States 112 through 120 on the tender defense for objection to any and is previously entered into discovery.
And black particulate material.
How long have you been in San Antonio?
More than 20 years.
Have you had chips and salsa before?
Yes.
Okay. Does this look consistent with anything?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm gonna, unless this has been tested, she's not, I'm gonna take her off the hire before we get into whether she thinks it is something or not.
I'm gonna go to sustain the objection unless you can like try to get us to that it's something more than speculation.
Okay. So did you test this material?
No.
Okay. Did you receive information during your investigation as it relates to what Benji may have been fed during certain periods of
And
time?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Have a Veterans Treatment Court docket. So because of that, I am going to ask you to come in at 9 in the
Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me find, day 3, day 3, day 3. Day 3, here we go, here we go, here we go. Right, here we go. Here we go, people. I have got it. I've got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. This one's a lot shorter. This is like 2.5 hours, I think it is. So, just at a guess. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. So it's a medical examiner all the way through, I think. Yeah, it is. It's medical examiner all the way through. Okay. Okay. Just a reminder as well, Sean is live tonight, going through the motions. Sean Hefe McDonough is live at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:30 midnight UK time, 1:30 in the morning European time, and that is at 4:30 Pacific time, 6:30 Central time, and 5:30 Mountain time. So there you go, all off the top of my head. I think I got that right. Yeah, I can do put a 1.5 if you want. It's just a lot of people can't handle 1.5. That's the only thing. It's always a 1.25, but we'll try 1.5 to see what people think. If you do think it's too fast, don't be scared to say. And I can put it back down to 1.25. So I'd rather you can listen to it. So let's listen to this now. I'm not sure what that's about, Toots. I think Crystal misunderstood. I gave her the information. I'm not sure what that is about. I'm sure hopefully everything's okay. Toots. Right, here we go.
Permission to treat.
Yes.
Dr. Molina, I believe what we left off with was talking about State's Exhibit. Exhibits 112 through 113. I'm going to show you what's in already of it. The State's Exhibit 113. In your opinion, was this consistent with like salsa?
Yes, again, that's a photograph of the Senate contents, and that would be consistent.
Okay. So,
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the next thing I want to talk about is not necessarily one of the findings as it relates to the ultimate findings in your autopsy report, but some other evidence as it relates to potentially that was gathered during the autopsy and death investigation. What is macrocytic anemia?
So anemia is when we don't have as many red blood cells as we should. Red blood cells carry the oxygen to the tissues for us. And there are multiple reasons that we could be anemic. Macrocytic anemia means that the red blood cells are larger than they should be. And so if we have a low count and they're too large, it's consistent with a vitamin deficiency.
And macrocytic anemia, does it have any relation as to informing your opinion as to whether Benji died of starvation?
Well, it's certainly kind of an added detail, right? It doesn't have to be there as part of starvation, but when we see it, it's again consistent with vitamin deficiencies. Vitamin deficiencies commonly happen with starvation and malnourishment.
So, in reviewing the medical records in this case, were you able to determine, say we can do this between the beats, in reviewing the medical records, were you able to determine if Benji had what you believe to be macrocytic anemia in any of the medical records?
Yes.
And in which case?
So I believe in the July, I believe it's the 21st, but again, I'm going back, but in the July 2021 visit, he had a low hemoglobin, still normal but low, but evidence of macrocytosis, meaning already showing that those red blood cells were too big. And then at the time of death with treatment, he was now anemic, meaning his blood count was too low. And he again had that macrocytosis, his red blood cells were too big.
And what values are you looking at in order to make that determination?
So for anemia, we look at hemoglobin and hematocrit. And for macrocytosis, we look at something called MCV. That's what's on the laboratory report. It means mean corpuscular volume. It's how big the red blood cell is.
And I'm going to try you with already admitted State's Exhibit number 102. And it's already marked as 7/21/21, date of that record. Can you look to verify that macrocytic anemia was present on 7/21/21?
Sorry, I'm not seeing it. High normal, I believe, but it's not marked as being out of range for this hospital. So I'd have to look. Each hospital has their own ranges for normal, and usually they mark when they're out of range.
Okay, maybe I can look at the medical record in a second to see if I have it marked. But as it relates to the 817, the terminal records that you've been referring to them, that the macrocytic anemia was present, correct?
Yes, as I recall.
What is the thymus?
The thymus is an organ that lives in the anterior mediastinum, right underneath the sternum of the chest. And we have it when we're young. Its purpose, it plays a role in the immune system. So it helps to kind of train, if you will, some of our immune cells. And then as we age, it gradually goes away.
During your autopsy, did you observe Benji's thymus?
No, we were unable to find the thymus at autopsy.
And you said it develops as you get older?
Well, it's there when you're young. So it's one organ that's larger when you're an infant and then gradually involutes or goes away as you get older. So most adults don't have thymuses.
And so is there any indication to you, or is there anything telling as it relates to Benji not having a thymus at that point?
Well, at his age, he should have had a thymus, should have been identifiable. We know from research that it should have been around maybe 35 grams, so certainly identifiable. So the fact we couldn't find it would mean that it's already involuted, it's already gone away. And usually that happens in children under stress. So if there's an extreme illness or some other kind of stress related to the body, then the thymus will involute or atrophy, meaning get smaller.
And are there potential causes for that? Getting smaller?
Again, it's when the body is under extreme stress. So in this particular case, starvation would be considered extreme stress. So it could be related to that.
So the absence of his thymus would be consistent with your ultimate opinion that Benji died from starvation?
Yes.
What is an IO, or interosseous line?
So we're probably all most familiar with an IV or an intravascular line, where hospitals or medical professionals might put a small catheter into a vessel where they can give medications or fluids, right? An IO is very similar to that, except that the needle is placed into your bone, and the fluids or medications can be placed into the center part of the bone. Is called the bone marrow. It's softer, and you can put fluids or medications into the bone. Those are usually used in very specific circumstances, trauma, what we call codes, when people require resuscitation, and it's very difficult to get into their vessels, and an IO is faster.
As it relates to placing a line, and then, I should say this, so part of it is used to put fluids into the body.
Correct.
And then can also fluids be drawn from an IO?
Well, blood samples can be drawn from an IO just like you're drawn from, say, an intravascular line.
And as it relates to the literature, are values from an IO as well as we said a peripheral stick, do those correlate?
So again, these IOs are placed during medical treatment, and if that's the only line and they're being used to test for, the same blood tests you would have, then yes, the literature has done studies that look at IO results versus blood results, and they correlate well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be used because physicians are basically running these tests to make decisions, treatment decisions. And so if the values aren't consistent, then they're not helpful in making those treatment decisions. So again, the literature has shown that values obtained from an IO and those obtained from a blood stick are consistent.
And as it relates to Benji, are you aware of whether had an IO in place at the time of the death?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the macrocytic anemia very briefly. I'm going to show you again, states in Exhibit 102. Those appear to be the lab results from 7/21 of 21.
Yes.
Okay. This is what you were looking for earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So in looking at these lab results, does this inform you as to whether you believe Benji was suffering from macrocytic anemia on 7/21 of 21?
Yes.
And what in particular?
Again, so we look at the hemoglobin and hematocrit, and while they are within normal range, they're very low. So the low limit of normal for hemoglobin being 11.5, and it's 11.7. So it's kind of right there. But more telling is the MCV, the mean corpuscular volume, the size of that red blood cell, is 93.8, which is high. The upper limit for this laboratory being 87. I'm sorry, 87. So that tells us those red blood cells are too big. So we're already at that macrocytosis, and the hemoglobin's already dropping. So we're very close to that macrocytic anemia.
Okay, which again indicates a vitamin deficiency?
Yes.
Sure. (21) through 215. In looking at those and previously talking this morning, does this appear to be the full set of autopsy photos?
I believe they are. If you want me to match them, I can.
No, I'm just saying, so this is, we take any other photos that wasn't here.
aside from the other photos that were taken after the autopsy, such as the gastric contents. And then there were other photos. So those photos were taken at the time of the autopsy. Additional photos were taken at the request of counsel after the autopsy had been completed, including the gastric contents and some that we requested of tissues.
Right, and those additional photos that were requested by council were taken in 2024.
I don't remember the exact dates, but yes, they weren't taken at the time of the autopsy.
And Benjamin's, they weren't of Benjamin's body, they were of evidence that y'all were maintaining at the MD's office, correct?
Specimens that we were maintaining, but yes.
Okay, and so just to be clear though, there are no photos that exist of the insides of Benji's organs or anything like that that you took at the time?
Correct.
No objection as to states
121.
121 through 215.
States Exhibit 121 through 215 inclusive are admitted to being published.
So the first photo I'm going to show you is States Exhibit 121. Is that Benji on the date of your autopsy?
Technically, that is a photograph on August 17th when the body was, it's what we call the intake photo. So it's when the body arrived to the office. We always take a photograph, and the body actually came in the 17th and the autopsy was performed on the 18th.
Okay, so this is the intake photo from the 17th as his body came to the MD's office.
Correct.
So as it relates to his physical appearance, anything telling to you as it relates to your ultimate opinion as to whether Benji suffered from starvation at the time of his death?
From this photograph, you can see that he appears to be underweight and small for age.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 126. There's some purplish hue right here on what appears to be his buttocks. Are you familiar with Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be Mongolian spots to you?
The purplish hue does. In this photograph, there's also some contusions noted as well. But yes, the purplish hues.
Like right here, and then generally right here.
For the Mongolian spots?
Yes.
Yes.
And then contusions would be these spots kind of right here, correct?
Yes.
And this is a better picture of that actually shown, which is States Exhibit 127. If I turn off the light, it will. In that, again, the Mongolian spots are here. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to that one. The other one's a little higher.
Okay. Is it okay if she comes out and see him, Judge?
Yes.
And if you could just point to the jury, the difference between where the Mongolian spots would be and where the contusions would be.
So there's a Mongolian spot right here. Then there's a Mongolian spot, this kind of little area here, which is kind of purple. And then we see these kind of separate, darker, maybe red areas. Those are contusions.
Okay. Thank you. I want to show you what is admitted in States Exhibit 136. I'm going to cover Benji's genitalia with just a sticky note. As it relates to this photograph, is there anything in this that is telling as it relates to Benji's size and or weight and or your opinions related to starvation?
So again, in this photograph, we can see that he's underweight. We see a prominence of the ribs. We see that the abdomen is somewhat scaphoid, goes down, it's not flat.
I'm going to show you what's admitted in States Exhibit 147. This point right here on States Exhibit number 147, is that where the IO line would have been placed?
That is certainly an IO mark, and yes, that is where the IO was.
Show you States Exhibit 149. Is that Benji?
Yes.
And again, can you see his ribs in this picture?
Yes.
What does that indicate to you?
Again, this is just showing that he's underweight. There's a prominence of the ribs, and the abdomen again goes down instead of lying flat.
Going back to States 147, we're talking about the IO. Again, I can use it like fluids within the body.
To place fluids into the body?
Yes. And when the eye was placed and saline is put into the body, can that affect the ultimate weight?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you're putting fluids into the body, and the fluids, especially during times of resuscitation, the fluids have nowhere to go. So any fluid you put into the body will stay in the body, increasing the weight by how much fluid you've put into the body.
So your measurement of Benji's weight at 12.7 kilos at the time of his death potentially could have been inflated by the fact that he was receiving fluids prior to the time of his death.
Potentially, yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. That states exhibit 111. Again, what I'm pointing to in this photograph, is that the IO line?
Yes.
And this area around it appears like wetness, generally speaking. Well, look at this. Defense exhibit, also number 8. Is it possible that this, based on your understanding of how these codes work, how people are brought in with IOs, and the emergency medical treatment they might receive, that whether this is saline or whether this is urine?
It could be either. I couldn't say.
Okay. So the fact that there's wetness on this bed, you cannot say that that is urine.
Not definitively, no.
Okay. And looking at state's exhibit number 111, does the diaper appear to be cut to you?
Yes.
And on which side of his body?
Left.
So this side of the body is where it gets cut.
Correct.
So you can see the area of wetness kind of extending down here in state's exhibit 11 and state's exhibit number 10. The wetness over here. The wetness that's over here, is that on the same side as the IO line?
Yes.
And with the diaper being cut this way, would you expect it, if it was urine, to go in that direction?
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation at this time. I'm going to let her answer, considering her expertise. Go ahead.
So in order for that to be urine, again, it's likely not coming from the diaper because the diaper is absorbent. So it would come from basically urination occurring after the diaper's cut, which would then travel kind of by least resistance, which would be most likely to the left since the right side of the diaper is more intact. So yes, I would expect it to be more on the left side than the right.
Okay. But on this photo, you can see that the wetness is present on the right side of the body.
Correct.
I'm going to go talking about the weights just for a second again. I know it was late yesterday. I know my brain wasn't working like it should. When we were talking about state's exhibit 111, and I apologize for yesterday for putting me do math on the spot. So again, looking at this, the highest weight that he was 48 months. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as it relates to if he would have continued on this 25% growth rate, I think what would his weight been at the time of his death in kilograms at 58 months?
Approximately 16.5 and change.
Okay. And how much did he weigh at the time of his death?
12.7.
Okay. And that is a difference roughly of.
I'm going to 3.8.
Okay. And let's just round it to 4 for ease purposes.
Thank you.
4 every pound is how many pounds per kilogram?
1 pound is 2.2 kilos. 2.2 pounds is 1 kilo, sorry.
Okay. So 2.2 times 4 is 8.8.
Correct.
Okay. So there would have been a difference of 8.8 pounds if he would have stayed on the curve compared to what his actual weight was at the time of death.
Correct.
And 8.8 is approximately what? 8.8 pounds, let's roughly say 9, is what percentage of 28 pounds, which is roughly his weight at the time of death?
It's roughly a third, so 30%.
So again, that third represents the difference in the weight how he stayed on the growth.
Correct.
As looking at in your death investigation, were you able to review photographs of Benji?
Yes.
I'm going to go to State Exhibit 76, which has already been admitted, which is photograph. I'm going to show you picture number 3 on State's Exhibit number 76, which states a capture time of 4/4/21. Around April of 2021, did you have a wait for Benji at that point?
The closest weight I have would be March 25th.
Of 2021?
Of 2021.
And how much did you weigh then?
At 14.6.
Which is the second highest weight you had for Benji as a review of your medical records, right?
Correct.
And so on April 1st, or around there, was Benji growing at that point?
No.
Okay, so his body would already been in a decline?
Correct, from the trend.
Okay. So looking at that photo, compared to photograph number 30 on State's Exhibit number 76, which indicates a capture time of, or capture date of August 14th, 2021. All right. Are you able to see a difference in Benji's appearance?
By my eye, yes, mainly evidenced in the face, since you can't see much of the body in the right photo.
Does it appear to you that his face is the same shape or size?
About the same size, just less tissue.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at State's Exhibit 94, which has already been testified to and was taken on July 20th of 2021. In this photograph, can you see any signs in this photograph that Benji may be suffering from malnutrition?
You can certainly tell from this photograph he appears to be underweight. You can see the ribs from the back, as well as the scapular margins, the shoulder bone. You can see that outlined on both sides as well.
Okay. And is there a weight for Benji around the time that this photograph was taken?
I apologize, what did you say the date was?
This was taken on 7/20 of 21?
So from, I believe there's 2 weights from 7/21. One is, I believe, 14.6, and the other, I believe, was 13.8.
And the 13.8, where was that taken?
I believe that was from the Children's Hospital of San Antonio.
Okay. And the 14.6, that was from where?
The Pearl Emergency Room.
Prior to that, him receiving treatment at the Pearl ER, was there a weight that you were able to go through the records and see that you weighed prior to that?
Prior to July 21st?
Yes.
So the one I have prior to that is March 25th, which is 14.6.
Okay. And then what's the next time that he was weighed from the medical records after July 21st of 2021?
July 26th of 2021 was 13.84.
Okay. So the 21st shows us as he's 13.8, and then on the 26th, what facility was he there?
Luis Lopez, the little buddy's pediatrician.
Okay. And how much did he weigh there again?
13.84.
So roughly the same weight?
Correct.
So, are you say 13.8 roughly here based on one of the medical records? And at this, around this time, he was 14.6 kilos based on the medical records and when this photograph says it was taken, roughly.
Correct.
In your autopsy report, you indicated that there was cerebral edema, correct?
Correct.
And what is cerebral edema?
That's swelling of the brain.
And would you have expected to find that during this autopsy?
Yes.
Why is that?
Cerebral edema is a very common finding at autopsy when someone's undergone resuscitation. Cerebral edema is a result of the brain not receiving enough oxygen, which is an injury, and it will swell. So it's a very common finding that we see. Cerebral edema can also be found in multiple other causes of death, such as heart attacks, drug overdoses, starvation. So it's a common finding on autopsy.
So was the cerebral edema a cause of his death?
No.
It's a result of his death.
Correct.
Can cerebral edema be a cause of death?
In a very, very specific situation, there is something called malignant cerebral edema that can be a cause of death, but it's very specific and requires a certain set of circumstances in order for that to be diagnosed.
You also indicated in your report that there was a lack of herniation. Is that correct? Something to that effect?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So in order for cerebral edema to be a cause of death, the brain needs to herniate. What that means is the brain is enclosed in the skull. It has no room to grow. So if your brain swells, the easiest way to think of this is if you fall and twist your ankle and your ankle swells, right? You can see the swelling because your ankle grows. Same thing happens to the brain, but it's enclosed in the skull. So it has nowhere to go. And so when that happens, it starts to push down through what we call the foramen magnum. That's the hole at the bottom of the skull where the brain connects to the spinal cord. The brain will start to push down. It's the only way out, if you will, only direction to swell. We call that herniation. And when that happens, the brain, the nerves of the brain can start to compress, and that can cause death. And that is how cerebral edema can potentially cause death in that very specific circumstance. But there's no evidence of that in this case.
So again, you did not observe cerebral, any herniation of the brain.
Correct.
So that would not have been a cause of his death.
Correct.
This might sound like a silly question, but as a medical professional, can you just look at a child, you've never met the child before, and say, they're suffering from starvation?
No.
Why is that?
Starvation, unfortunately, is very difficult to diagnose at a point in time. Clinically, it's usually diagnosed because you have a child who's not gaining weight, and so you put them in the hospital, you feed them, they gain weight. And that's, so again, it's that trend. You have to know that they're not gaining weight, then you have to know that they can gain weight. So starvation, again, we require multiple data points, if you will, in order to diagnose it. You can't just have one thing and say, oh, this is what it is.
Is it also potentially affected by whether a medical professional has seen that child more than once?
Yes.
How so?
Again, if you have, say, a treating physician who's maybe the regular pediatrician who's routinely seeing a child, then again, they might be able to see that weight loss. And if they're charting it or they're looking at the child saying, oh, this child's falling off the curve, they have multiple data points to look at versus just looking at one snapshot in time.
In your review of the medical records, does it appear to you that Benji saw the same provider within the last 10 months of his life more than once?
It appears he saw one provider twice and went to the same facility at least twice, but I don't know if he saw the same provider.
Okay, what provider did he see more?
Luis Lopez.
Okay. And what days did he see him?
December 9th of 2020 and July 26th of 2021.
What was the first thing you said?
December 9th of 2020 at age approximately 50 months, and then again at 57 months.
And then the facility that he went to more than once?
The Children's Hospital of San Antonio, I believe both of those are emergency room visits.
Okay, but you're not aware, based on your memory, that that was the same provider?
Correct.
During the emergency medical treatment at the time of his death, was there some treatment that Benji had in order to, for lack of a better term, deflate his belly?
Yes.
And what is that?
They placed the nasogastric tube, the tube I believe we discussed yesterday, they put in through your nose and into your stomach. To let they, I believe it was specifically mentioned to, there was abdominal distension noted, and so they placed that.
Are you familiar with the definition in the Texas law as it relates to serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that at the time of his death, Benjamin suffered serious bodily injury?
Yes.
The substantial weight loss prior to him ultimately dying, would you also consider that serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Would Benjamin receiving adequate nutrition potentially prevented his death?
Potentially, yes.
With Benji receiving adequate nutrition potentially prevented his weight loss?
Potentially, yes.
With Benji seeking medical care prevented his ultimate death?
Potentially, yes.
Ultimately, what is your opinion as it relates to Benji's cause of death
If it's item starvation.
and the manner of his death.
Homicide.
I'll ask you this.
Is it video? Okay, I'm sorry. Most white people, like myself, we don't use those terms, correct?
Some of the terms, yes. I try to define them when I can, yes.
Okay, and so in order to help the jury understand cause and manner of death, would it be helpful, can I make you a demonstrative of what we're talking about as we talk about it, to put the name that we're saying, the word we're saying, so that we can define it at that time, and then they will have it as to what you're telling them it means. Is that fair?
Sure.
So I'm dunking my finger into like hot water and salt to try and get this finger fucking hot. Like I can't manage to do it. It's boiling water, do you know what I mean? I can't manage to do it. I'm struggling.
Can you remember?
Yeah.
Please take it to the camera.
Yes, please. So first, just backing up, I would like, you said there's a difference between the cause of death and the manner of death, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so I'm just gonna write cause and then manner. Okay, so when we're looking at these, would you agree they're two distinct things?
Correct.
And when you're talking about the cause of death, would you agree that that's gonna be it comes largely from your autopsy, scientific evidence, and it's more objective?
Correct. I mean, they're both objective terms, but yes, cause from the autopsy and science. Correct.
Okay, so this is going to be more of your expertise is the cause, correct? I mean, that's what you train on. Not that you can't come up with manner, I'm not saying that, but the cause is what why we have medical examiners come in and look at the body, correct?
So medical examiners are actually trained in both cause and manner of death because we're trained in death investigation. I believe maybe what you're getting at is that cause comes mostly from medical school, whereas the training in manner comes more from our fellowship. So cause is based mainly on medicine.
Okay. Medicine. And then versus the manner, and yesterday you said there was 5 things, and only 5 things that can be a manner.
Correct.
Okay, and what were those?
So it can be natural,
Okay.
accident, suicide, homicide, and determined.
Okay, now when you're looking at the manner of death, does it take into account much more of?
Thanks, Sasmas. I didn't know that. I'm trying to put in fucking boiling water. Cheapers. Toots, it says it's all delivered it says delivered to in/at mailbox. USPS. Delivered at 3:32 p.m. 8. So about 45 minutes ago, my darling. They all arrived, all 3 items arrived at that time, about 45 minutes ago at your mailbox there, Toots.
What lay people might see, for instance, like the evidence in the case, as opposed to
Yeah,
the autopsy evidence.
homicide wrong.
So when determining manner, first again, manner is an epidemiologic term defined on the death certificate by these 5 choices, right? So manner takes into consideration the circumstances of how the death occurred. And so the autopsy plays a role in determining manner, but so do the circumstances. So if I may, for example, a contact gunshot wound to the head would be consistent with a suicide. So if the circumstances suggest that their person is alone with a firearm, there's a note of intent, and there's a contact gunshot wound to the head, that would all be consistent with suicide. However, if the circumstances suggest that perhaps another person took a firearm and placed it in contact with someone's head, and maybe there's a witness who saw this and pulled the trigger, that same contact gunshot wound could be a homicide. It depends on the circumstances of how the wound was sustained. The way that they can interact is, let's say a person is found alone in a room and there's no firearm present, and it's not a contact gunshot wound. It's a distant gunshot wound. It's much more difficult for that autopsy to be a suicide because it would be hard for that person to shoot themselves in such a manner. So that's how they play together. The autopsy findings can certainly help us with manner, but so do the circumstances and the investigation.
So would it be fair to say, like, kind of how we define as the right circumstances, because that's really what you're considering in manner, correct? In addition to the autopsy, you're taking the cause, and now you're considering circumstances.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay, and then, so in this case, you found the cause was starvation.
Correct.
Okay, and you found that the manner was homicide.
Correct.
All right. Now, you would agree with me, though, that as a medical professional, or as any type of professional, at the end of this, your conclusion is your opinion, right? It's what you observed and the conclusion you came to.
Correct.
And so it's important to, would you agree to make sure that we document our work so that other people can evaluate it and confirm our findings, or maybe point out things that we may not consider, right?
It's important to document our work, yes, but it's to document our findings.
And why is it important to document your findings?
Aside from the fact that it's the law under the occupational code, every physician must create a report to document their findings when they see a patient. It's important to transmit that information to others. For instance, if you see your physician and then you go see another physician, the second physician will look at the first physician's notes to see maybe what tests have already been done, so that they either don't repeat tests or can move on with their evaluation.
Now, you testified under oath 2 weeks ago. Do you recall that?
At the hearing, yes.
Yes. And do you remember me providing you with a copy of the documents that your office provided my office when we requested a copy of your file?
Yes, I believe you showed me a copy of our file.
Yes. And at this time, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 33. Can you confirm that this is, so sorry, a copy of your file that you provided to our office, minus the photos
and slides and
slides? This is the paper copy.
Okay. This was created. It also contains our entire toxicology file information, which I did not bring that file today, so I can't match that.
So you don't know if that's your entire toxicology file?
Yeah, that should be here is here in the toxicology file.
Okay, thank you. And so I apologize, I'm just making a correction. I myself, I'm sorry. And then, so at this time, I'm asking Defendant's Exhibit 33 to be admitted. So in Defendant's Exhibit 33, you also had your autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
And in there, your statement is that you found that it was most likely starvation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so your terms for cause are most likely starvation. But would you agree with me that starvation is a process of exclusion when you come to that conclusion?
It's eliminating all other reasons for the malnutrition paired with investigation. So there's some inclusionary and some exclusionary.
Right, but I mean, you have to exclude other things, as you have to take into consideration other theories that might have happened and rule those out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in doing that, can you find in your toxicology report the ketones that were tested? Was acetone tested?
Is a gas chromatograph. And what you're looking at in a gas chromatograph is that there are peaks where the different drugs or chemicals will show up. And the absence of peaks means there are.
Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported. All occupants walk to the nearest stairway exit.
It's been confirmed that this is a test for deputies, so as best as you can, if you could please.
Do not leave the elevator. Walk to the nearest stairway.
Okay, so
So let me ask this question. In your testing alcohols, acetone is tested under alcohol testing, correct?
alcohols and volatiles, which includes acetone and volatile chemicals, methanol, isopropanol.
And so in your Independence Exhibit 33, which has the toxicology, you tested, or you can see that it tests for propanol, correct?
Well, in propanol is our internal standard. So the peak you're seeing is a chemical we added to make sure the test is working. Because if you saw absolutely no peaks, you might go, well, did it work or not? So we add a chemical at a specific concentration to make sure the test is working. So in propanol is what we added to this assay.
Okay, but when you're looking at the assay, and meaning the test, it just says ethanol, correct?
So what this is showing run times, and we're looking for peaks, right? And it's not showing any peaks. In this particular one you're looking at, there's a teeny tiny little blip that the computer picked up where ethanol might be, but it's actually not real. And we know that because we look at these run times, areas, and heights. So again, we have chemists who are trained to do these tests. You have to look at where the peak is, the size of the peak, right? Where it comes out to determine if it's really the specific drug. So in this particular case, there really aren't any peaks here. So that's why on the testing, it says none detected. There's no other peaks detected on here of significance other than the one we created.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. When you test for alcohol, give me the items that you're testing for in alcohol.
I would have to look at our list, but there are literally hundreds of different drugs on our drug screens. I can't name them all for you. On our alcohol screen, the main drugs that we look for on that screen are ethanol, which is drinking alcohol, methanol, isopropanol, acetone. We look for volatiles, so those are your butanes, your fluorocarbons. There's many different drugs that we look for on each of these screens.
Okay, but acetone is one of those, correct?
Correct.
Now, going to your flow chart, I want to. It's right here.
I think you grabbed it on the
I have mine. I don't have it.
red chart.
That's my copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Charts and graphs. Here it is. Good.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the data. When you say you did your graph chart on, it's in States Exhibit 10, correct?
It looks like
110,
110, yes.
110. And in it, your data points, you noted that you got verbal stuff from CHOSA, like for your data. Would you see that where it says CHOSA 1/5/18, verbal from Dr. Callahan?
Callahan, yes.
Okay, from CHOSA, I'll just say it's from CHOSA. Okay, so you called in and got this data, correct?
So actually what happened was we got the records from CHOSA. We requested all of the records. And when I looked at each of the records for each of those data points, I noticed that the height and weight information was missing from all of our files, which told me that perhaps we requested the wrong document. We usually request the physician progress notes. Dr. Callahan is an emergency room physician with CHOSA, and I know her. So I called her and I said, we obviously requested the wrong information because I have the information of the visit. I know why the child's there, but I'm missing what we call the vital signs, right? The heart rate, the blood pressure. Where is that data so that we request the right thing from CHOSA, right? And she was kind enough to actually give me the data points I was requesting for each visit because she could see it on her computer screen. So I didn't have to go through another records request.
When did you call her and get those weights?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but I could tell you that it was
Those weights.
correct.
And so you testified earlier that he had only seen the provider CHOSA twice in that year, or in that, I think the state used the term 10 months, right?
If it was 10 months, correct.
But in fact, CHOSA throughout his lifetime has seen the child by your logging is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7
and then on the date of his death, which would have been 8. So, but 7 times prior to his death, he saw CHOSA, correct?
During his lifetime.
And so any doctor working at CHOSA is going to have access to his history, correct?
They should, yes.
And on 7/21/2021, which is right here, correct?
Yes.
That would have been 50. He would have been 56 months and 3 quarters. 56.
Correct.
Now, on the 7/21/2021 visit, this is a full workup. We have labs that day, and not just that the Children's Hospital of San Antonio doctors look at him, but we also, would you agree, have the Center for Miracles doctors, at least they're consulted on all the data that the doctors from CHOSA are receiving, correct?
That is my understanding. I actually don't have those records.
You don't have the 7/20?
No, the Center for Miracles. You're asking about the Center for Miracles consult.
Oh, okay. But they're referenced in the CHOSA records that the jury has, correct? Because
I believe so. I can't memorize all these records.
fair. But if they go look at 7/21/2021, it's noting that they are conferring with multiple doctors about this case.
Again, I'd have to reference the records. I apologize.
And not only are they conferring with multiple doctors, but this is not your typical ER visit, is it? I mean, if they didn't just walk in and say, hey, I've got a sore throat, they went there specifically to have a workup done at the request of Child Protective Services.
So it appears that, I don't know if he was sent there at the request of Child Protective Service. Oh, no, I apologize. CPS sent him. It appears he's there for non-specific bruising of his body and self-harm behaviors.
And also in there, the doctors note that they are have been informed of possible malnutrition.
It says, I'm not sure about concerns for malnutrition. It says previously struggled to gain weight, requires nutritional shakes to gain weight appropriately, greatly increased appetite. I don't see any concerns for malnutrition.
Okay. Well, you haven't looked at
Right, I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at the first page.
and it's about 20 or plus pages long. So assuming it's in there, and they have the record before them. But at that time, they're doing a full panel. They're looking for, they do all these labs on him. They do a CT scan and an MRI.
Are you going to be questioning about these records further? Okay, let's go ahead and take a morning break to allow Dr. Morning to do the records. We're going to take about 5-10 minute break, please.
All right, the jury.
It has been marked as case exhibit 102, and it's referring to the visit that is documented on July 22nd, but I believe it starts on July 21st of 2021. You've reviewed those records, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, if you need to step down, I'd like for you to read what the chief complaint was.
So just the first part of that initial comments?
The first
or
and second.
for stated complaints?
The
chief complaint.
initial, okay.
I'm sorry, chief complaint is listed as I complaints. That's why I wanted.
Okay, and then what are they told that they're going to be basing their the initial comments to the doctors?
So just the 4-year-old, without reading the whole thing, 4-year, 9-month-old boy with history of speech delay and previous failure to thrive, here for chief complaint of bruising. Patient was seen by another doctor earlier today who noted that the patient had bruising around his eyes and some other non-specific bruises on his bodies. They recommended that he come here for further evaluation.
And then, can you continue, please?
An anonymous Child Protective Services report was filed prior to arrival. Parents say that for the last 2 months, the patient has had intermittent self-harming behaviors at home. These occur when the patient becomes upset or throws a tantrum. They say that he hits his head on the ground or throws his body into things. They say that he got a black eye from hitting his face against an object while upset. Parents also say that he chews on his fingers, causing abrasions on the backs of his fingers. They say that he has never knocked himself out or had vomiting after these episodes of self-harm. Parents say that he frequently scratches at or rubs his eyes, but deny causing him any visible injury to his eyes in the recent past. Further, they say that he frequently puts objects into his ears and compulsively rubs inside of ear canals with various objects, sometimes causing injury to the ear canals. The patient is followed by an ENT. He has a referral to see a behavioral specialist in the near future. Parents deny him having any easy bleeding or easy breathing, but instead that the force of his self-harming behaviors causes injury.
And then just the last section.
Parents say that he had previously struggled to gain weight and requires nutritional shakes to gain weight appropriately. Parents also say that he had a greater increased appetite and often makes several trips to the refrigerator every night to eat what he can find. Parents say that he has.
Sorry.
Normal motor skills for a child his age. Parents deny any suspicion that anyone in his life has intentionally harmed him.
Okay, so you would agree with me that at the outset, the parents are disclosing information that is important for a doctor to know so that they can evaluate the child, correct?
Yes.
And this, are you aware that there's a welfare check on July 20th, 2021?
A welfare check? No.
Okay, and you haven't seen the EMS records from that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and you're not aware that officers went out and actually interviewed Benji and Brandon at that time at their home about these injuries, are you?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I recall.
Okay, so to your recollection, you didn't see any of that evidence?
I don't recall.
You didn't see any body worn cameras of officers talking to Benji?
I don't recall.
Now, I'm showing you what is it CTM?
That's the Center for Miracles.
Okay, so you can tell from the records that Center for Miracles was consulted.
It appears they were consulted and agreed with the workup.
And then on the disposition, what is the disposition? What is the departure plan?
For under additional instructions.
I think it just said disposition departure plan.
Right. So home self-care is the disposition, and then the departure plan is Benjamin was seen today for multiple bruises and self-harming behavior. His lab work is reassuring here, but a few tests will take several days to come back. He is safe to continue to watch at home. Please follow up with your regular doctor as soon as possible to discuss his symptoms. He may need a referral to a geneticist as well as his behavior specialist.
And can you continue with the please call?
Please call his ear, nose, throat doctor about his ear injury. He may have a ruptured eardrum. Avoid swimming or submerging his head while bathing. Showers are okay. Keep any objects out of the ear.
I just want you to finish off with their.
You can use Tylenol or Motrin at home if he has pain. Child Protective Services will be in contact about his safety plan. Please notify them or see a doctor immediately if you are worried that anyone has harmed him in any way.
Okay. And so would you agree with me that nowhere in this disposition or departure plan, rather, do they inform the parents that they need to go see a nutritionalist, correct?
Not from this that we've read, correct?
They don't say, hey, you know what, let's go ahead and put him in IVs and give him fluids or make sure he can absorb nutrients, right? They don't do any kind of nutritional supplementation to show that he can absorb nutrients, correct?
We haven't read the whole file, but I don't recall them doing that, correct?
And they didn't say, hey, let's journal or log what he eats every day. They don't recommend that.
Not at this point, correct?
And at any point, there's not a single doctor that sees him that says, let's journal what he's eating.
Not that I recall, correct?
And they also don't say daily weigh-ins, like, hey, we're worried about his weight. Let's make sure we're weighing him every day. They don't tell him that, correct?
Correct.
And then also the CT scan. They had a CT scan
of his head, correct?
Okay. And it came back negative.
Well, I mean, there's some findings, but it's negative for trauma.
Okay. But I mean, at this point, you have multiple doctors seeing him, and not a single doctor says, hey, we need that there was some type of fracture of the skull or anything like that, correct?
I don't actually know if multiple doctors see him, because again, all of this is documented, as far as I can tell, by one treating physician who's maybe consulting other doctors over the phone. I can't attest to multiple doctors seeing him, although they may have. But yes, what they're doing at this point is ruling out significant trauma.
Okay. And so basically, if there is bruising, it's superficial to the outside. It's not, we don't have any, it hasn't, if there's bruising, that doesn't mean there's trauma behind the skull or anything like that, correct?
They ruled out significant internal head injuries, yes.
Okay. And let's go back to your chart and let's talk about that same day. I'm going to show you the show set from 7/21/2021, and then also the Pearl ER of 7/21/2021, right? So you testified earlier that they were the same date and they have two very different weights, 14.6 and 13.8, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so, when someone asks me about how much something weighs, I relate it to pounds, not kilograms. So this is super confusing for me. So I want to make sure that we know the difference between 1 kilogram, and 1 pound, right? So can you tell me how much 1 kilogram is in pounds?
2.2 pounds.
Okay, and so if 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds, and there's a difference on the exact same day of 14.6 minus 13.8 kilograms, how much is the difference between those?
Can you have the paper?
Oh, yes, thank you.
That'll just make it easier for me.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that is 0.8 kilograms.
Okay, 0.8. And so what would that be in pounds?
Approximately 1 pound.
Well,
I'm sorry, hang on.
here,
A little less, so it's about, can we go approximately 2 pounds?
Okay.
Since it's 2.2.
It's approximately 2 pounds.
Maybe a little less than 2 pounds, but we'll go approximately 2 pounds.
Squiggly sign means approximate?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do squiggly sign 2 pounds. All right, so now you would agree with me that 2 pounds on someone who weighs 200 pounds is not significant.
Correct.
But someone who's weighing 28 pounds, because if we were to do, like, for instance, 14.6 in pounds, this is for conversion. But the point is that let's say 30 pounds, an individual's 30 pounds. So 2 pounds on a 30-pound person is more significant than it would be on someone who's 200 pounds.
Correct.
Okay. And so, when we have a weight that's this disparate in the same day, then we have to question which one is correct, because does someone lose 2 pounds in a day?
Not usually, but again, it might depend on what they're wearing, how they were weighed. So it might not be that the patient lost 2 pounds. It could be a variation in how they were weighed.
Fair. And so with each of these measurements that we're looking at on your chart, you would agree that we don't know back in September 29th, 2020, if he weighed 14.8 pounds, because we don't know the accuracy of that weight, correct? Because we don't know if the scale was calibrated. We don't know what he was wearing, what he was eating, if he'd gone to the bathroom recently, correct?
Correct. There's some variation in each of the weights.
Okay. And so, and you did not speak with any of the doctors that actually saw Benji in the last 30 days of his life, did you?
Not except for, again, the physician who treated him on his passing.
Okay, so you spoke with
Dr. Ian Mitchell, I believe I spoke with. I believe I seem to recall he called the day of the autopsy.
Okay, because will you verify who the treating physician is at CHOSA on August 17, 2021?
I apologize. Are those records separate?
No, they're at the back.
From August 17th.
They're at the back.
I think it's, oh no, you're right. Sorry, I was looking. So, so it appears that the ER physician, it appears that the ER physician is Dr. Kumar and the consulting physician is Dr. Ian Mitchell.
Okay, so the consulting one, the one that was actually in the ER with the child, you did not consult with.
Dr. Kumar, no.
And then you say you did speak with Mitchell?
I seem to recall I spoke with Dr. Mitchell.
Now, in your, in the packet that you provided, there's an investigative report, correct?
Correct.
And that's Independent Exhibit 33. In the investigative report, you list what you do on the case. Is that right?
Correct.
And in there, can you tell me whether or not you noted that you talked with Ian Mitchell?
No, it is not documented.
Okay. But let's also talk about then, did you at any point review CPS records?
I do not recall having actual CPS records, but I do not recall actually having CPS records to review. No.
Okay. So, and you would also agree with me that in your investigative report, you don't list ever having received body-worn camera footage or viewed body-worn camera footage from the 7/20/21 incident or welfare check.
Correct. That's not documented.
Now, if you indicate that body mass index is important, it is an ability to take someone's weight and height at that moment in time and come up with the BMI, correct?
Correct. The body mass index or BMI is a calculation using weight and height.
And so doctors across the United States can do that at any particular point, and they are able to determine right there if they think there might be something that's flagging as problematic or that needs to be looked at further, correct?
They can calculate the BMI. Yes, it can be useful clinically.
And in your, you did not make a chart for the height in this case,
Correct.
and you did not make a BMI chart, correct?
Not as part of the autopsy, correct.
Well, and we asked for your entire file, and there's no chart of BMI in your file.
Correct.
Now, in 2021, your office was short-staffed, correct?
Correct.
Significantly understaffed.
We were understaffed. I don't know if significantly.
Well, did you make statements to media indicating that y'all were understaffed?
That's my executive office.
Overall. You can answer, sorry.
Yes.
And in fact, you were asking for additional funding because y'all were understaffed.
We were asking for different additional positions, I believe, although the 2021 timeframes, but yes, we were asking for positions.
Yeah, because what's going on at this time? You have COVID, right?
Correct.
And so y'all are having an increased influx of autopsies that are needing to be performed.
Our caseloads increased, yes. We had more deaths that we needed to investigate.
Okay. And that then eventually your office is put on probation because it's put on probation, correct?
So our name accreditation, so our accrediting body, which is the National Association of Medical Examiners, changes our accreditation status to provisional because of our caseloads, yes.
And when did you get put on probation?
August of 2021, I seem to recall.
Okay. And so let me ask you, in this case, in the past, you've indicated that part of your, what you considered was the introduction of a new care provider in Benji's life. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that being something that was considered. I believe the investigative information was considered.
And when, if you know, do you know who Miranda Costas is?
I believe, I do not know the exact relation, but I believe she's a caregiver to
Okay.
Benjamin.
And so she's a caregiver. Do you know when she entered Benji's life?
No.
Okay. And so when we're looking at that graph that looking at this graph, is your graph, you're not aware of when Benji came to live with Brandon, first off, correct?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. So if the data or the information and facts are that he came to live with Brandon in January of 2019, what month would that make him? By looking at your chart, can you tell?
You said January of 2019?
Yes.
So approximately 6 months. So that would make him about 27 months approximately.
27 months. Okay. And this is, do you have the exhibit number for the chart? Because this is my copy. So
The exhibit number for the growth chart?
Yes.
The growth chart is the spreadsheet is 110. The table graph, I'm sorry, the graph is 111.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 34. And you said what month is January 2020 and 2019?
January 2019, I believe we said. So January 18 was approximately 27 months.
Okay, and would you agree with me that 27 months would be about here? Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay, so I'm gonna place a point here, and I'm gonna write January 2019. Okay, now, so if the facts in this case show that prior to January 2019, Brandon didn't have Benji, and then he gets Benji in January 2019, and he has Benji from January 2019 until he passes, right? How long is that? You said 27 months?
So that's, and he passes at 58 months, so approximately 30 months.
Okay, so he has him for 30 months. And can I write 30 months here? Just so that we can write 30 months. And this is where the chart ends, the last period, the 58 month right here. I guess it's a little bit in from 60. Right. Okay. All right. And this would be August of 2021. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so now looking at this, we break it up, and we start to look at these dots that you have put, the lighter blue, those are the data points that relate to your chart.
They relate to Benjamin. Correct.
The chart that you created.
The spreadsheet, correct.
And so you can see that in Brandon's care, he actually, at least according to the data, shows that he's doing
he's doing well. He's getting off of the 5th percentile line, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the issue I want to point out is there's two dots on this entire thing that are off of the 5th percentile. Would you agree? There's this
that are above the 5th percentile? Correct.
Okay. And so those also could be anomalies, meaning that the weights that were weighed in are skewed by either wearing a jacket, pants, as opposed to shorts. So we can't say with complete accuracy that even those data points are his curve.
It's possible.
Okay. Now, at this stage, Your Honor, just for demonstrative purposes, I'd like to ask that Defendant's Exhibit 34 be admitted.
Actually, we have to not be fully admitted to the record, but it is admitted as a demonstrative.
That's all you're asking, Mr. Sawyer's correct?
Yes.
It's not true. Defendant's Exhibit 34 is being marked note on the record as a defense demonstrative.
So when you do an investigation, you don't know who, let's say that it's earlier you gave an example of someone who had gotten shot, right? Your investigation as a medical examiner is not to go determine who shot the person, correct?
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that if we take your premise of starvation and we take your premise that it's intentional, then you wouldn't know who might have been depriving Benji of food, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's break that down even further. So we have the starvation. The definition of starvation is, well, can you give me your definition of starvation? Let's start with that.
So starvation would be essentially lethal malnutrition with no other cause, meaning, for instance, lethal malnutrition can happen with certain disease states. For instance, metastatic cancer, anorexia, certain forms of dementia where people aren't eating, right? These can all result in lethal malnutrition, but those we don't call those starvation because there's another reason, right? So in the case of anorexia, it would be anorexia or the cancer. Starvation is a term that's used when the lethal malnutrition has no other cause. So there's not a disease process responsible.
And you would agree with me that in the last 20 years, there's only been 2 cases through the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office that have found starvation as the cause.
Correct.
All right. And one of those, you were not the only one that you have worked on. Is this one?
The only autopsy I performed is this one.
Okay, but there is the other one, the fire one, and that was, would you agree, back from 2003?
Yes.
Okay. And did you sign off on that autopsy report?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so at this time, I'd like to provide you, so in reviewing that report, help refresh your recollection as to the age and weight of that particular individual.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 35. Now,
So at this point, I'm going to object to my question. You can see all of this.
Your Honor, it's relevant because out of the 2, these are they're the same age, and it would help the jury to understand and evaluate.
I'll give you some rewriting slides.
Thank you. All right, so by looking at the age of the other case, the only other case that's been declared starvation, what was the age of that individual?
So 4 years, if you want any more than that, I'll have to calculate.
4 years and 4 months.
Let me look. Approximately, yes, 4 years and 4 months.
And how much did that child weigh?
To make it consistent with the case we're discussing, I will say 7.17 kilograms.
Okay, and how much was his height?
36 inches.
And so he was, so at 7.17 kilograms, would you agree with me, is 15.8 pounds?
Approximately. If you calculated it, I'll take a look at it.
And this 4-year-old, 4 year, 4 month is 15.81 pounds, and Benji was 28 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Now, in reviewing that case, do you recall that that child was bound?
Yes.
Okay. And in reviewing that case, do you recall that that child could not physically get up and walk? particularly had to carry because he could not walk or stand up?
I apologize, I'm reading the investigative report. I don't have that information in this report, and I don't recall.
Okay, so, but at the time, y'all would have had access to the investigative report as well from the police?
We would have worked with the police as far as the investigation, yes.
Okay, and so does your office still maintain photos of, from autopsies? How long do they maintain them?
For perpetuity.
Okay, and so you would have access to the photo of this child at his autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen the photo of that child recently?
I don't know recently, but I've seen the photo of this child.
And so you could provide that to the board, to us, if you were called back, to be called back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you mentioned that you were in, that you mentioned Dr. DeMayo's? Did I pronounce
Dr. DeMayo?
DeMayo? And that y'all had done that there's a textbook that he puts out, correct?
Correct.
And that you also are collaborating with him on that?
On the 3rd edition, correct.
On the 3rd edition. And if there are articles that are contained in your textbook, you would agree with me that you believe those to be experts, correct?
I believe them to contain information.
Is it information that you put out to the public that you believe is reliable and that people in your field should rely on?
Well, I mean, it's anytime you look at an article or cite an article, there's obviously information that you're trying to convey from it, whether it be a study or a theory. So you're just conveying that information. I wouldn't necessarily say that anyone's an expert without knowing specifically the article and the person, but I mean, certainly there's information in those articles to be conveyed.
But I mean, the point is that you've put your name on it. You've considered whether it's valuable information that should or be considered or be relied upon. Yes?
Correct.
And then in that, you say that there was a starvation chapter, correct?
I believe there's a chapter on dehydration and starvation.
Okay. Is it entitled Deaths Due to Electrolyte Abnormalities and Starvation?
Oh, yes, that is the chapter.
Okay. And in that, there are photos of what let me ask you a distinction. Someone who is emaciated versus cachectic. Is there a difference?
Not really. They're both terms used for a very thin person, like extremely thin.
Extremely thin, right? I mean, so thin, like cachectic, that's what, when you see cachectic person, that's what we would think of when we think of Nazi concentration camps with, is that fair?
Certainly, if you think of people at Nazi concentration camps, you could describe them as cachectic, yes.
Okay. And so if someone is cachectic, and I will write that word out here in a second, hopefully you're all, but if they're cachectic, then, and they're found to be, it's a sign, like, you would recognize a cachectic person if they're standing there.
It would depend. I mean, it would depend on clothing and can you fully see them? But it is a descriptive term that we use, again, to describe people who are extremely thin. So at autopsy, yes.
And so if there is a cachectic person, it doesn't mean that they've actually died of starvation. That might obviously be correct.
Correct.
Be cachectic and not die of starvation.
As the cause of death, correct.
And in someone who is cachectic, would you agree that there's also, as cited in your article, a plan that people tend to promote to help people who they believe are cachectic or maybe suffering from starvation to reintroduce food back into their system. Are you familiar with that?
You're talking about how to treat cachexia and starvation? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and malnourishment?
Correct.
Extreme malnourishment. Now, to be fair, there's degrees of malnourishment, yes?
Correct.
And so, I mean, the fact that I don't eat for a day or two does not mean I'm going to die of malnourishment.
Correct.
So, but when we see extreme malnourishment, that's cachectic, that's extreme, right?
Correct.
And when we see cachectic malnourishment, then at that point, there are complications in reintroducing food to that person's system, is there not?
If the cachexia is caused by starvation, meaning not eating, then yes.
Okay. And so why is that? We can't just, if someone hasn't eaten, let's say in a week, or I don't know more, how long does it take to get to cachexia?
That would depend on the individual.
So if they haven't eaten though, and they're on the verge of death by starvation, introducing food into the system could shut their body down, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And so there's actually a plan in place so that food can be introduced more slowly.
Correct.
So it doesn't overwhelm the body.
Correct.
And in this fact pattern, would you agree with me that there was no indication that there was an absolute withholding of food for a number of days?
So from the investigation, it does not appear it's an absolute withholding of food.
Okay, and so this is not the same as someone who is locked in a room and left without food or water, right?
Correct.
This is one of those that when we talk about starvation, would you agree with me that you also have to make the distinction between whether it's intentional or unintentional?
So that goes to manner of death, and not cause, and starvation being cause.
Right, and I'm not assuming, for the sake of argument, your theory that it's starvation. Now, we have to then consider whether it's intentional or unintentional.
Correct, to get to manner.
To get to manner. And that means whether or not it was homicide, or if it was unintentional, what would it be?
It would depend on it would depend on why the starvation happened. An unintentional deprivation of food, it would depend on those circumstances.
Okay, but I mean, it wouldn't be undetermined if you're like, hey, we know that the person didn't consume food. For instance, if they are choosing not to consume food, that would be their decision not to consume food, like for anorexia, right?
So correct, and an adult who can make that decision and dies from, say, anorexia, those deaths are considered natural.
Okay, so that would have been a natural death. But it would have been an undetermined death, correct? Because you would have...
Again, it depends on the circumstances. So each case is individual. So undetermined would mean we just didn't have enough information to determine why the starvation occurred.
All right, and so in this case, though, when we're talking about intentional versus unintentional, would you agree, like we've seen evidence that there's multiple doctors that see Benji, correct?
Correct.
And then on one of those trips to the doctor, do any of those records indicate that the parents were educated on potential vitamin deficiencies?
Correct.
And because you're pointing to vitamin deficiency earlier, correct?
I just said that macrocytosis can be a sign of vitamin deficiency.
You're not saying that this child was vitamin deficient, though?
No, I'm just saying that can be a sign of vitamin deficiency.
Okay, so then let me back up. When the body does not have food, which is energy, right? Then would you agree with me? It first burns fat, and then it burns protein, and then what does it burn?
Then unfortunately it starts to consume whatever it can for energy and conserve as much as it can.
All right, and so in this case, would you agree with me that you do not know if the food, like what the food pattern was the week prior to his passing?
No, I do not.
And so there's doctors that are seeing the child, and can you tell at this point, I mean, let me back up. Let me go to the direction. Would you agree that death due to starvation from any cause is rare in this country?
Yes.
And would you describe...
I apologize. Death due to starvation. So again, starvation being lethal malnutrition with no other cause is rare, because deaths due to lethal malnutrition due to another cause, say anorexia, are called anorexia. So deaths due to starvation are rare in this country.
Okay, then do children dying of starvation still have visible and measurable subcutaneous fat?
Okay. Sometimes.
So do you remember when I asked you the question, it burns fat, then protein, and then you're basically like, well, the next thing is your body stops working, correct?
If you get to said, it'll burn whatever it can, but yes.
Okay. Well, what else is there besides fat and protein?
Basically any tissues. I mean, but again, there's other things going on with starvation cases besides just energy levels, right? We're breaking this down to it's either fat or protein, but we're also talking about when we're eating, we're not getting the nutrients that we need, the vitamins, the minerals that are required for certain proteins and functions to exist in our body. And so again, it's a very complex physiology that's going on with starvation and with what your body's choosing to burn, whether it be the fats or the proteins. In general, we turn to fat first because that's what it's there. It's an energy store. And when we run out of that fat the extra fat, right, that we have, in which case, for instance, mesenteric fat is not extra fat, that is necessary fat. Then we turn to protein. And then we start turning back to, say, the fats that are no longer, they're not extra, but we need that energy. So the mesenteric fat, the subcutaneous fat. So it's a complicated process that I can't just shoehorn into first this happens and then this happens.
But I mean, in regards to having fat stores on a body, base, along the skin, that's the subcutaneous, right?
Correct.
So it's the fat that's right underneath the surface.
Correct.
And what you're saying is that someone, in your opinion, someone who can die of starvation may still have subcutaneous fat.
Correct, because it depends on, for one, it depends on how much subcutaneous fat you started with, right? Some of us might have more than others, and so we have more extra fat. But that subcutaneous fat also serves a purpose. It's our insulation. So the body doesn't want to burn all of it, right? It wants to only burn that which is extra. Then it'll turn to proteins. Then it might turn back to that fat that's no longer extra, right? The reason of having some subcutaneous fat is subcutaneous tissue isn't just fat. There's fibrous tissue in there, there's vessels in there, there's some fat in there. So you're still going to have some subcutaneous tissue, even if most of your fat has been burned off.
You testified previously that a child whose height is at the 5th percentile and weight is at the 5th percentile wouldn't necessarily be skinny, but would be normal, correct?
Well, they have a normal BMI.
Okay. And they would be appropriate for those measurements. They would be appropriate because the weight and the height kind of correlate.
Correct.
And are you familiar with any of the various classification systems for evaluating the severity of malnutrition?
Clinically, no.
Okay, so you're not aware of the Gomez, Waterloo, or Wellcome?
So, okay, I'm aware of them. Do I use them? Do I utilize them? Can I tell you about them? No, but I do know that clinical systems exist. I'm also aware of the WHO Z-score classification for analyzing BMI.
Okay, and you did not use that in this case, did you?
No.
And what articles did you refer to in reviewing this case, preparing this case?
In reviewing this case, I've read numerous articles in my training and experience on starvation, as well as my editorial duties with the journal. I did not turn to anything specifically. I relied on my education and experience.
Now, your education, have you ever dealt, I mean, you did not write the article that is in chapter 4, you did not write that, did you?
Right.
Chapter 4 in your textbook?
What article in chapter?
It's your chapter 4.
So did I write, but you said the article in chapter 4.
Well, it is chapter 4, I apologize.
So did I write chapter 4? Dr. DeMaio and I wrote the book together. What I wrote and what he wrote, I don't know. We worked together and collaborated.
So you can't tell me if you even wrote the portion on starvation, correct?
I don't recall. Correct.
Okay. Now, if that article says that you should be relying on the water load, then basically you're saying that either you or Dr. DeMaio are in agreement that that should be something that should be considered in starvation cases, correct?
I don't believe it says we should be relying upon it. I believe we reference that there are clinical measurements out there that you can use.
But you didn't apply any of these, did you?
Not those particular ones, no.
Well, which particular ones did you apply?
The CDC.
And on your CDC, did that focus on his weight for height or his weight for age?
So the CDC looked at the BMI being less than the 1st percentile.
My question is, what did you use the data for weight for height or based off age?
So I used the data for BMI, which incorporates weight and height.
And yesterday you said that it focused on 4-year-olds, correct?
By age, correct.
4 year and 10 months to be exact.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you spoke in your testimony yesterday about stunting.
Correct.
Was Benji stunted?
Again, it appears he did not grow from about, I believe it's about 48 months to his death at 58 months. So for about 10 months, it appears he did not grow.
But you don't have those heights charted in front of you, correct?
Correct.
So at this stage, you couldn't provide us with the data that underlies that.
I believe it's contained in all of the medical records you have there.
Did he have classifiable malnutrition under any of the various systems? So, like, in your autopsy, did any of the various systems that you looked at, did you see signs of malnutrition?
I don't believe I understand the question.
Or any of the organs, weights, off? Because you don't know them. You know the weights, but they all seem to be within the standard weight.
So they're all on the low side of the range. So it depends on if you use, say, a mean weight, in which case they're all less than the mean for age. If we use a range, which is essentially a 95% confidence interval, they're all on the low side within that range.
Under Gomez, which compares, that's a type of classification, would you compare the child's weight for age? Would you agree that Benji would be classified as moderately malnourished?
I believe, does Gomez use the WHO Z-scores of -1, -2, -3?
I'll have to get back to you on that. Thank you. Since you didn't do any of them, you're not going to know where he fell out, correct?
Those are clinical measurements and used clinically by physicians. So yes, this was an autopsy examination.
Now, can a malnourished child die from other causes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find evidence of another cause of death?
No.
And are there other causes of death that show no abnormalities at autopsy?
Yes.
And what are those?
The main one is suffocation.
And what about cardiac arrhythmias?
And cardiac arrhythmias.
Seizures?
Seizures when there's a seizure disorder, so there's a history to go along with that, but we wouldn't see a terminal seizure, no.
Well, and to be fair though, there's always a first when you start to have seizures, correct?
Correct. I am unaware of a single report of the first seizure in a seizure disorder being a lethal one.
And now, did Benji die of asphyxia?
So again, asphyxia would include, asphyxia is lack of oxygen to the brain by an external cause. So this could be choking, it could be strangulation. So there are certain types of asphyxia we could rule out. It's not choking, it's not strangulation. However, it also includes smothering, which is what we just discussed, that I could not exclude.
Well, and you say choking, in the sense of if something got caught in his airway that restricted him from being able to breathe, and the item is then removed somehow through coughing or whatever, through CPR, that would not be something that you could rule out at death. Actually, at autopsy.
So in order for an obstruction to result in death, it has to obstruct the airway and it has to be removed not by coughing. So it has to be removed from an external source. If it's by coughing, then that's not going to result in death. Usually that external source is EMS or medical treatment, who, when they go to put the breathing tube in, remove the item, in which case, no, if the item's removed, we can no longer see it, but we have the reports from the medical personnel who removed it.
And so the point being is that if there is something that could have been lodged in his mouth that would have prevented oxygen, and it's removed, you would not be able to tell.
If it's removed, correct.
And so you cannot rule out suffocation in this case.
Correct.
Either intentional or unintentional.
Correct.
And did Benji die of cardiac arrhythmia disturbance?
I do not know.
Did he die of lethal arrhythmia?
I do not know. These are mechanisms of death.
The same mechanism, starvation is a mechanism as well?
Starvation is a cause, and starvation can lead to lethal arrhythmias or abnormal heartbeats. In fact, the main way that starvation kills you is usually by a lethal dysrhythmia or an abnormal heartbeat when starvation does die suddenly. So it's certainly possible it was an arrhythmia, but I can't diagnose that at autopsy.
Or even if it didn't have anything to do with starvation, you also cannot, in a child that isn't even considered for starvation, arrhythmia also could not be determined at autopsy, correct?
Correct. We cannot find abnormal heartbeats at autopsy.
And did you evaluate Benji for possible genetic, or did you do genetic testing on him to rule out arrhythmias?
No.
So given the fact that you cannot rule out suffocation at this point, cannot rule out arrhythmia, would you agree that it's possible that Benji is just a small kid that has small parents, that he actually died from something else?
So a small child who has small parents would be, again, say 5th percentile for height and weight, normal BMI. So this is a very low BMI. So this is a malnourished child. So I can't simply say it's a small kid from small parents. Could there have been an arrhythmia? Could there have been a suffocation? I have no evidence of that, but I don't have an ability to disprove it, no.
Well, have you had a chance to review Dr. Lucifer's pediatrics, publication of pediatrics, official journal of American Academy of Pediatrics?
That was Lucifer and Kellogg article on starvation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 35. Oh, sorry, 36. So is that his article? And Dr. Kellogg's?
Yes.
And looking at that, it contains a photo of a child that has passed away from starvation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that that's what it looks like when a child passed away from starvation?
This is a child who passed away from starvation.
Thank you. Oh, and I apologize. Let me just make sure. What photo can you tell what big it's? They're identified by figure numbers.
Figure 2 is the one I was looking at.
Thank you. All right. So you did the autopsy on August 18th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And when you did the autopsy, you filed a death certificate that doesn't list a cause of death at that time.
Correct.
And you don't actually determine a cause of death until February 8th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before you determine a cause of death, you meet with Detective Size.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you focused on whether or not, explain to the jury that there were investigators in your office that you could deploy that are independent of the prosecutor's office, independent of law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that in this instance, after your autopsy, you did not deploy any of your investigators to this case?
So our investigators, their job is to gather information from other agencies. So in gathering the video evidence, the videos and gathering the medical records, that's our investigators. We have no legal rights to do anything else. So our investigators can't go get videos, and we have to rely on other agencies to supply that to us. Our investigators' job is to go find out who has it and get it for us.
Okay, and so your investigators in this case didn't get the CPS records, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't get the whole, there's this cell-by report that has videos that were pulled down from Miranda's phone. They didn't get that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. The cell-by report?
There is an extraction of Miranda Costa's cell phone that they obtained, that the law enforcement obtains.
So correct, we don't get this information. We go to law enforcement, ask them what information they have, and ask them to give it to us. We can't get these reports on our own.
I understand, but you were not provided with the extraction report that contained data from Miranda's phone, correct?
Does that data include the photographs and the videos?
So, yeah, I'm getting there. So you did not have the entire report. You got to see only what Detective Size cherry picked out of that report for you, correct?
So I don't know about the report, so I apologize. I can't speak to the report, but Detective Size said he had video and photographs. He came to our office. He had many videos and photographs on a drive, and we sat there and watched, or I sat there and watched and looked at all of them. They were not, we watched all of them. So I don't know if that's all of them, but there were many of them.
And the point being, though, is that he was able to select which ones that you saw, and therefore you were not just given a blank slate of, hey, this is the whole evidence. He comes to you with what he wants to show you, his digital timeline, correct?
My understanding from Detective Size is that he brought all of the videos and photographs that he had. He indicated to me as such, this is everything we have, and I look at it. I do not have a way to substantiate that. That is true.
Okay. And so if there were videos and photos of Benji sitting around the table eating with all of his family and food that was being prepared at the home, you would agree with me that he didn't show you a single one of those photos?
I don't recall.
So you also did not receive the recordings of Benji himself saying that he had been eating and had food. You didn't receive those, did you?
I don't know what videos that are, so I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing videos.
All right. So there's recordings of him meeting with CPS, and he's telling them what he eats, and he's telling them he has food. He's telling them that he's self-inflicting his injuries. You didn't see any of that, did you?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Now, there's something in your report, to be clear, in your autopsy, where you talk about the injuries, the bruising that you see on his body. Correct?
Correct. The bruises are documented in the report.
And so those bruising, the term blunt force injury, can you explain that to the jury, what that means?
So to a forensic pathologist, we essentially have roughly 3 types of injuries. We have ballistic injuries, which are associated with firearms. We have sharp force injuries, think about stab wounds and cutting wounds. And we have blunt force injuries, which are essentially everything else, right? So if I hit my arm on this table and I get a bruise, it's a blunt force injury. So bruises, which we call contusions, and scratches, which we call abrasions, are termed blunt force injuries, meaning it's not a sharp force that made it, it's not a cut. It's a blunt object or a blunt incident, say in a car collision or falling on the floor or hitting the table. Those are all blunt force injuries.
Okay, and so to be clear, blunt force doesn't mean that somebody else hit you with something. It just means that your body came into contact with something that caused that contusion.
It came into it with a blunt force, correct. So we're not saying anything about infliction or how it occurred. It's a blunt force. It's not sharp. It's not a firearm. It's a blunt force.
And you agree with me that you did not find any of those blunt force injuries to be the cause of why Benjamin passed away.
Correct.
And you did not really focus on that, finding out whether or not those blunt force injuries were consistent or inconsistent. Because, let me back up. You didn't go do any kind of investigation as to what caused those injuries. Did you, the blunt force injuries?
So yes, as part of our investigation, again, we looked at the medical records, we have the circumstances, we follow up to police. So what we're trying to do is find a reason for all of the findings present at autopsy, including the blunt force injuries.
Yeah, but in this instance, you didn't review the very reports that you would need to in order to determine whether or not those blunt force injuries were consistent with, I think you said you make this conclusion at the end of your report that, or that they're not consistent. Your statement is several blunt force injuries were present on the body without adequate explanation as to their cause, correct?
Correct.
But you never even viewed the evidence, the CPS records, the July 2021 statements from the child to determine what was causing these, correct?
So
the answer, and let me be very clear what I'm asking. You did not review that data. The data that I'm talking about is from July 20th, 2021, and the CPS report, correct?
I did not review the CPS report, but I had several meetings with the CPS investigators in which that information was conveyed to me. I did not know of this data that's about the interview with the child on July 21st.
What date did you meet with the CPS investigators?
I do not have that with me.
And you agree with me that in your investigative report, you note when you speak with Detective Size, correct?
Correct.
And who specifically did you speak with from the CPS department?
I do not actually recall. These were done in what are called multidisciplinary team meetings that are coordinated through Child Safe, who brings the investigative team together to discuss the investigation.
And so, are you aware that Benji was actually asked questions about how he gets his injuries?
I don't recall, no.
Now, the point being is that despite you having testified regarding Benji previously to this is the first time that you're claiming that you met with CPS.
I don't believe I was asked.
And in regards to figuring out where the injuries come from, would you agree that the bruising or contusions, as you call them, that there was CPR done on the child prior to coming in, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes when you're trying to save a child's life, you're not going to stop and realize you might be bruising the child, correct?
Correct.
And you're not able to eliminate what or identify which bruising might have been caused from CPR and trying to save his life versus existing prior CPR.
So CPR bruises are usually in a particular area and of a particular type. And so when we see those bruises, which we often see, we will differentiate those and pull them out as CPR bruises. So the bruises described as injuries are not consistent with CPR.
Well, was a child pulled out of a hot car and laid it on the asphalt in August to give CPR by the mother or by the stepmom?
So again, the bruises that are outlined in the autopsy report as injuries are not consistent with CPR. The hot asphalt would have caused burning, not bruises.
Okay, but when you're placing a child on the ground, in any event, with someone who doesn't know what CPR, how to do it, is trying to figure it out, is it possible that those bruises, some of the bruises, could have been caused from that?
It's possible.
Let's. You didn't note in your report, anywhere in your report, what you suppose, if you talk to CPS, what you learned from CPS, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know what you learned from detective size, correct?
Correct.
And in looking at your report, those if you did talk to CPS and if you did talk to detective size, those and the medical reports are all you had to review.
As well as the autopsy information, yes.
And I apologize. I just meant in regarding investigative side of it, not your autopsy.
As information supplied to us, that is all I recall, yes.
Did you receive a copy of Detective Size's police report?
I don't recall.
And if you had received it, it would be part of your packet? You would?
No.
It wouldn't?
No.
Would you have noted it in here?
If our investigators received it, they would have notated it.
But if the detective hands it to you, it doesn't get notated?
Not necessarily, no.
At this time, you are at past witness.
Can I take a party, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief recess. We are still going to break early today, but I want to check with the parties on the logistics. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
All right, the jury.
They are done for the day, by the way. Let me just go through where they come back. Maybe they don't come back. Hang on, they come back here.
Speak with anyone about any
There you go, they finished for the day. So we're going into day 4 tomorrow. We're going to day 4, and yeah, day 4 and 5 tomorrow. So they're on day 5 today. We're going to day 4 and 5 tomorrow. So day 4 and 5 tomorrow, and they're going to day 6 tomorrow. So remember tonight, they go in. Sean is on tonight. Remember, tomorrow morning I'm going live at 9 o'clock Eastern, but Resilient to Silence are probably going to be on a little bit earlier. And if you want to see Aiden arriving and stuff like that, so I'll probably be in their chat about 8:30 or so. And then we hopefully tomorrow will catch up fairly good. And if we can get a link for Aiden's hearing tomorrow, we'll play it. If not, then it's fine. We'll play it at some point. I'll just nick it from Young Jerk, so we'll maybe not play it live. I might just play it in between the trial or something. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Right, feel better, Yaya Trucker. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Most of you, Sarah P, not included. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. P. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P is lovely. Sarah P with the old moisturizer. Right, everyone. Loves yous. Let's finish with the new video, shall we? And then we'll be gone. Right, everybody. See you all in Resist the Silence chat tomorrow morning. And if not, see you at 9 o'clock here. So I'll be going live at 9. Peace out, everybody. There she is, my little Josie. Hello, my darling. Thank you, Lou. See you later, my darling. Take care of yourself, Louie. Night, El Chatty. Night to you all. And let's finish off with. I'm not going to finish off on this one. Sexy. Everything about you so sexy. Oh, yeah. I now know why your t-shirt's so far behind. It's from the UK. I ordered it from the UK by accident. Oops, sorry, Lisa. So you should have it next Tuesday, next Wednesday. This week, hopefully. Anyway, people, that's it. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Stacey. I was quiet today, because you're probably somewhere else. Busy day. No, you got your legs up in some other chat. I know you, Stacey. I'm joking. Robbie, good night. Everybody, good night. Let's finish off with what we created today. Bye-bye. Take care. Love you all. Ta-ra. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, who they bound to meet. Oh, look, it's Dean and Scott. They both look so smart. Hey, Scott, how are you? Dean and Scott down the beach as well. Dean and Scott having fun as well. It's not just Dane and Dennis, it's also Dina and Scott. Dane and Dennis walking down the street, didn't think they'd see Dina. Dina's got big boobies. Scott's pulling his weight as well. Dina's got some big boobies. Scott's got a sock in his, well, we are all men. We all love tits and claws. Oh boy.